Chapter 101 All Thoughts Wang Family Mansion. Pop. A loud slap in the face of Wang Chengchu's study. In the study, Wang Shiji knelt on the ground, with a bright red handprint on his right face. Asshole, if you change someone else today, you are already dead without a corpse. I usually tell you not to indulge in female sex. You have forgotten everything, such a virtue. How will you achieve great things in the future? Wang Chengchu's chest was violently ups and downs. Obviously he was very angry. Wang Shiji covered his face and said with a crying voice, "Father, am I not doing this for the Wang family? If the child is lucky enough to be the guest of the princess, won't our Wang family be able to establish a relationship with the princess?" You need to look at Xiaoming's face. Don't you also suspect that King Qi intends to remove our king's wealthy clan? At this time, if you don't find a backer, when will you have to wait? Bah, can you get the favor of the princess? Wang Cheng raised angrily. Wang Shiji was startled, then said, "How can I know if I don't try?" Humphrey, but the princess's forgiveness seems to have something to do with you. The princess must come to King Zhu this time for the goods in the hands of King Qi, but King Qi will definitely not agree, saying that the princess wants to find a local rich family to secretly help her. Staring at King Zhu, Wang Chengchu said. Wang Shiji became excited immediately. "Father, do you mean that the princess is interested in our Wang family?" "I'm not sure about this, but if it is really chosen, our Wang family is undoubtedly the most suitable, and Princess Pinyin and Wai Wang have always been very close. If Wai Wang can use us in the future, our Wang family can end." Wai Wang echoing each other in the distance, restraining King Qi. Wang Chengchu said, "Yes, 3 years ago, King Wai hinted that we killed Xiaoming during the barbaric chaos. It can be seen that King Wai had ideas about the land of King Zhu. It's just a pity that Xiaoming was as timid as a mouse and ran back to Chang'an City. Otherwise I will lead people to do it." Wang Shiji smiled sullenly. "Don't talk nonsense." Wang Chengchu's expression changed drastically, and he walked outside the door nervously, and saw no one return to the house. Whether that person was sent by the King of Wei has died and there is no evidence of this. This matter should not be mentioned again. If it comes in the ears of King Qi, there is no place to bury my king. Wang Shiji came back to his senses. A cold sweat suddenly formed behind his back, and he closed his mouth. Wang Chengchu sighed. "I hope that Princess Pinyin will summon us tonight. With her as a backer, our Wang family is really safe." At this moment, in the Plum Blossom Villa outside King Zhu City, Princess Pinyin was instructing Ouyang Mu to invite the Wang family and his son. "His Royal Highness, why should you invite the Wang family and his son? These two are really vulgar," Ouyang Mu said with disdain. Princess Pinyin combed her hair slowly, and said, "What do you know? Can't you see the changes in King Zhu along the way? Not to mention the armored soldiers at the gate of the city. The people living and working outside the city are also different from other places." 3 or 5 years later, "I am afraid that Wang Wei can't underestimate him." "When will you not bury a chess piece here?" Ouyang Mu asked in perplexity. "It's just that why did your highness choose the Wang family?" "It's very simple." At that time, Xiaoming seemed to be a little gloat, and the wealthy family underneath were the same. From this point of view, the life of this Wang family must be difficult, so this Wang family will be easier to close. Ouyang Mu said, "If His Royal Highness King Wei knows that His Royal Highness has bothered him so much, I don't know what kind of return he will give to His Highness. This time I am not for the King of Wei. My nephew Xiaoming is a little bit interesting. The more he doesn't let go of this craft, the more interested I will be. Let the Wang family pay attention to us. Maybe there will be opportunities in the future." Princess Pinyin turned up, and Xiaoming, a senior member, did not satisfy her appetite. Ouyang Mu nodded. "The Wang family has many farms outside the city. He only needs to find these people, and then let them enter the city to find the Wang family father and son." Watching Ouyang Mu leave, Princess Pinyin turned to look at the lotus pond above the blue waves. At this time, the setting sun was sinking, and the remnant xia dyed the lake red, and the emerald lotus tip was also smeared with red rouge. Being in the political center of the country, She is very sensitive to any geomantic activity in the country. She came to King Zhu not for the craftsmanship of Xiaoming. At the same time, she also came with the purpose of exploring the fiction and reality. Now what she saw was enough to give her a new evaluation of Xiaoming. Can also measure Xiaoming's future potential and how much he can play in the battle for the throne. She knows that everything she has comes from Xiao Wenxuan. Once the throne changes, everything about her will go with the wind, so she cannot stay out of the fight for the prince. Because once she stands on the wrong team, she will face a very miserable second half of her life. After all, no matter how much wealth, it is not worth the word of the king. It is precisely because of this that she is dealing with the princes, and now she has chosen one of them under the balance, and it is also planned to bury a nail in Xiaoming's fief. Xiaoming, don't blame auntie for being ruthless, blame you for not having a good family, Princess Pinyang muttered to herself. In her eyes, Xiaoming's fate is already doomed, that is, it is the same as King Ning back then. Became a victim of the prince dispute while she was meditating. There was a swish, and then she only felt a cold wind passing by her ears, and a sharp arrow was nailed to her room. On the pillar. This villa was built by the water. Her room was by the water. She looked up in the direction of the sharp arrow, and only saw a dozen people in black rising from the water with crossbow arrows in the water. Assassin. Princess Pinyang was scared to high wrong. She has never seen such a panic scene. Horse. The golden armor also spotted the man in black in the water, and immediately dozens of archers swarmed over and shot arrows into the water. The black-clothed man saw the golden armors approaching, and shot another wave of crossbow arrows, quickly diving into the water and disappearing. Then they saw more than a dozen hollow reed pipes sticking out of the water. These assassins used these breaths to sneak in. No wonder they didn't find it. Chasing, shouted one of the golden-armored men, leading people to chase. The remaining golden armor quickly protected the Pinyang princess in the middle. Wang Xuan retreated with a single blow. This is part of the plan. Seeing the golden armor chasing him, he led his men towards Qingzhou city. Outside the city, Luf is waiting with his men and horses. Luf will catch them at that time. Swim to the bank of the river. Wang Xuan quickly ran to the direction of Qingzhou city, and the golden champion caught up with him. Seeing the city of Qingzhou from a distance, the golden warrior saw a group of cavalry coming towards them. The leader was a sturdy general. The general saw them and asked, "Isn't this the guard of the princess? Why are you here?" Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 102. Catch someone assassinated the princess. We are hunting. The golden armor said loudly. Luf said in surprise, "Who is so bold, dare to assassinate the princess? Come with me to take the assassin." After that, Luf led a group of knights and followed the golden armor to the direction of Wang Xuan's escape. At the same time, Luf sent someone to notify Xiaoming. The golden warrior did not doubt that he had him, so he rode his horse again and Luf followed them. They met the golden warrior naturally as part of this plan. The key to this plan is that they capture Wang Xuan and detain him to Qingzhou Da prison. Otherwise, if these golden soldiers catch Wang Xuan, wouldn't it be necessary to peel off his skin? At that time, Wang Xuan might not be saved. Not long after, a fork in the road appeared in front of them, and the golden soldier said, "Lieutenant Liu, you and I are hunted separately. If you have caught an assassin, please tell me." This is natural. After that, Luf led the Qingzhou army to chase a fork in the road, while the golden soldier followed the other road. After riding a horse galloping for a while, Luf suddenly stopped in front of a small forest. At this time, he said, "Wang Xuan, come out." As soon as his voice fell, Wang Xuan walked out of the small forest with 12 people. Wang Xuan said, "Lieutenant Liu, my life is left to you." Luf dismounted and walked to Wang Xuan. "In order to prevent the princess from doubting, I am offended." After the words were over, Luf punched Wang Xuan in the face, then drew a knife and slashed Wang Xuan's arm. Cough cough, "Count you cruel." Wang Xuan grinned in pain. Luf smiled helplessly, This is also ordered by His Highness. Wang Xuanxin said that as long as he can get revenge, this bit of suffering is nothing, and then he said, "So what about them?" Luf swept his eyes and followed the secret guard next to Luf, and said, "The death row in the King's prison is enough to replace them." Wang Xuan nodded, and Qi Wang did everything without any leakage. Time is running out, and the two of them don't have much to do. Luf escorted Wang Xuan to King's City. When he was almost at the gate of the city, he sent someone to find the Golden Warrior and informed them that they had captured the assassin. Xiaoming was assassinated first, and now the Princess of Pingyang meets again in King's City, and suddenly there is a rush of wind in King's City. After learning that the assassin was captured, Princess Pingyang and Ouyang Mu entered King's City overnight. "Auntie, my nephew said that King's City is not peaceful. If you can follow your nephew's advice, this will not happen today." "My nephew was assassinated last year in the main hall of the Cheap Palace." Xiaoming looked bitter. Princess Pingyang was in shock. The assassination was too sudden, and she believed that she had no enemies in King's City. The first possibility she thought of was Xiaoming. She was worried that Xiaoming learned that the purpose of his trip was impure, and planned this assassination. After all, the character of Xiaoming's former demon king was known to everyone, and no one could guess that he would kill him. What will one step do? It just doesn't seem to look like Xiaoming now. His Royal Highness, please also give the assassin to a certain family, and a certain family will smash him into pieces. Ouyang Mu hated. Xiaoming said sternly, "General Ouyang must not be reckless." Without finding out who instigated him, the princess is still very dangerous now. "So what clue does King Qi have now?" Princess Pingyang asked calmly. After hesitating for a while, Xiaoming said guiltily, "This incident is blamed on my nephew, but the assassin who assassinated my aunt this time was from the king's royal family. This person is called Wang Xuan and is Wang Chengqiu's nephew." "What?" Princess Pingyang was shocked. Ouyang Mu said angrily, "I knew that this Wang family father and son were not good things. This Wang family must have lost face at the banquet and deliberately intimidated the princess, otherwise these people would not retreat." Princess Pingyang's expression is complicated. Her eyes keep turning, seeming to judge the authenticity of Xiaoming's words. In her opinion, a local tycoon in Kingzhou should not have the courage to assassinate the princess. She said, "King Qi, if this is the case, can this person confront the Wang family and his son?" "Of course, my nephew will take down Wang's father and son now," Xiaoming said. Princess Pingyang is not an easy person to send. He knew that she would definitely not believe it casually. Ouyang Mu, follow along. Be sure to capture the Wang family father and son, Princess Pingyang said casually. Wang family courtyard. At this time, Wang Shiji and Wang Chengqiu had just received the news that the Lord Pingyang had summoned them. "Father, I didn't expect you to guess it." With the princess as a backer in the future, what is King Qi's worth? Wang Shiji said excitedly. "Hey, I won't have to pretend to be flattering anymore." Wang Chengqiu stroked his beard lightly and triumphantly said, "Ha, compared to the prestige of the princess in front of the emperor, this king of Qi is much worse." In the future, if Xiaoming wants to move our king's family, he will have to ask the princess and the emperor whether to agree. After speaking, the two laughed. Master. Master. When the two were proud, the butler of the palace suddenly rushed over. "What's the matter? What a decent look like a soulless person," Wang Chengqiu said angrily. "No. Master." Outside. A large number of soldiers in golden armor came outside. "And Golden Warrior? It seems that the princess sent someone to pick us up." Wang Shiji interrupted the housekeeper and strode out. Wang Chengqiu was a little confused at this time despite his scheming and calculating. When Xiaoming replaced Luzilizing, he saw that Xiaoming's many actions were clearly suppressing the influence of the rich in Luzhu. Combined with the scenes in the past, he confirmed this even more, that at that time he was blinded by the benefits in front of him and did not think deeply. Now it is too late to regret it when he has recovered. It's just a pity that the Qin family and the Wang family are now like enemies, and there is no possibility of uniting. On this point, he has to admire Xiaoming's foresight. So after he got it, He continued to do business with Xiaoming quietly while looking for a backer, but he didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. Following Wang Shaiji, he also walked out, but his face suddenly changed a lot before he took a few steps. I saw the King's army with silver armor behind the golden armor, and Luf was among them. Father, what's going on? Wang Shaiji was startled. Ouyang Mu saw Wang Shaiji and immediately blushed, kicked Wang Shaiji in the stomach, and said angrily, "Take these two thieves to me." Luf beckoned, and the King's soldiers behind him immediately rushed up. Wang Chengxi was ashamed of his face. In any case, he would never expect such a thing to happen. He wondered, "Lieutenant Lu, why is this?" "Don't worry outside Wang, you will know soon." Luf said lightly. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 103. Do the opposite. On the second day, King's prison. Xiaoming took Princess Pinying to interrogate Wang's father and son in person. At this time, Xiaoming asked Luf to take Wang Xuan from the prison to meet with the Wang family and his son. In the King's government office, Xiaoming sits in the main seat, and Princess Pinying sits on the side. Wang Chengchu, Wang Shaiji, you two can be convicted. In the palace, Wang Shaiji and his son and Wang Xuan knelt on the ground at the same time. Wang Chengchu was in shock when he saw Wang Xuan. He recovered his senses and looked at Xiaoming. "His Royal Highness, why is the Komin sinful?" "His Royal Highness is a lesson. My father and son are really wronged." Wang Shaiji kept kowtow, and the two now knew that they were involved in Wang Xuan's assassination of the princess. By this time, Wang Chengchu had already understood that Xiaoming had finally taken action against the Wang family. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Unexpectedly, the arrival of the princess became a reminder for their Wang family. "You two said you were wronged, then do you know this person?" Princess Pinying asked in a solemn voice. Wang Chengchu looked at Wang Xuan, who had been tortured, and knew that this fact could not be denied at this time, so he said, "I know, this man is called Wang Xuan. He is Komin's nephew, but he violated the King's law 3 months ago. Komin was beaten to death, and Komin didn't know why he was still alive." When saying this, Wang Chengchu looked at Xiaoming. "King Qi, can this happen?" Pinying asked. Xiaoming nodded. "It's true." Wang Yuanwei once said that Wang's private possession of cattle was done by this person, but his nephew thought that he was a local clan at the Wang's house, so he let him take care of it. "I don't know. Princess Pinying is used to seeing intrigues in the city of Qing'an. This Wang Xuan is not favored in the Wang family, so how can he hide the cattle so boldly?" In this case, Wang Xuan was obviously a surrogate for the dead, and Wang Chenghao was clearly fooling Xiaoming by taking Wang Xuan to repay him. If it were other vassals, it is estimated that even if he wanted to punish Wang Chengchu's crime, Xiaoming didn't care. Obviously he had scruples in his heart. From this, I saw that the Wang family was bold in King's. Originally, she didn't believe that the Wang family would do this at all, but now she feels a little loose. A local wealthy family actually despises the dignified son. What about her princess? After thinking for a while, Princess Pinying sternly said, "You don't know why he is still alive." "Does this palace know?" "Ha! A little tycoon is so bold as to be so bullied by the royal family of Dau." "Xiaoming, what is the crime of assassinating this palace?" "If it's true, you should be full of people and all the 9 clans," Xiaoming said softly. Wang Chengchu was shocked. What he said just now was aimed at Xiaoming, not at Princess Pinying. He said anxiously, "Your Royal Highness, Cao Minutes really doesn't know how Wang Xuan can still be alive, and this Wang Xuan is my second brother, from a lowly life. If I want to assassinate the princess, how can I let him go? And what is the benefit of the assassination of the princess by Komin to my royal family?" I also ask the princess to tell her not to be used. Wang Xuan, who was lying on the ground, coughed violently at this time and said hoarsely, "His Royal Highness, I do things alone and do things the other way. This matter has nothing to do with the Wang family, but Qi Wang ordered me to do it in order to remove the Wang family." Xiaoming's expression changed drastically. And he said angrily, "Nonsense, how can this king instruct you to assassinate my aunt?" Your Majesty, although I am not favored in the Wang family, I am also a member of the Wang family. How could I harm the Wang family in this way? I have stayed in the prison until now to expose you face to face so that the princess can see your true face." You, Xiaoming pointed to Wang Xuan, "Arrogant thief, where is Luf?" "The end is here," Luf answered. "Diaxing serves. I see if he tells the truth." Xiaoming jumped and furious. This sudden change made Princess Pinying a little at a loss. Ouyang Mu also looked strange, but Wang Chengyuan's face was ashamed. "I have long heard about the resourcefulness of the king's members, and this bitter trick is indeed wonderful today." Princess Pinying seemed to have realized after a brief misunderstanding. She walked up to the father and son of the Wang family and said, "Although I am in Qing'an, I have some understanding of King Zhu. In the past 5 years, your Wang family has regarded yourself as a big clan in the area. I was afraid that King Qi would liquidate your royal family in the future. So taking advantage of this palace to King Zhu, he staged this bitter trick, in order to frame King Qi and let the emperor expel Qi King from the position of king. So your king family can be safe, no worries, right? His Royal Highness, it is absolutely not the case. This Wang Xuan, he is talking nonsense." Wang Chengqiu shouted hoarsely. When Wang Xuan framed King Qi, he knew it all. If Wang Xuan insisted that it was the Wang family, Princess Pinying would even suspect that Xiaoming was secretly instigating it. But this Wang Xuan now insists that he is the king of Qi. With the wisdom of Princess Pinying, he will only think too much and become clumsy, and finally believe that the Wang family did it. "Ha! You said black, and you said white, so I ask you if Wang Xuan's sentence is true, and that sentence is false." Princess Pinying snorted. Wang Shaiji already his limbs were paralyzed by fright. If he were convicted, he would not escape death. He shouted, "Your Royal Highness, Wang Xuan is telling the truth. This matter has nothing to do with my Wang family." "Shut up." Wang Chengqiu was shocked and angry, and pushed him to Wang Shaiji. Wang Shaiji was also anxious, and shouted to Wang Chengqiu, "Father, we didn't do this in the first place. King Qi must be setting up us." Wang Xuan is right. He is also a member of the Wang family and will not harm us. There was a smile at the corner of Xiaoming's mouth, and there was no need to say more about this. At this time, Ouyang Mu said to Princess Pinying, "His Royal Highness, it is clear that the Wang family and father and son are lying. How could a person who was nearly killed by Wang Chengqiu still speak for them? The only explanation is that Wang Xuan is the Wang family's dark chess. Xuan and their father and son are actually a group of raccoon dogs, in order to frame King Qi." Princess Pinying nodded, then turned to ask Xiaoming, "King Qi, what do you think of this matter?" "Aunt, if you have an accident in your nephew's fief, no matter who did it, your nephew will inevitably be deprived of the throne of the vassal due to his father's character. Although your nephew is dull, he is not so stupid." Xiaoming said lightly, "What's the benefit of assassinating my aunt?" "Auntie believes in you." Princess Pinying looked at Wang's father and son. "In that case, this Wang's family will leave it to you, Ouyang Mu. You will help Qi Wang." "Thank you, Auntie." Xiaoming squinted at Wang Chengqiu and Wang Shaiji. Just now Wang Shaiji's words have betrayed the ideas in the hearts of the Wang family and his sons. There is no room for change between them. After working hard for more than half a year, they are finally going to see blood. Welcome to Visit and Read. The latest, the fastest and hottest serial works are all at mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 104. Beat the dog. The light in the King's Zoo prison was dim, and the final words of Princess Pinying made Wang Chengyuan lose his last hope. He laughed miserably. "His Royal Highness, Wang Chengqiu, I can swear to the sky that the assassination has nothing to do with my Wang family. It was planned by him, King Qi." Wang Chengqiu pointed his finger at Xiaoming, with a deep hatred in his eyes. He hated and wanted to kill him 3 years ago after receiving the suggestion from King Wei. It's a pity that everything is too late now. He didn't expect Xiaoming to grow so quickly, nor did he expect Xiaoming to be so decisive, trying to eradicate the Wang family when the foundation was unstable. arsehole. You will still frame King Chi when you die. Princess Pinyang said sharply. Will you believe your nonsense when you are in this palace? Ouyang Mu stepped forward at this time, a blade of light flashed, and Wang Shiji fell to his head in panic. Shiji! Wang Chengqiu shouted sadly, but what he saw was Wang Shiji's nonsense eyes. Wang Chengkai's eyes were red. Xiaoming, Wang Chengkai, lost. 3 years ago, I should have obeyed King Y's words and beheaded you. Hee. It's just that I thought you were still useful at the time and could help our Wang family grow bigger in King's unexpectedly. Now it's the problem of raising tigers, but with the King's army, do you think you can easily destroy my Wang family? As soon as Wang Chengqiu said this, Princess Pinyang's complexion changed drastically. Ouyang Mu, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for him to talk nonsense? His Royal Highness, what are you doing so nervously? I heard that His Royal Highness and King Y are very close. Do you know that King Y is going to undermine King Chi? Wang Chengqiu laughed wildly. His royal family is going to be destroyed. How could he make Xiaoming feel better, and make the royal family of Great Yu Kingdom feel better? Wang Chengqiu's words made Xiaoming's expression change abruptly. He looked at Princess Pinyang. Aunt, can you take Wang Chengqiu's words seriously? Minga, this person was confusing right from wrong just now. Do you still believe what he said? This Wang family is really sinful, and this time this palace will definitely not be able to go around him. Princess Pinyang said angrily. My nephew believes what my aunt said. As the saying goes, people are about to die. He believes that Wang Chengqiu is not talking nonsense at this time. The fact that King Y wants to kill him seems to be true. But whether his aunt knows, he can't be sure. However, this Wang Chengqiu obviously wanted to bolster his back before he died, but in this way, Princess Pinyang would not forgive Wang Chengqiu. At this time, Ouyang Mu raised the knife and was about to cut it down. Xiaoming stopped and said, Auntie, Wang Chengqiu and this Wang Xuan should be handed over to his nephew. The Wang family had sinned very badly. These years in King's has a lot of blood and debts. Beheaded in the East City, to give the people an explanation. That's good, Princess Pinyang said, just don't listen to this person's nonsense. Xiaoming nodded, and said to Luf, we will detain the two. Wang Chengqiu still laughed wildly. He worked so hard for so many years and eventually became someone else's wedding dress. He shouted, Xiaoming, this King Zhu is not my Wang's family, and it won't belong to your Xiaoming. Wait. The barbarian cavalry recognizes me, but does not recognize you. Sooner or later, this place will be razed to the ground. Then I will be waiting for you on Huangquan Road. Xiaoming curled his lips and said lightly, you may never wait for this day. Wang Chengqiu's voice faded away, and Xiaoming and Pinyang Princess left the King's prison at this time. Princess Pinyang said, Minga, Ouyang Mu will be at your disposal during this time. This Wang family is really hateful. You must. Aunt, don't worry, for the sake of the people of Li people, my nephew will also kill the Wang family. Xiaoming said. Princess Pinyang nodded, and went to the Qi Palace under the of the guards. Xiaoming waited for a while outside the King's prison before Luf came out of the prison. His Royal Highness, the King's army has assembled. Are you going to arrest all the members of the Wang family now? Luf said. Xiaoming said, the Wang family courtyard is only the residence of Wang Chengkao and his son. The real strength of the Wang family is hidden on the farm outside the city. Wang Chengkai and his son were arrested. It is estimated that the rest of the Wang family has already received the news. At this time, it is estimated that they are waiting for us. Mu Bao. Go ahead. 3 years ago, the barbarians invaded, and the Wang family was like this. It is estimated that this time is not bad, and knowing that they will die, the resistance will be fierce. This is difficult. After all, the Wang family has a large number of guests, and the number of transformations into a part is also with around 5,000 people. If it is a strong attack, the King's army will also lose a lot. Xiaoming said, therefore, The criminal law of the 9 clans cannot be adopted this time. What Wang Chengkao likes now is the death battle between the king and the Wang family. This king is not as good as he wants. You and General Liang are now sending people to surround the Wang family manor and tell people in the manor. This assassination only convicted Wang Chengqiu and his son, and did not involve innocent people, and the assets of the royal family were only confiscated from the royal family's father and son, and others could still keep their property. Luff nodded. What if they still refuse? Then you tell them that if you break Yubao, no matter how old you are, men, women, or children, you can kill them. Xiaoming said sharply. Luff responded, and immediately left for King Zuding. Ouyang Mu said at this time, His Royal Highness has a good plan in this way. His Royal Highness may be able to dismember the Wang family without blood, but the assassination of the princess is a serious crime. How can your highness change the penalty at will? This powerful person from other places seemed to have a particularly superior feeling when he arrived in his fief, and Ouyang Mu seemed to do the same. I will naturally tell my aunt about this matter. General Liang doesn't have to worry about it. If General Liang insists, he can let the Golden Warriors attack Yubao. This king won't mind. Ouyang Mu was suffocated. He could see that the princess still hoped that Xiaoming and the Wang family would suffer both losses, so he said so. Unexpectedly, Xiaoming was countered by Xiaoming. Ouyang Mu left angrily. Xiaoming sneered, and then said to Zhao Long, Go to the Qin family, tell the Wang family about the assassination of the princess, and then tell Qin Quan Yun Ben Wang hopes that he can make the Wang family so young. The crimes were listed one by one, and he cooperated with the king to eradicate the remnants of the royal family in the 6 states. Zhao Long nodded and rode away. The king's assassination of the princess quickly spread in Qingzhou City, and those who had close contact with the king's family were suddenly panicked all day long. It's just that their worries were superfluous. Soon a notice was posted at the gate of the city. This time, the unrelated person will not be punished, and the person who provided evidence of the crime in the Wang family will be rewarded. For a time, many people fell into trouble, beat down the dog, and reported the Wang family's crime to the government, and Xiaoming and Fan Zheng quickly printed these evidences into the next day's newspaper, all the crimes of the Wang family. These newspapers arrived in the 6 states and counties and villages on the second day. The people cheered after learning that the Wang family was convicted. Bookers are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 105 Secret Weapon 20 miles north of Qingzhou City. This is the location of the Wang's manor. At this time, a Yubao in the manor was full of Wang's trilogy. This Yubao is entirely made of rammed earth. The wall is 12 meters high and 5 meters thick. There are 4 arrow towers on the 4 corners of the wall. In the arrow tower, more than 10 archers aimed at the Qingzhou army outside the city. In the city, the Wang family's dealers and trilogy are busy back and forth, all preparing to defend Yubao's supplies. In Dayu, the local wealthy people generally have their own tribes, which, strictly speaking, are the servants of the wealthy people. Because the rich family has a large number of domestic servants, sometimes in order to resolve disputes between the rich family, the domestic servants are trained daily with simple weapons and armor. This has become a private soldier. In accordance with Xiaoming's order, Lu Fu and Ouyang Mu had surrounded Wu Bao Tuan at this time, and they also told the people in Wu Bao what Xiaoming said to him. But what ushered in is a tighter defense on Yubao. Lieutenant Lu, it seems that these thieves are going to fight desperately. What should I do now? Ouyang Mu was a little gloating. Lu glanced at Ouyang Mu. The Yubao outside Qingzhou City was the largest Yubao among the 6 states of the Wang family. If this Yubao is taken, the other Yubao should not be a concern. It is Wang Chengying's second brother, Wang Chengying, who is in Yubao. After learning that his brother and nephew had been arrested, he immediately entered Yubao and summoned the Wang family's children to defend Yubao. This doesn't have to worry about General Liang. The reason why your highness is doing this is just benevolence. He doesn't want to kill in vain. If I win this Yubao, it won't be a problem for me, Lu said. Ouyang Mu gave Lu a cold look. In that case, I will wait for Lieutenant Lu to take Yu Bao. Lu ignored him, but shouted at Wang Chengying, who was standing on the city gate. You have to think clearly. Don't kill the lives of the young and old in your family for yourself. Your Highness is forgiving, not forgiving you. If you want to die, I will send you to Huangquan Road. Bah! Do you think I would believe King Qi's nonsense? Surrendering is death, and not surrendering is death. He will not let our Wang family go. Wang Chengying shouted. This king originally wanted to let go of your royal family, but now I regret it, because you don't care about the life of the middle part of the family for your own sake. When the two were in a stalemate, Xiaoming's voice suddenly came. Lu confronted the Wang family in Yubao for 1 day and 1 night, and the next day he settled the matter of propagating the Wang family's crimes before rushing over. Xiaoming, our Wang family is not bad to you, why do you want to kill them all? Seeing Xiaoming, Wang Chengying said angrily. Wang Shaiji and his son were arrested too suddenly. Wang Chengying hasn't figured out why until now, but he understands that King Qi wants to deal with the Wang family. Why? 3 years ago, your royal family wanted to assassinate this king, Xiaoming said suddenly. How do you know? Wang Chengying was shocked. Wang Chengchu recruited all of them, and even your royal family and the barbarians secretly talked about it. It's no wonder that your royal family only lost a little money in 3 years. In these years, your royal family and the grassland have made a lot of money. Xiaoming sneered. Tao! Wang Chengying suddenly burst into cold sweat on his forehead, and his whole person was dumbfounded. These 2 counts were enough to cut Wang's family. The last reason Xiaoming was just talking nonsense, because Wang Chengcao's last sentence was inexplicable. Now it seems that he has guessed it right. The Wang family and the barbarians have been hooking up, and it's not clear. You talk nonsense. After returning to his senses, Wang Chengying quibbled. Xiaoming ignored him. The Wang family was a big clan. This Yu Bao was gathering many direct branches of the Wang family. It was precisely because of these people that many servants resisted. Wang Chengying, this king will say it for the last time. If you surrender, this king will not blame you and promise not to touch your assets. The same is true for others. But if you are still obsessed with understanding, don't blame this king for being ruthless. Flowing into a river, Xiaoming said loudly. It is one thing for Lu to communicate, but it is another thing for Xiaoming to say it himself. Wang's children on Yubao suddenly became a little commotion. They looked at the king's army, who were all wrapped in silver armor, and a huge fear spread in their hearts. The enemy defending Yubao this time is the king's army, not the barbarians. The barbarians will retreat if they cannot attack for a long time, and Lu will come to rescue. And they are now rebellious, facing not only the king's army led by Lu, but there may be reinforcements coming. Even if the king's army besieged and did not attack, Yu Bao would not be able to hold on after 3 months. After Xiaoming finished speaking, he stood with Lu, waiting for Wang Chengying's answer, but what he was waiting for was a sharp arrow. Wang Chengying picked up his bow and arrow and pointed it at Xiaoming. The sharp arrow fell at Xiaoming's feet. I really don't see the coffin without weeping. Xiaoming lost his patience. He wanted to have no blood and blood, but it seemed that he was still wishful thinking. Lu said, Your Highness, attack. Don't worry, you go and bring the slings from the camp. Xiaoming ordered. Ouyang Mi laughed. His Royal Highness is going to smash this earth wall with a sling? I'm afraid it won't be done in half a year. Hey, General Ouyang will know this king's methods in a while, so don't be scared at that time. Xiaoming smiled. After speaking, he whispered a few words to Zhao Long, and Zhao Long went to Yu reading www.yuukanzu.com. The sling in the King's Zoo camp is very old. Lu never used it, but Xiaoming said so. He still asked the soldiers to transport it. After waiting for an hour, a pure wooden catapult was brought over. This catapult had 4 wheels and a spoon-like rod behind it. The spoon structure was basically a circle of hemp rope. As soon as the catapult arrived, a donkey cart stopped in front of the crowd. On it were glass bottles with some transparent liquids. Wang Chengying has been guarding the wall with the Wang family trilogy, and his face is doubtful. Xiaoming now knows very well that the children of the Wang family in Yubao are definitely not monolithic. The bigger the family, the greater the contradiction. The reason why they refused to surrender was because they were afraid of Wang Chengying, who had been intimidated by him. But as long as their fear exceeds their fear of Wang Chengying, contradictions will be born. What Xiaoming has to do now is to create fear. He took a glass bottle filled with liquid from the carriage and put the glass bottle in the groove of the trebuchet. These glasses are very thin. It can be said that they shatter almost when they are touched. Yang Mu had a weird face. He had seen glass. This King Qi used glass to attack the city, and the world is no better. Without waiting for him to ridicule, he saw the rope loosened in the soldier's hand, and the glass bottle flew out instantly and flew straight to where Wang Chengying was. It's just that the sling can't work. The glass bottle leaned a lot, hitting the wall 2 meters to the left of Wang Chengying and exploded. Ah! Wang Chengying screamed. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in Yu Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 106. Inside defection. The strange atmosphere filled the battlefield. Lu Fu and Yang Mu looked at Wang Chengying on the wall of Wu Bao with horror. Amid the miserable cry, Wang Chengying's body was still faintly smoked, and this was what made them shocked. Hercraft. In the King's army, a soldier deliberately lowered the voice. Your Highness, this. Lu Fu looked hesitant, wanted to ask but didn't dare to ask. In ancient times, many things that could not be explained were usually classified as witchcraft. Now this situation is beyond their understanding. Ha ha ha. Do you want to say whether this king is capable of sorcery? Xiaoming laughed. He looked at the chaos of the Wang family's children on the wall of Yubao, and said, wait until this king takes Wang Chengying's head. Tell you. Yang Mu was surprised, but at this time he dared not say a few words. Through a glass bottle, Xiaoming ordered the soldiers to put the second and the third glass bottle into Yubao again, and the people who were touched by the liquid in the glass bottle cried out in pain. The King's army in the outer city still suspected that this was a magic technique, and feared in his heart, let alone the Wang family trilogy and Yubao. On the city wall, Wang Chengying held his left hand. There was pain as if being burned by fire. At this time, the place touched by the liquid was a little black. He looked at Xiaoming, who was indifferent under the city, and his fear spread in his heart, and at this time one after another such things flew in. Like him, everyone who was exposed to liquid looked exactly like him. What is this? Wang Chengying asked loudly. No one answered his question. In the eyes of the people around, they saw deep fear. At this moment, a private soldier of the royal family pointed at the city wall and shouted, look at the city wall. Everyone saw that the mud on the city wall that had been soaked with liquid was falling off layer by layer. This scene frightened more people. Seeing the reaction of the people in Yubao, Xiaoming deliberately shouted out, Lieutenant Lu, after the city is broken, no matter how old or young, no one will stay. Yes, Lu answered. Then he turned to face the sergeant and shouted, kill, 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 kill. Thousands of King's army roared in unison, and passed into Yubao like a rolling thunder, and it spread to the ears of no royal family in Yubao. Wang Chengying's face became paler and paler. He was holding a steel knife in his hand, but his body was trembling slightly, but at this time he had no turning back. At this moment, a man of the same age as Wang Chengying stepped onto the wall, walked to Wang Chengying's side, and said, second brother, surrender, there is no hope. King Qi just besieged us for half a year, and we can't stand it. Asshole, greedy rat generation. How elder brother teaches us, our king family has been in Kingzhou for hundreds of years. When we had our king family, there was no great Yu country. Today this Xiaoming wants to destroy our king family. Even if we die, we Yu must resist to the end. Wang Chengying said angrily, don't forget, there is also the Sun family. They will definitely send people to save our people. When that happens, we will fight back and forth, kill the faint king, and go to Kokukan together. The Sun family? Second brother, if the Sun family is here, will you wait a day if you come now? Wang Chenping persuaded each other bitterly. In this Yubao, his whole family is here, so he has to think for himself. Moreover, the trilogy in Yubao now had a lot of discussion after learning that Wang Chengqiu and his son had assassinated the princess. Coupled with Xiaoming's persuasion, many people had no intention of fighting. From the look in their eyes, Wang Chengping could see that the Wang family was gone, and if the city broke, these people would not resist. Now such a weird thing has been thrown into the city again, and many parts have already shown timidity. I believe that the Sun family will come. The Wang family and the Sun family will be in-laws for generations. If my Wang family is destroyed, will the Sun family last forever? Wang Chengying glared at Wang Chengping. Did you believe this faint king's words and prepare to surrender? When talking, Wang Chengying's steel knife pointed at Wang Chengping. If Wang Chengping made a mistake, he would have Wang Chengping splashed with blood for 5 steps. Second brother. Wang Chengping did not dare to say any more, and slowly backed away. Wang Chengqiu has always taken good care of Wang Chengying, because Wang Chengqiu and Wang Chengying are the same mother and father, but he is the real concubine, because his affection for Wang Chengying is not as deep as Wang Chengying. The Wang family is a big family, and there are many brothers of the same generation. Not just him. There are also 5 half-brothers of Wang Chengkao and Yu Bao. Slowly retreated from the city wall, and immediately 5 people surrounded Wang Chengping, and asked one after another, "Brother, how is it?" He is crazy, saying that he is waiting for the reinforcements of the Sun family. In my opinion, he will not surrender. Wang Chengping frowned and said. One of them said angrily, Wang Chengying is looking for death. We can't follow the funeral. There are not 300 to 500 King Zhu soldiers outside the city. There are more than 5,000 people. Moreover, the golden soldier is said to be the elite brought by the princess. Isn't it looking for death? Yes, there are too many weird things thrown in by King Qi. Many soldiers have been burned, and this thing can burn through the wall. We can't stand it for much time. Everyone, you say and I say, in the moments of life and death, what they value most is their own life. As for Wang Chengying, they don't have much emotion in their hearts when the Wang family is in full swing. The Wang Chengqiu brothers also despise them a lot. Wang Chengping was silent for a while, and said, "My eldest brother is getting angry now, and now my second brother's words are orders. What can I do?" Other people looked different when they heard the words and didn't know what they were thinking. But everyone seemed to think of a way, but everyone hesitated and didn't want to say it first. Outside the city, the King Zhu army shouted kill again and again, and everyone's expressions became more ugly. If the King Zhu army enters the city, there will be no more room for change. Wang Chengping finally said, "Everyone, there is only one way now. We have Wang Chengying to plead guilty to His Highness. His Highness might even think that he will do something to me and reward us." The thoughts of the remaining 5 people coincided with Wang Chengping's, and they nodded one after another. It was decided that at this time, the 6 people each led their most trusted servant to the tower. Wang Chengying, who was commanding on the wall, saw him. His expression changed drastically. "Wang Chengping, what do you want to do?" "Second brother, sorry, you want to die, but our wives and children don't want to die. Now we can only wrong you," Wang Chengping said loudly. Wang Chengying's chest was violently up and down, and he shouted to the soldiers on the wall, "Go on, kill these 6 rebels for me." His voice fell, and none of the soldiers moved. They have been terrified by the things Xiaoming kept throwing up. Everyone had the idea of surrender in their hearts, but no one picked the head. They kept suppressing it. Now that Wang Chengping is taking the lead, they immediately stand by Wang Chengping's side. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at for mobile users. Please visit read. Chapter 107. The Wang family fell. Xiaoming was full rebel, you rebels. On the khaki city wall, Wang Chengying looked around and saw all cold eyes. He stared at Wang Chengping with red eyes, and he held the steel knife in his hand and slashed. At this moment, the soldiers behind Wang Chengying immediately grabbed Wang Chengping and pressed Wang Chengping to the ground. A smile appeared at the corner of Wang Chengping's mouth. At this time, he stepped forward and shouted to Xiaoming below, "His Royal Highness, under Wang Chengping." Now that Wang Chengying has been taken down, This is really the fault of brother Wang Chengqiu. I can spare others to wait. Everything that happened on the city wall fell into the eyes of the people under the city. Luf laughed loudly, and Ouyang Mu's face was pale. A person who knows the current affairs is a brilliant man, and this king will fulfill his promise. Xiaoming's heart was very fast. The soldiers attacked the city as the next, and the soldiers were the best without fighting. Although he is not afraid to fight the Wang family, after all, King Zhu is now waiting to be thriving. Such a tossing will also hurt his vitality. Moreover, the information that Wang Chengqiu said was horrifying. If it was true, he would need to deploy heavy soldiers at the same time, one to defend against the barbarians and the other to defend against King Wei. Open the city gate. Wang Chengping shouted at this time, and the gate of Yubao squeaked open slowly. Enter the city, Xiaoming said excitedly. This is the first time he has faced a cold weapon war, so he can solve the Wang family's affairs without a sword. He still has a little sense of accomplishment. He was about to drive his horse into Yubao. Luf suddenly stopped him, and said in a deep voice, His Royal Highness, be careful of fraud. For safety's sake, the general will take people to confiscate their weapons. Xiaoming looked embarrassed. He still had too little experience. Luf meant it was obvious. If Wang Chengping lied to surrender, he would be finished. Staying in place, he watched Luf enter Yubao with 1,000 soldiers. After waiting for half an hour, a row of King Zhu soldiers occupied the city wall. One of the soldiers shouted, Your Highness, the city is safe. Relieved, Xiaoming and Ouyang Mu entered the city together. Yubao is relatively a scaled-down city with its own system, but it is more military-oriented. The Yubao of the Wang family is 300 meters long and wide, which is equivalent to the area of a modern middle school. Among them, granary, weapons, and housing are all equipped. Even if the outside of the city is isolated, it can be independently supported for 3 months or even half a year. Entering Yubao, Xiaoming saw Wang Chengping, who was by 5 flowers. Luf and Wang Chengping, who appeared on the wall, stood on both sides of Wang Chengping. Wang Chengping has seen His Royal Highness. Seeing Xiaoming coming, Wang Chengping immediately stepped forward to salute. Xiaoming nodded to Wang Chengping, and said faintly, The people of the Wang family should thank you. You saved their lives. Wang just believes in His Highness's wise martial arts, and he will keep his promise. Wang Chengping was worried, and now all of the Wang family's trilogy was disarmed. If Xiaoming repented at this time, they would have no resistance. Xiaoming smiled and said, What the king said will naturally be done. I will not kill you. Thank your highness. Wang Chengping breathed a sigh of relief. He hesitated and asked, Your highness, then the property of the Wang family? Luf on the side of coldly snorted, You are greedy. Your royal highness originally wanted to punish your 9 tribes. It was your royal highness who asked the princess to spare you. Now you are greedy, and you still worry about the royal family's wealth. Wang Chengping immediately pleaded guilty, and a cold sweat broke out behind his back. School Lieutenant Liu said that the grassroots are greedy. However, this king can let you get back the property in your own name, but the premise is that you will help this king solve Yubao in other states. When Luf's voice fell off, Xiaoming said suddenly, Wang Chengping is happy. He understands Xiaoming's idea is to let him organize the family property of the Wang family, and at the same time dissolve the trilogy in Yubao and other prefectures. In these years, Wang Chengqiu and his son occupied most of the Wang family's property, and they got very few. But even so, they can live the rest of their lives safely with these properties. I'm used to the days of pampering. If they are cleansed out of the house at this time, they will be starved to death if they are not killed. Such a rare opportunity, he naturally agreed. Since this is the case, you should handle this matter. This king will send someone to follow you, Xiaoming said. Wang Chengping left with the children of the Wang family. The Yubao of the Wang family was formally taken over by the King's Zhu army. It has to be said that the Wang family has been in business for many years. Apart from the city wall, this Yubao was somewhat insignificant, but other things were perfect. It was remodeled a bit, but it was another barracks. Successfully won the Wangzhou Yubao, Pang Yukun, who learned the news, arrived soon, and he needed to handle the remaining materials. Your Royal Highness's soldiers who defeated others without fighting are really powerful. After Pang Yukan learned the cause and effect, he had to admire it. Luffy asked cautiously at this time, His Royal Highness, what is in the bottle you let you throw? Why is it so horrible? This is sulfuric acid. I don't understand it after I told you. If it's okay to ask Lu Tong, let him tell you something, Xiao Ming said. Then he turned around and said to Pang Yukan, the Wang family has a lot of property. You still follow Wang Chengping to receive it, so that he won't do anything inside, especially the Wang family mine. Yes, Your Royal Highness, but Your Royal Highness still keeps Wang Chengping. Aren't you afraid of the Wang family's comeback? Pang Yukan said at this time. When the Wang family rises again, it is estimated that this king can wipe them out with a finger at that time. Xiao Ming smiled and said, and this king asked Wang Xuan, Wang Chengping is different from Wang Chengchu and Wang Chengying brothers. There is not much belonging, feelings, and the family property under their name is also very poor. Since then, they have been at most a wealthy family and cannot make a big storm. On the contrary, if the king kills them, people related to the king will have to fight to the death. Pang Yukan nodded, feeling relieved. Xiao Ming has really grown a lot during this period, and he knows how to take care of the overall situation. Wang family property, business is one thing, and the rest is the Wang family trilogy. These tribes are all slaves and servants purchased by the royal family. They were formerly led by the royal family, and now the royal family has died. These people have not gone out. He pondered for a while, and decided to hand over these parts to Lif and fill them in the army. After all, these people have also been trained. His Royal Highness, I will take these people away. Lif laughed. Because these people are still slaves, they still have no freedom. They used to live by the Wang family, but now they don't know how to survive without the Wang family. So now that they are charged into the army, they give a sigh of relief, so that they at least have a bite to eat. The Wang family trilogy in Yubao adds up to a total of more than 2,000 people. These people are usually villagers and soldiers when they fight. They are very similar to the construction corps. However, these ideas may still be problematic for the time being, but the military has a long history. They are dedicated to this book. Friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all available for mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 108 Strike While the Iron is Hot. Kingzhou South Gate. Xiao Ming took a group of Kingzhou officials to see off Princess Pinyin. As eye-catching as when she came, Princess Pinyin was still eye-catching when she left. Wang's affairs. Xiao Ming told Princess Pinyin all last night that Princess Pinyin's reaction was very cold, as if she had just pinched an ant. However, the trip to Kingzhou this time had a knot. Princess Pinyin seemed unwilling to stay in Kingzhou anymore, so she was going to Jinling City the next day. Xiao Ming prepared some Kingzhou wine, perfume, soap, and of course glass for Princess Pinyin. Thanks to her coming this time, he had the opportunity to get rid of the Wang family. Compared with this, he harvested more, but the food in the Lusu granary of the Wang family was enough to keep the Kingzhou army from worrying about food in the next few years. In addition to food, the Wang family also has a large amount of farmland, cattle, mines, and slaves. All these family properties were confiscated. It was really the Wang family that fell and ate him. His Royal Highness, the Wang family has now fallen, and there are 3 remaining, but this time the Sun family did not support the Wang family. It is really strange, otherwise we have an excuse to wipe out the Sun family, Pang Yukan said. At this point, Xiao Ming was also a little surprised. The Sun family did not move, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. This was a posture of watching the fire from the shore. It can only be said that the people of the Sun family are not stupid, otherwise they will end up like the Wang family. Xiao Ming said slowly, His Royal Highness, what should I do with the remaining 3? Pang Yukan asked at this time, and he wanted to get it all done once and for all. This time Xiao Ming eradicated the Wang family in one fell swoop. At that time, these people were still unable to react, but it is estimated that they will be able to recall it soon. He said, no hurry. The remaining 3 companies are no more than the Wang family. We can easily deal with it. It depends on whether they are aware of current affairs. Pang Yukan nodded. He understood what Xiaoming meant. If they disbanded the trilogy, handed over Yu Bao, and be a wealthy businessman with peace of mind, King Zhu would be able to accommodate them. Looking at the carriage that Princess Pinyin was leaving, Xiaoming sighed lightly. The most taboo of those in power was that they had armed forces that were not under their control. Xiaoming is the same. He can bear these tycoons doing business. No matter how much money they make, it doesn't matter. There is only one thing that can't threaten his rule. This time, with the help of the Wang family, he wanted to change the habit of raising the tribe of the rich and powerful families in one fell swoop. Talking about this issue with Pang Yukan, he returned to Kingzhou City with a group of officials. At this time, after walking out of the carriage for several miles, Princess Pinyin raised the curtains and looked at Kingzhou City from a distance. She said to Ouyang Yu, "Why do I always feel that something is wrong? It seems that this palace has let King Qi use it." Ouyang Yu was silent along the way. At this time, he said, "His Royal Highness, this general is not clear, but King Qi is definitely not easy." At the time of Wang's Yu Bao, King Qi was not at all reckless as he was 5 years ago, but was good at forbearing. Without blood, he solved the powerful family of the fief. He did have 2 sons. If you say so, I feel that I have been tricked by this nephew. Hey, maybe Xiaoming did the opposite and made this palace believe in the Wang family. The murderer who assassinated the palace. Princess Pinyin sighed. Ouyang Mu said, "If this is the case, when we return to Chang'an, we will sue the king of Qi to the emperor." He, what you think is too simple. Now that there is no proof, we will prove it. Princess Pinyin yawned lazily, lowered the curtains, and said secretly, "If you give Xiaoming a few more years, this great Yugo, I am afraid that the battle for the throne will have different variables again, which is interesting." At the same time, the Qin family in Kingzhou City. Qin Quanyan was not excited by the demise of the Wang family. On the contrary, when Wang Chengchu and Wang Chengying were beheaded in the East Market, he only felt a chill behind his back, as if he would be on the guillotine next time. "Father, what should we do now?" Looking at Qin Quanyan, who was pacing back and forth in the house, Qin Mu asked with trepidation. He saw the Kingzhou generation King Chengchu's head fall with his own eyes. He hasn't forgotten Wang Chengchu's dead eyes. Qin Quanyan stopped. "What else can you do? Don't you still see the mind of His Highness? What he wants is that no one in his fief can threaten his rule. The Wang family is against him in secret. It's clear. This time it was killing chickens and monkeys." "Father, will the Qin family be the next one?" Qin Mu asked tremblingly. Qin Quanyan was silent, gritted his teeth, and said, "No, we definitely can't be a king. You and I will go to see your highness now." Qin Mu nodded, and followed Qin Quanyan towards the Qi palace. On the way, the two met Xiaoming, who had returned. "His Royal Highness, Qin is guilty." Qin Quanyan knelt on the ground with a thump when seeing Xiaoming. On the street, Qin Quanyan's kneeling made many business people stay and watch the excitement. Xiaoming glanced at Qin Quanyan and his son, and said, "You two get up. This big crowd, what kind of style is it? What's the matter? Let the king go back to the palace and talk about it." Pang Yukan nodded secretly. It seems that Qin Quanyan has an afterthought, and now he has a recollection. Everyone returned to the palace. Xiaoming and Pang Yukan met the Qin family father and son together in the main hall. Now Xiaoming is ready to directly put the policy of weakening the wealthy on the table, because the balance or power has changed. Outside Qin, "What makes you so nervous?" Xiaoming knew the consultant. "The grass people are guilty, and the tribes are not strictly controlled. Many people in the 6 states have violated the law. Please also your highness to punish them." Qin Quanyan looked sad. Pang Yukan and Xiaoming looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Pang Yukan said, "Besides the Qin member, you should not be oblivious. The purpose of your visit this time is nothing more than to fear that the Qin family and the Wang family will end in the same way." Qin Quanyan was startled, and then slowly nodded. Qin Mu knelt down in front of Xiaoming and said, "His Royal Highness, the Koman used to be so disrespectful, and he should be called brothers and sisters to His Highness. It is really good. Get up, Xiaoming said lightly. Since you are here, it is naturally clear that there are disobedient and powerful people on the ground that this king cannot tolerate. King Kuan-Yun and Qin Mu nodded at the same time. Xiaoming continued, this king is not a good killer, otherwise thousands of people in the Wang family have already fallen to the ground. You are the people of this king. If you are willing to live on the fief in peace, this king will naturally not be right. How about you? The severance of the trilogy. Return the land that occupied the people, and do business in the fief in peace from now on. Your Qin family will be safe. In the past, the rich family not only monopolized the economic lifeline of the fief, but also participated in government affairs. Many officials in the 6 states did things for them. Now Xiaoming has isolated the conditions for them to participate in government affairs. From then on, they are just businessmen. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at .mtl-novel.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 109. Popular desire. His Royal Highness Komin obeyed. King Kuan-Yun feels sad, but helpless. The trilogy is the main reason for the rich family to spread the country. Once the trilogy is dismissed, they will lose the name of the noble family, and can no longer dominate. Pang Yukan said at this time, King Kuan-Yun, in general, you have done a lot of things for your highness, and your highness still trusts you. I hope that your Qin family will set an example in this matter. King Zhu will issue a government order soon. Civilians do not allow private soldiers in any situation. This sentence made King Kuan-Yun feel a little more comfortable. To survive or perish, King Kuan-Yun must choose one at this time. The lessons learned from the king's family are right in front of him. He said, thank your highness for your kindness, and Komin promises that from now on, the Qin family will be divided into your highness to do things. Waved his hand, Xiaoming signaled that King Kuan-Yun and his son could leave. When the two of them left the main hall, Xiaoming said, I will let Li San's people stare, to see if the Qin family's yin is against the sun. If King Kuan-Yun is sensible, the Qin family is a local merchant worthy of support and a foreign merchant. After all, he is not the same as the king, and he needs to be restrained by local merchants. King Kuan-Yun is not as good at making judgments as Wang Chenko, and he is not courageous, otherwise he will not be suppressed by the Wang family for so many years. Pang Yukan said, I hope King Kuan-Yun will do it. In this way, the Sun family and the Wei family will also. It's logical. Yes, by the way, a large part of the royal family's property was taken over, and many of the royal family's slaves were also forced to sell themselves. You can find these people, and when they return their free bodies, return the property together. Pang Yukan smiled at the corner of his mouth. His Royal Highness, rest assured, other things can be put on hold, and the officials will do it quickly. Sent Pang Yukan away, Xiaoming sent someone to find Fan Zheng. This matter of arranging for the local tyrants to divide the land will naturally be publicized with great fanfare, so as to win the hearts of the people. Since ancient times, people have risen up for the land, so it is also the direction of the people. In addition to the royal family's property, he has successively issued government orders to return the field to the people, ordering the rich and powerful families in the fief to return all the illegal property to the people. The next day, Fan Zheng printed these contents in the newspaper. The newspaper followed the newsboys to the 6 states, which immediately caused an uproar among the people. One of these is naturally a matter of the royal family, and the people are most concerned about the decision of the wealthy family to return their possessions. It's really happy. This king's family occupies a lot of fertile land along the Chuojiang River in our village. Now we can finally get it back. Zhujia village. The villagers surrounded reporters who would arrive on time at noon every day. Since the establishment of the newspaper, this newsboy has been abandoned. These scholars who walked around with newspapers have an elegant name. No, my 5 acres of fertile land was occupied by the royal family. At that time, I went to ask for it and was beaten by the villain of the royal family. God opened his eyes. The king of Qi is becoming more and more wise. If this property can be obtained, I took the sheep of my house and gave it to his royal highness. Thank him. a villager said. Zhu Liu was also in the crowd. He grinned and smiled. The Wang family is gone. He has no cattle herding, but his family also has land taken by the Wang family. If he can return, he can divide the land. In this way, farming for 2 or 3 years, this day will be comfortable. Thousands of King Qi. Thinking of this, Zhu Liu felt happy and suddenly shouted. In an instant, the entire threshing floor was quiet, and all the villagers in Zhujia village looked at Zhu Liu. Zhu Liu suddenly didn't dare to speak, and looked at the people around him with some fear. The king of Qi, chitters, chitters, chitters. When he was puzzled, everyone suddenly shouted enthusiastically. The scholar in the middle of the threshing floor looked at the people of Zhujia village who were excited and was also infected, and cheered with the people. The purpose of several decree in the newspaper is very clear, and that is to attack the rich family of the fief. For many poor families, they know the dangers of wealthy families to the country of Dau, but it is a pity that the country of Dau is ruled by them. In any place, the government always maintains their interests. Is also only here, and only King Qi dared to be the first to strangle the rich and eliminate the parasitic tumors in the fief. He and the people have similar thoughts. The people want to live and work in peace and work, not to be bullied by the rich, to eat well, to dress warmly, to marry relatives, and to support children. And a poor student like him wants to be treated fairly in the imperial examination, measured by his personal talents, not his family background. In other places in Dau, he can't see hope. As he reads newspapers daily and collects public opinion, he gradually feels that perhaps only King Qi can achieve all this. In order to achieve this day, he is willing to work tirelessly every day to spread the news in the newspaper to every corner of the fief. The news in the newspaper also spread to the wealthy families in Kingzhou. Unlike the common people, they were plunged into panic. The lessons of the Wang's foresight are in front, which sounded a wake-up call for them, and at the same time conveyed a message that Qi Wang's fief will no longer be a place where they arbitrarily act to live here. We must abide by King Zhu's rules. Law order. In the next few days, an even more shocking news came from the newspaper. The Qin family took the initiative to write an article in the newspaper and decided to return all the occupied land and restore the status of beloved people, partly because of losing their land. At the same time, the Wu-Bao of the Qin family in the 6 states will be taken over by the Kingzhou army of each state, and the Qin family tribe will be officially demobilized and incorporated into the Kingzhou army. One after another 2 of Kingzhou's leading wealthy families was destroyed, and the other took the initiative to accept the decree issued. This is like an earthquake for the wealthy families in each state. A strange atmosphere is also permeating Lusut Kingzhou Dudu's mansion. Xiaoming has been handling government affairs here for the past 2 weeks. Since the decree was delivered to the 6 states, the governor's office has been paying attention to the situation in the 6 states. The Qin family chose to compromise, but Xiaoming didn't think everyone would compromise. There will be a few people who are not afraid of death everywhere. After all, when this decree comes out, it means that he officially declares war on all the rich and powerful families in the fief. His Royal Highness, member can send invitations to invite you and me, General Luf and others to the Qin mansion together. He said that this time he invited a lot of wealthy families close to the Qin family, and they are willing to obey His Royal Highness's orders like him. Pang Yukan delivered an invitation. Qin Quanyan was the first to respond to the decree, and Xiaoming naturally had a better impression of the Qin family, and he felt that the child was teachable. Opened the invitation and looked at it. He smiled and said, Qin Quanyan is very courteous this time. It's really courteous. But I'm afraid it will be a Hongman banquet this time. Suddenly a cold voice came from outside the door. Welcome to read the latest, fastest and hottest serial works. All LAT mobile phone users please go to read Chapter 110 Undercurrent. Li San. Pang Yukan and Xiaoming looked out and saw Li San walk in. Last time, Wang Xuan suffered a lot of crimes in the prison. When Dongxi beheaded, Wang Xuan was replaced by a death row. Because of the disheveled spread along the way, and the focus of the execution was Wang Chengqiu, Wang Xuan was not overly concerned, but Wang Xuan was still at home because of his injuries. This secret guard is temporarily in charge of Li San. Li San approached and said, His Royal Highness, the next official is here for this matter. Your Royal Highness must not go to Qin's house. Why? Li San's expression was serious, which gave Xiaoming an uncomfortable feeling. Following His Royal Highness's orders, the secret guard has been monitoring the great clans these days. These days, many tribes from the rich clans have entered Qingzhou city. This time Qin Kuan-Yun invited His Highness to a banquet. Not what he thought. It was a request made by the rich family who came to visit. Li San said. Pang Yukan's expression changed. In addition to the four big families of the Wang family, Sun family, Qin family, and Wei family, there are still many other small and powerful families in the land of 6 states. This decree also involves their interests. The sword is out of its sheath and can't be taken back. Since they want to wrestle with this king will let them see how powerful it is. Some people can use it to make them bleed while others can only use swords to make them bleed. Xiaoming slapped the table fiercely. Since they are going to put on a feast, we will do our best to catch all these rich people. Pang Yukun said nervously, Your Highness, don't do it. You are trying to risk it, and now Your Highness can't make any mistakes, otherwise it will be the love of the loved ones. Your Highness, Pang Qingshi is right, you can't take risks. Li San also persuaded, if you don't enter the tiger's den, you won't get a tiger. These rich people are cancerous tumors on the land of the king. This time is an opportunity to eradicate the disobedient ones in one fell swoop. Otherwise, what reason does the king have to cut and remove them one by one in the future? Xiaoming has made his mind. If these potential threats are not eliminated, he will not be able to sleep peacefully. But how does Your Highness guarantee his own safety? Seeing Xiaoming's attitude, Pang Yukun had to plan a way to make Xiaoming retreat. Xiaoming is not a fool. These tycoons will most likely threaten him at the banquet, ask him to cancel the government order, or die. This is a game between him and the rich family. Whoever loses will withdraw from the historical stage of Qingzhou forever. It's very simple. Changing the place of the banquet means that it is very boring in Qin's family. It is better to let them go out of the city with the king to enjoy the spring, drink wine and enjoy the scenery. Xiaoming said lightly. Pang Yukun and Li San looked at each other and said, His Royal Highness did not play the cards according to common sense. This is an idea. Then, we will have time to arrange them. That's right. Our secret guard can also arrange for someone to mix in with the accompanying servants to protect Your Highness secretly. Li San said. If that's the case, let's do it this way. These tycoons who are so eager to intimidate this king will definitely not give up this opportunity. Outside the city, they will think it is easy to start. Xiaoming said. After making the decision, Pang Yukun carefully considered the location of Takhun, and left the Dudu mansion while discussing with Li San. Speaking of it, Xiaoming himself was also a little worried. After all, he was not an invulnerable Nizar, but this time was indeed an excellent time to lead the snake out of the hole. After all, there is no shop after passing this village, and if these strangers are hidden in his fief, it will be even more worrying. Pang Yukun and 2 of them went to make preparations by themselves. Xiaoming thought that he had to do some protection too. He thought it was better to wear breastplates this time. This breastplate is naturally the protective equipment that Xiaoming asked the equipment department to create for himself. It can be worn in a pair without being noticed by outsiders. He wants to wear plate armor in the past, but that is too obvious. News of the change of location soon reached the Qin family, and Qin Kuan-Yun smiled and said, Your Majesty, Your Highness seems to be in a good mood. He said that tomorrow is going to spring with you by the riverside of Xiaoqing. It is better for us to eat this banquet today. In the Qin family compound, there are always more than 30 people from the 6 states, large and small, including the Sun family and the Wei family. Upon hearing this news, many people looked disappointed. At this time, Sun Yuanzai said, Brother Qin, this is not necessary. Since Your Highness is not coming, I won't have to wait for Brother Qin to spend money. After all, brothers can spend these days. A lot can be lost. Qin Kuan-Yun's expression stiffened. He didn't feel distressed if he didn't mention this. When Sun Yuanzai mentioned this, He thought of the farm and Niu Bao he had handed over again. Sun Yuanzai showed an unobtrusive smile, and he went on to say, "Farewell, we will get together another day." Get together again another day. While talking, more than 20 tycoons bowed their hands to Qin Quan Yun Yao, and followed Sun Yuanzai out of the Qin family courtyard. Wei Hong walked up to Qin Quan Yun at this time and said, "This Sun Yuanzai still looks arrogant. The Wang family is gone, and I don't know what else he can do. I guess it's because I saw us grab the top spot in responding to the government order I was upset. Qin Quan Yun suddenly laughed. Outside the door, Sun Yuanzai and the wealthy people didn't go far, so they stopped in front of a residential house, watched left and right without anyone following, and a group of people went straight into the residential house. Except Member Sun. Did King Qi notice it? If so, let's run away. How are we opponents of the King Zhu army? One person worried. Escape? Where do you escape? Don't you want your house and property? One person retorted. Then wait for death like this? Money is more important or life is more important? In the room, the group immediately became a quarrel. Everyone, don't quarrel. Sun Yuanzai suddenly yelled, "My Sun Yuanzai has endured the humiliation so far to avenge the king's members." Watching the Wang family's Niu Bao besieged, my Sun family did not mobilize one person and one horse, so it was not paralyzed. King Qi, run now. Are you worthy of the dead king? Don't forget, you and the Wang family are more or less related by marriage. You, Sun Yuanzai, don't use this to threaten us, someone complained. HMPH, you can go. But my Sun Yuanzai will not stop, to see if your highness will bypass you then. There was a trace of madness in Sun Yuanzai's eyes. Everyone was silent immediately. The use of the banquet to intimidate the assassination of King Qi was originally Sun Yuanzai's secret frustration. According to the plan, they will suddenly attack the princes at the dinner tonight. When the time comes to control the life and death of King Qi in their hands, King Qi can withdraw the decree and become a puppet of the wealthy family from now on. Book friends are welcome to visit and read the latest, fastest and hottest. The serialized works are all at for mobile users. Please go to read Chapter 111. Yushin E. Since Member Sun said so, now that His Royal Highness has changed places, what should we do next? Haven't all our calculations been frustrated these days? Asked an old man wearing a square scarf. Hua Lao said, very much. What should I do next? You just talk about it. Someone echoed. Sun Yuanzai sneered. The people from Qi Wang Chai said that the place to go to spring is the Lotus Pond by the Xiaoqing River. Every year there are many people in Qingzhou City where they go to play. There is still a small forest there. Tonight we saw he ambushed the people and horses, waiting for King Qi to arrive tomorrow. In this way, I think the odds of winning outside the city are better. After all, we don't have many parts in the city these days. Another person said, it's true. Outside the city, I can assemble all of the Sun's tribes, plus the people sent by the crowd. There are more than 1,000 people. At that time, it was difficult for King Qi to fly. Sun Yuanzai snorted. But what if this is the trap set by the King of Qi? There are still people worried. I have sent someone to stare at the Qingzhou camp. If there is a turmoil, then he will not move. You can rest assured now, Sun Yuanzai said. Everyone nodded their heads and dispersed. There are other wealthy families outside the city waiting for news from them. Now the plan has changed and they need to start again. After Sun Yuanzai and others left, a man sneaked out from the back of the house. He looked in the direction where Sun Yuanzai and others had left, and headed straight for the Dudu mansion. Sun Yuanzai, Qi Palace. Xiaoming frowned deeply when he heard the news. His Royal Highness, this Sun Yuanzai has always been good at forbearance. It seems that he did not make a move last time. He knew that he would not succeed. This time, he was going to surprise His Highness. Pang Yukun and Li San both arrived at the Qi Palace. This king thought he was afraid, but now it seems that the dog can't change it. Xiaoming sighed. Pang Yukun said, His Royal Highness, the Sun family and the Wang family have been in-laws for generations. This relationship makes the Sun family naturally different from other rich families. The rich family who participated this time are more or less related to the Wang family. Pang Chengshi, Your Majesty, let these things slow down. Now I'm still discussing how to deal with tomorrow's affairs. The secret guard has only more than 30 people now. If the Sun family participates, this matter will be troublesome. Li 3 worried. Pang Yukun looked at Xiaoming at this time, but if you use the King's army, you will inevitably stun the snakes. I think these tycoons must be staring at the King's army at this time. Well, this is indeed a problem. Xiaoming also had a headache. There is no King's army. He went to a banquet, which was basically to die. After pondering for a while, Pang Yukun suddenly said, "Wait, I have something to do." "Pang Chengshi, please tell me," Xiaoming said. Pang Yukun said, "His Royal Highness, the equipment department seems to be sending a batch of newly forged equipment to Kingsu camp today. At this time, it is better to come to a Minxiu plank road to secretly Chenkang." Xiaoming suddenly realized, "You mean to let the slaves who transport equipment go in, and then let the Kingsu army disguise as slaves to come out, so as to secretly transfer the Kingsu army out?" "Exactly. In this way, people and equipment can be brought out. After all, these equipment are all packed in boxes," Pang Yukun said. Li San clapped his hands and said, "Well, just how many Kingsu troops can handle this?" "There should not be too many people, 500 people are enough." Xiaoming believes the slaves transporting equipment need hundreds of people to go back and forth at a time, which is just right. The 3 people agreed on the matter, and Li San sent someone to the equipment department to arrange the arrangement. On that day, 500 Kingsu sergeants entered the city from Kingsu Ding. Luf also came to the Qi Palace in the evening. These Graps, a certain family must chop their heads this time. When Luf learned of the rich family's plan, he immediately cursed. Pang Yukun said, "Lieutenant Lu, the safety of your highness lies in your hands this time. If your highness has 3 and 2 short, you and I will judge yourself to thank the world." Luf sternly said, "A certain family is a well-rounded servant who has to protect his life. A certain family has long been unaccustomed to seeing these wealthy families. If it weren't for such a wealthy family who would not send troops for personal gain 3 years ago, the King's army would not be broken, having damaged so many soldiers, and now His Royal Highness is going to kill their heads. A certain family is absolutely unambiguous." Pang Yukun nodded. The 4 discussed the next steps again, and then they were ready to leave. When they arrived outside the hall, Li San paused and looked at a servant who was leaving in a hurry. But he still followed Pang Yukun and others to leave the Qi Palace. The night fell gradually, and the hustle and bustle of the day disappeared without a trace, and it became a silence. In the huge city, there were only occasional barking and yelling. The moon hung on the treetops, and under the silver moonlight, it left a mottled light on the ground. When the entire city seemed to be asleep, a black figure sneaked out of the small door in the backyard of the Qi Palace. Hid himself in the dark along the root of the wall. The black figure quickly ran in the direction of the Sun family compound. "Qizhi, where are you going so late?" Suddenly a voice sounded in the dark night, and then 5 people appeared and surrounded the black figures. The black figure was taken aback. Reading www.uukanzu. When Com saw that it was Li San, he seemed to be relieved and said, "It's Li San. I was bored in the mansion and I came out to get my breath away. These days, if you don't go to any place in the mansion to do errands, the servants in the mansion are envious. You, permeable, Kingsu City has a curfew every night, don't you know?" Li San said lightly. "What this said, didn't you come out?" Qizhi's eyes rolled around, and the 5 people forced him into the corner at this time. Li San sneered and said, "I came out to look for the ghost in your highness. Hee, I didn't expect this matter to still make me the top spot. Wang Xuan is out of play." "What kind of ghost, Li San? You have misunderstood," Qizhi explained. What else is there to explain? Going 300 meters ahead is the Sun's compound. You walked a long way, take him down," Li San shouted. The remaining 4 people listened to the order and immediately rushed forward. Li San picked up the stick in his hand and pointed at Qizhi. Qizhi snorted and fainted immediately. "I want to inform Sun Yuanzai, I want to be beautiful," Li San said. "I take this person to the secret guard prison. Fortunately, I am clever. Otherwise, The affairs of your highness will be ruined tomorrow." The accompanying subordinates admired. "Leader Li, you are really amazing. How do you know that this person is a ghost?" "We haven't found out for so long." "I didn't doubt him at first. This person had a good relationship with me when he was in the palace. I never listed him as a skeptic. If I hadn't seen some peach petals on his feet, I would not doubt." "Yes, there is only a row of peach blossoms outside the main hall in this palace." You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in You Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to Read. Chapter 112. Layout exactly. There are peach petals under his feet. He must have stayed outside the main hall, so I guessed that he must go out to inform the news tonight, but I really guessed it. Li San looked at Qizhi viciously. "The commander is really wise, and His Royal Highness can choose the commander from among the many families, so it should be. How can he only do some sneaky things like this person?" One flattered. Li San showed his face, glanced at the man appreciatively, and said modestly, "If you talk about wise martial arts, it's Our Highness." Now I can finally see that His Highness used to beg for everything in Kingzhou just to be able to catch all these rich people today. Isn't it? This forbearance lasts for 5 years, and it's only now that it has shown its sharp edge. "The concentration of Our Highness is really amazing," another person said. Then someone said, "Following such a highness, it is not impossible for Our Highness to fight for the throne in the future." The man didn't dare to say anything before he finished speaking, but Li San and the others all looked at him. Li Sansu said, "Don't talk nonsense about this. Your Royal Highness is now hiding your powers and you don't want to participate in these things. You are my people. Just talk in front of me. If you chew your tongue outside, don't blame me for cutting him." Tongue. The 4 of them were silent at once, and they all nodded. After observing the surroundings, Li San said, "You two will take the people away first. You two will follow me out of the city during the night. Your Royal Highness has made wrong preparations. These tycoons must have their own plans. Tonight we will explore their arrangements." "Yes," the 4 people answered, and they took Qizhi away, and the other 2 followed Li San to the outside of the city. Arrived at the gate of the city, showed the token, and the 3 of them went out of the gate to the lotus pond outside the city. This lotus pond is a beautiful place in Kingzhou. A tributary of the Xiaoqing River leads to it. A place surrounded by woods and green grass forms a clear lake with hundreds of meters from north to south. Li San and others came to this place. Under the moonlight, the dim light could see things, and the 3 of them did not take the official road, but shuttled through the woods on both sides of the official road. After traveling for more than 20 miles, they saw the lotus pond glowing with silver light from a distance, and also saw a lot of black shadows coming and going in the moonlight. The 3 of them kept moving forward in secret. At this time the 3 of them were lying on the ground and watching. In the Bowen Academy, Xiaoming taught Li San's investigative skills and anti-reconnaissance knowledge. On the way to the lotus pond, Li San did not take a straight approach. In places without forest cover, he took an S-shaped route. In case of being caught by someone, this would prevent the opponent from quickly judging his own destination. And when the 3 of them were walking, they didn't walk together, but after they were scored, they were separated by a long distance, often lying on the ground to listen to the surrounding movement. "Commander, there are at least thousands of people in this number," one person asked softly. Li San frowned. "This is trouble. Can your 500 people handle so many people?" "Let's go back and tell your highness," one person said. "Don't worry, wait a while, we want to get the most accurate information," Li San said. The 3 of them continued to lie down on the ground. After midnight, all the people around the lotus pond swarmed into the woods on the south side of the lotus pond. About 1,300 people. At this time, Li San returned to Kingzhou City with the 2 of them. Tomorrow is the day to travel in spring. This Hongmen feast made Xiaoming stay up all night. Not long ago, he was just an otaku who beat his hands in the laboratory, but now he has to undergo a cruel test like a prince. Was also the first time he faced such a dangerous scene. Said that it is false not to be afraid, but he knew that he had to go. This is the experience a prince must go through. Now his identity does not allow him to shrink back. In the dynasty changes throughout the ages, those who have survived are talented, broad-minded, and brave. He can easily create an industrial dynasty, but he really should learn to rule the fief, otherwise everything he created will only become the wedding dress of others. This time he took the initiative to go to the banquet, one to lead the snake out of the cave, but also to establish his own image in King Zhu, and the other dared to try his own risks, fearless the prince. Only in this way, both officials and the people can truly admire him from the heart, and they will have an image of King Qi that makes them worthy of allegiance. After all, who would be loyal to a timid and insignificant person, and a person to remove the rich and righteous? Task is different. Moreover, in his opinion, the purpose of the founding Prince Xiao Yuanzai of the Great Yu Kingdom was to select a sufficiently good heir. He didn't care about the fight between his descendants, because the winner is the king, the loser is a fight for the throne. What qualifications does the prince who lost in China have to control a huge empire? Therefore, there are many of his brothers and sisters who are talented. If you want to fight them, you also need to sharpen yourself and let yourself see the big scene. Otherwise, if the sword is pointed, you will be scared to pee immediately, then it will be laughable and generous. While he was thinking about, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door, and then Li San's voice came. His Royal Highness, Sun Yuanzai ambushed more than 1,000 people in the grove of the Lotus Pond. Li San said. Xiao Ming has not slept, just waiting for news from Li San. Hearing this, he opened the door and Li San walked in. More than 1,000 people? Xiao Ming asked again. Yes, there should be no more than 1,500 people. Li San said. Well, I didn't expect that Sun Yuanzai would have laid down the capital this time. I am afraid that all the parts are in it. Xiao Ming sneered. Li San was worried. His Royal Highness should think about it carefully. This matter is not a trifle. The arrow is on the string. I have to send it. Xiao Ming was also a little worried, but now that things have happened, he can only bite the bullet. You quickly invite Lieutenant Lu and Pang Qingxi to discuss countermeasures. Li San answered, turned and left. Not long after, Lu and Pang Yukan arrived at the Qi Palace. Learning about Li San's situation, Lu said, His Royal Highness, if this is the case, during the banquet, we can ambush the King's army on the north side. Li San said that no one enters the woods on the north side, but there is grassland in front of the woods on the south side. Generally speaking, the banquets are in this place. The woods on the north side are hundreds of meters away from the Lotus Pond. I am afraid that the rescue will not be possible, Pang Yukan said. Lu grinned and said, this time I will bring more than 30 elites to protect your highness. It is not a problem to insist for a while. Pang Yukan was silent, but looked at Lu. Xiao Ming sighed. Lieutenant Lu, this king's wealth and life can be handed over to you. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 113. One trigger. In the early morning, the first rays of dawn shone through the morning glow on the oil paper windows of the Qi Palace, and the servants of the palace became busy. Xiao Ming, who barely closed his eyes overnight, woke up early, and Li San was arranging a servant who would go to a banquet with Xiao Ming. In Takhan, a feudal king would naturally take many servants to follow, so Li San placed a lot of secret guards in these servants. In addition to Lu's 30 elites, there were more than 20 secret guards mixed in the servants to protect Xiao Ming's safety. Everything in the Prince of Qi's mansion seemed very peaceful, but Lu and Pang Yukan were already busy. Last night, the King's army had left the city and laid ambush in the woods, and he arranged how to make the cavalry of the King's army rush to rescue quickly. Ancient wars were similar to gang fights on the street, and a battle lasted a long time. As long as it is guaranteed that Xiao Ming will not be controlled by the wealthy in the first place, the King's army can delay a long time. Time gradually reached noon, and Xiao Ming set off surrounded by his servants. On the grass on the south side of the Lotus Pond, Qin Quan Yun had already asked his servants to prepare the ingredients for the banquet that day, just waiting for everyone to arrive. When Xiaoming arrived, Qin Quinyan, Sun Yuanzai and others were all there, and many tycoons were sitting on the grass and chatting. "Your Highness, you are here." Qin Quinyan saw Xiaoming and walked over eagerly. Seeing this, other wealthy families got up and saluted. Was led by Qin Quinyan to sit on the main seat. Xiaoming responded one by one, and then said, "Sit down, everyone." Pang Yukan was sitting around Xiaoming at this time, and 30 guards wearing plate armor were on both sides. Sun Yuanzai glanced at these fully armored King's army, and smiled. "His Royal Highness, today's banquet is a banquet for us and His Royal Highness to transform the battle into a jade silk feast. After that, I will disband the trilogy and return the property." Now these soldiers are on the side. It's a bit broken and elegant. Without waiting for Xiaoming to speak, Luf said, "Member Sun is too worried about it. Even if Member Sun goes out, he will carry his guardian, King Qi, a daughter of a daughter, and it is extremely simple to travel with only 30 guards." Lieutenant Lu said that. Qin Quinyan flattered, "His Royal Highness is a dignified prince." A few days ago, Her Royal Highness went on a trip with more than 1,000 guards. These people are not worth making a fuss about, so let's worry too much. Sun Yuanzai looked arrogant. When Xiaoming came here, in his opinion, Xiaoming had already fallen into the palm of his hand, so he would say something rude. At this time, he consciously doesn't need to be on the knees of slaves. For him, he has a plan. The Sun family, the Wang family have been married for many generations, and the Wang family's secret activities are naturally the same. The Sun family naturally did not participate in it. Because of this, he knew that if Xiaoming found out about the Wang family's affairs, their Sun family would be bound to die. And the wealthy clan he was intimidated by him this time didn't know that he was just Sun Yuanzai's pawn. Now the Sun family is fully prepared. This time it will be done. If it fails, they will fled to the grassland. Xiaoming. Even the emperor can't take him. These are all Wang Chengchu's previous plans, but he did not expect that this plan is now executed by the Sun family. After pondering for a while, Sun Yuanzai was determined. He said, "It's not that I worry too much. I'm afraid that His Royal Highness is always being guarded. I will wait. Otherwise, why is the Wang family suddenly destroyed? Although I am not the Wang family, I am very much to Wang Chengchu. Understand, it is too late for him to fawn on the princess, and how he is willing to assassinate the princess. Your Majesty, I am afraid you know better than me." With a sneer, Sun Yuanzai continued, "Following the matter of Wang Chengchu, His Royal Highness immediately issued a decree to weaken our King's tycoons. We can't wait. It shows that His Royal Highness has already hated me for waiting." In an instant, the entire grass fell into silence, and everyone's breathing sounded like thunder. Qin Quinyan's face was pale, and his body was trembling slightly. He changed his expression and said, "Sun Yuanzai, what do you mean? Inviting your highness to come to the banquet, why are you so rude?" Qin Quinyan, and you, really lost the face of our King's tycoons. Let's ask the people of Dayu. If the tycoons of that place are not vassals, they should be invited as guests. But you are willing to become those untouchables, like a pig and a dog. Our rich family's face has been lost to you. Sun Yuanzai pointed to Qin Quinyan and was not polite at all. Wei Hong said angrily, "Sun Yuanzai, what do you mean by deliberately making trouble? You are disrespectful. Although I disbanded the trilogy and returned the farmland, I did business in an upright manner." "What shame? Yes, what shame on us? It's embarrassing. It's a shame to the rich." As soon as Wei Hong's voice fell, the rich family headed by Sun Yuanzai and the rich family headed by Qin Quinyan immediately quarreled, and the scene was chaotic. "Don't quarrel, everyone, let the grandson finish talking," Xiaoming said suddenly. Sun Yuanzai was impatient, and couldn't wait to make him ugly when he arrived. "His Royal Highness, Xiaomin's meaning is very simple. Please take your highness back and return the Wang family's innocence." Sun Yuanzai's mouth outlines a weird smile. "It is good to return the Wang family's innocence. If the king admits, is it right that Sun Yuanzai will go to Chang'an non-stop to file a complaint? At that time he will be punished and cut off the position of the feudal king." Xiaoming said lightly. "Exactly. The throne of a vassal cannot be occupied by a virtuous person. His Royal Highness is obviously not virtuous. Otherwise, so many tyrants will not be allowed to oppose His Highness. Even if Qin is a member of the outside world, it is compelling. Your Highness, can't you see it now? Ha ha ha. Xiaoming burst into laughter. It's good that a person who has gained the way will help more, and the person who has lost his way will help less. It is better to ask the people, who has more way. What do those untouchables know? My Tao is the Tao of the rich family. This world is the world of the rich family, and the interests of the rich family are paramount, but your Xiaoming is running in the opposite direction. Now since you don't want to repent, you can only ask for it for me. It's fair. After Sun Yuanzai said, a whistle suddenly sounded, and then suddenly there was a shout of rushing in the woods. Lu's expression changed drastically, and immediately took 30 guards to protect Xiaoming. At the same time, a scream suddenly sounded at the banquet. Sun Yuanzai was shocked when he saw this. At the moment when the whistle sounded, the servants at the feast suddenly violent, killing more than a dozen wealthy families with him, and several of them rushed to him directly. Protect me! Sun Yuanzai yelled, and a dozen family members rushed up immediately. The scene at this time has scared Qin Kunyun stupidly. He looked to the north side blankly, and also rushed out some people from the woods, all of them wearing silver armor. Murderous welcome book. Friends, come to read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 114. Knife Light and Blood Shadow. Sun Yuanzai conspired to assassinate King Qi. Whoever participated in the plot, don't be the case. Li San shouted at this time. The servant who violently murdered was the assassin disguised by the secret guard. In just an instant, most of the wealthy clan who conspired with Sun Ziyuan were killed and injured, and Sun Yuanzai also retreated under the attack of the secret guard. But the Sun family tribe that rushed out of the woods quickly came close, and the secret guard had to withdraw temporarily to protect Xiaoming. Sun Yuanzai laughed at this moment. Xiaoming, you are really stupid. Now that you have found out that this is a feast, I didn't expect you to come. Since you came here, you can't blame me. If the king doesn't come, how can you rebels show up? Everyone understands the truth of capturing thieves and kings, and now it depends on whose side God's will is on the side. Xiaoming said coldly. Last night, Sun Yuanzai and others did not live in Kingzhou City, but chose to go to Yubao outside the city to rest, which made it difficult to capture. If he rashly led the Kingzhou army to attack the ambush of the Sun family, Sun Yuanzai would definitely escape in advance. As a result, his plan to eradicate these tycoons in one fell swoop failed. If these tycoons flee, no matter who they are under, it will inevitably harm Kingzhou's interests, especially Sun Yuanzai's line. If they really fled to the grassland, it would be a disaster for Kingzhou in the future. It is for this reason that he commits a personal risk. After all, if these people are allowed to escape, it will be very difficult to catch people in an era where the land is sparsely populated and communications are backward. As they talked, the Sun family tribe rushing out from the south was less than 100 meters away from Xiaoming. These parts wear different styles of armor: cloth armor, leather armor, and chain armor. The weapons in their hands are also various. Swords and sticks have almost 18 weapons. Kill. Bursts of roar sounded in the rushing part. Xiaoming saw that in these trilogy, some people in well-dressed scales were commanding the trilogy to split into 3, and the middle road rushed directly towards him. And the 2 wings are going to copy from the side loaf and besiege him. Luf obviously noticed this too. He shouted to Xiaoming, His Royal Highness, retreat quickly. If we let them complete the encirclement, we will not be able to escape. Xiaoming did not speak, and ran to the north with Pang Yukun and joined the rushing Kingzhou army. Sun Yuanzai saw him. How could he let Xiaoming just leave? This is a big bet. The person who loses will not only lose his life, but also his entire family and property. Now he has bet on everything. If he fails, he will become benevolent. Give it to me. Sun Yuanzai picked up a sharp sword and shouted to the other tycoons. At the same time, the wealthy clan drew their swords, and rushed to Luf and the others with the accompanying servants, each of them showing hideous faces, like ghosts. "His Royal Highness, leave us alone, you and Pang Chengxi go first," Luffy shouted when he was immediately entangled by Sun Yuanzai and others. Pang Yukun held Xiaoming. "His Royal Highness, there can be no benevolence of women at this time, otherwise it will only drag Lieutenant Lu." More than 1,000 people rushed towards them holding weapons. Xiaoming had only seen this kind of scene before in movies. Only then did he understand how much courage is needed for a man in the movie who dares to face thousands of horses. Because it is just the momentum of the gallop, it makes people afraid, even if this is just a group of not high-grade tribes. Nodded, Xiaoming quickly ran to the king's army. Luffy and the others lined up to block Sun Yuanzai and the others immediately. Seeing Xiaoming fleeing to the king's army, Sun Yuanzai's expression changed drastically, and he roared, "Hurry up!" As soon as his voice fell, more than 20 archers bent their bows to shoot arrows at the same time, and the target was aimed at Xiaoming. Luffy yelled when he saw it, and the long sword in his hand opened and closed. After all, he is a person who has really experienced battle on the battlefield. There are no fancy moves between each move, and the move is fatal. How could the servant of the Sun family who stood in front of them be his opponent? Several people were killed one after another. Sun Yuanzai hid behind the servants looking for opportunities. After Luffy pierced a servant's chest with a sharp sword, he took the opportunity to chop Luffy's chest. Boom! Dull metal sound came, and a sword mark was left on Luffy's chest. Luffy drew his sword, a plume of blood burst out from the servant's chest, dyed his armor red, and a heavy smell of blood permeated. Luffy smiled cruelly, "Except for Member Sun, this armor was specially forged by a certain family by His Highness. Is it hard enough?" Sun Yuanzai repeatedly complained. Although Luffy and others only had more than 30 people, they were firmly in front of them like a steel city wall. These people are the elites of the king's army, and they are worth 10, but now they are protected by armor, and the ordinary swords cannot hurt the soldiers wrapped in the armor. In hand-to-hand combat, his number hit the key points of these men and soldiers, but to no avail. But the servants around him were almost killed and wounded. Sun Yuanzai looked at the trilogy that was only 10 meters away from him, sneered and said, "Look, when you can be tough." After finishing speaking, he quickly backed away, and more than 1,000 steps had already rushed to the front. One of them was the one who was in the lead with double punches in his hands, and he was stunned. Luffy saw a ling in his heart. Xiaoming told him very clearly that the most feared thing about this plate armor is bludgeoning. If this man's double hammer hits his body, it's not like a sword slash. It's simple. Looking at Xiaoming, who had already run halfway, Luffy rushed forward with a loud shout, whizzing. Continuous sharp arrows sounded in his ears. Xiaoming only felt a huge thrust coming from his back, and he almost fell while sprinting. He knew he was shot by a bow and arrow without turning his head. Before coming, he put on a breastplate specially, which was protected by metal plates on the front and back, and for safety, he also specially chose a thicker one. Because it is not a full body armor, he can bear this weight. Rushed for a while, Xiaoming almost used his whole strength. These days he was busy with construction, but neglected to archery and archery. It seems that he will have to pick it up in the future. Seeing that the king's army was already in front of him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back, he saw that Luffy had been surrounded by the trilogy of the Sun family. Luffy, he is really a strong general. His Royal Highness replaced many generals who accompanied him in the 6 states, but Luffy was the only one left. Now thinking about it, His Royal Highness understands Luffy's abilities. Pang Yukun panted. When Xiaoming first arrived in King's Zoo, in addition to the generals he brought, he could also choose some generals from the local generals. At that time, Xiaoming was dizzy, but he let the wealthy family replace many generals, but Luffy was the only one left. In fact, at the beginning, Xiaoming left Luffy but was only angry with Luffy's thorny head, and wanted to fix it slowly. But Luffy's performance 3 years ago impressed him. Although he didn't like it, he still left Luffy. Novel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 115 Battlefield. I hope Lieutenant Lu will be fine. Thinking of the grudges and grievances with Luffy, Those were all things Xiaoming had done before. But since these days, Lu is indeed the only one available in this army. His Royal Highness. Don't worry, I think Captain Lu was able to come and go freely when he was in the barbarian army. These tribes are nothing but a mob, so why are Captain Lu opponents? Pang Yukan was not worried at all. When the two were talking, the King's army had already met with Sun's tribe. I saw that the originally scattered King's army quickly turned into a neat phalanx in the chaos. The first row is the shield hand, followed by the spearman, and the last row is the shield hand. Kill! The King's army yelled, and pierced a row of spears from the shield formed by the sword and shield hand, and the Sun family tribe immediately fell down a row. Kill! The spear retracted, the shield hand took a step forward, and then the spear pierced fiercely again, and another scream of winning streak sounded. The Sun family trilogy has no rules at this time, but is squeezed into a mess. They have never received rigorous battlefield training, and they only practice some swords, guns and sticks on weekdays. As far as personal strength is concerned, they are not defeated by the soldiers of the King's army, but at this time they have no way to deal with the tight battlefield. The spear pierced out, and the King's army advanced steadily. The sword and shield player in the front row was injured and fell down, and the sword and shield player in the back immediately made up for it, and the formation was not messy. After a while, the King's army moved forward in front of Luf. At this time, Luf and the man holding a double hammer were fighting fiercely. Luf's chest was smashed into a deep groove by a sledgehammer. The big man was injured more severely, and his exposed arms and thighs were cut long with blood flowing. King's army pushed forward. Luf glanced at his usual training formation with satisfaction, and shouted at one of the captains, "Move forward!" Kill! Another roar sounded, and the King's army continued to advance like a harvesting machine. Sun Yuan's eye was hiding in the distance at this time, worried. He looked at Xiaoming opposite, knowing that he would never have a chance to catch him at this time. A trace of sadness flashed in his heart, and there was a frantic surge in Sun Yuan's eyes. He shouted, "Kill, kill, kill! Who can take the head of Xiaoming? I will give him 500,000 kills of silver." If it is in peacetime, the Sun family trilogy will inevitably cheer enthusiastically. But at this time, there is only fear in their hearts. The sharp spears of the King's army are like death, and every attack is a harvest of life. Sun Yuanzai commanded several attempts to break through this shield wall, but was stabbed to death by a spear. Fear is getting bigger and bigger in the Sun family trilogy, and the continuous accumulation of corpses in front aggravates the spread of this fear. Flee! I can't win. I don't want to die. In the continuous battle damage, the Sun family trilogy finally collapsed. Signs of collapse began to appear. The people who had fought bravely kept retreating, and some people fled directly. Seeing this scene, Sun Yuanzai roared, "No one is allowed to retreat. Those who retreat shall be cut." After that, he raised his hand and killed an escaped servant. It was just that more and more deserters appeared, scattered like a tide. Sun Yuanzai was killing one in the second. Looking at more and more deserters, Sun Yuanzai's face was pale. He failed. Once the trilogy broke, the ambush would also fail. Hesitated. He took a few of his cronies and also followed the deserter to leave. In the previous Sun family trilogy, someone saw that Sun Yuanzai was gone and immediately shouted, "Member Sun ran away." In an instant, the Sun family trilogy had no intention to fight anymore. They had just obeyed the order and didn't even know who was going to kill. At this time, the King's army appeared, and they still knew in their hearts. Now that Sun Yuanzai is running away, why bother to continue to work hard? Most of them throw down their weapons and surrender, and some people are scattered like birds and beasts. More than 500 corpses were left on the battlefield. The beautiful lotus pond was stained red with blood, and the strong smell of blood permeated the air. Disgusting. Looking at the mess on the ground, Xiaoming said to Luf, "I have to catch Sun Yuanzai anyway." "None of them can run away," Luf said. As soon as his voice fell, there was a sound of horseshoes from far and near, and 300 cavalry appeared in the direction where Sun's tribe fled. Those who escaped from the trilogy were rushed back again, dropping their weapons and surrendering. 500 people died in battle, and 700 or 800 people surrendered. This time, Sun Yuanzai's plan was completely defeated. After a while, these people were all driven together, but Sun Yuanzai and those wealthy people were still missing. Where is Sun Yuanzai? Who would say it will be rewarded? More than 800 Sun family tribes squatted on the ground. Luff asked. Xiaoming and Pang Yukan also walked over at this time. They searched the crowd but did not see Sun Yuanzai. It shouldn't be. Everyone is here, Luff said with his teeth. Xiaoming glanced at the sunken plate armor on Luff's chest, and said, "You should go back to the city to find a medical officer. If you look like this, you might have broken a few bones. Who can wound you Lieutenant Lu like this?" Pang Yukan said. Luff pointed to a big guy who was squatting in the crowd and said, "It's him. This kid really has a lot of strength. If you change someone else, you will probably be killed. This guy is good. Your Highness, can you bring it over at the end? Let's consider the long-term plan. Let's find Sun Yuanzai and others first." The three of them swept over the surrendered Sun family tribe again, and Xiaoming said, "Let them go over one by one." Luff nodded, letting these prisoners pass by Xiaoming one by one. Soon, more than 800 people passed by, and the few wealthy families hiding in them were all arrested. But Sun Yuanzai was nowhere to be seen. "I saw a ghost." Luff frowned. "Is it killed?" Xiaoming and Pang Yukan looked at the corpses all over the floor, and Xiaoming asked, "What about these corpses?" "Usually, some civilians are hired to bury the body," Pang Yukan said. After saying this, Pang Yukan understood, and said to Luff, "Check the corpses one by one." The king's army immediately began to search the corpse, but after a while, he immediately escorted a person over. It turned out that it was Sun Yuanzai. It turned out that in a panic, he saw that he could not escape and immediately pretended to be a dead person and mixed in the pile of corpses. When he waited for the corpse to collect the body, he looked for a chance to escape, but he was still found. "Member Sun has spent so much time and effort to kill this king, but I have been bothered. But the king's head is too low for 500,000 tals of silver. It is said that the grandson is stingy, but I didn't expect it to be true." Sun Yuanzai snorted, and said, "If you want to kill, you must pluck it. I want to let the people of Dau country see how you Xiaoming treats the rich family. Isn't your effort to rule for the throne? Then look at the rich family. Will support you. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 116. Dispose of the spring breeze blew with a hint of warmth, and the leaves made a rustling sound. If it weren't for this situation, this would be a spring's intention. This king does not need the support of the rich family, and the country of Dau does not need the rich family. The history created by the rich family for thousands of years should be written by the people of the world. An agitated voice came from Xiaoming's mouth. What Sun Yuanzai saw in Xiaoming's eyes was ridicule, which was their contempt when they saw those untouchables. "How dare you!" Sun Yuanzai couldn't believe that Xiaoming would treat the rich family like this. Throughout the ages, local tycoons have always been the target of the royal family, but this king of Qi did the opposite. Because of this, even Wang Chengtu did not expect that Xiaoming would really clean up the royal family so neatly that he died. Pang Yukan and Luff looked at Xiaoming with admiration. It was Xiaoming's thoughts that they were willing to follow to the death. Otherwise, like other vassals, he would rely on the noble family. And he was different from other vassals. Living at the bottom, they all felt the oppression of the wealthy family against the people, and they had no choice but to do so. Now, they can finally laugh happily. There are still many things this king dares to do, but unfortunately your Sun family will never see it. Xiaoming said to Luff, "All the rich and powerful people who participated in the rebellion will be taken to prison, and the East City will be beheaded tomorrow." Luff said loudly, leading the king's army to take away the captives and Sun Yuanzai and others. This is Pang Yukan asking, "His Royal Highness, what about these wealthy clansmen?" Thinking of Pang Yukan's words about the benevolence of women, Xiaoming said, "Handle it according to the law, and also remind the remaining rich family." "Your Highness is wise. The next official will do it," Pang Yukan said. "According to the laws and regulations, these tycoons naturally want to confiscate their families, confiscate their property, decapitate those who should be decapitated, those who should be used as troops, and those who should be exiled. If these rebellious tyrants are spared this time, it will only give other tyrants more ideas, and the cost of crime will become lower, and people will take risks. This is human nature, which will remain unchanged through the ages. His Royal Highness, this matter has nothing to do with me, and Cao Minutes doesn't know that Sun Yuan's I will be so intentional. King Kun Yun came over. His face was terrified, his hair was messy, and his clothes were torn. He fell and was very embarrassed when he was running away. His Royal Highness. The other tycoons also knelt on the ground, frightened. They are really scared. This is the first time the King's army has killed. The corpse lying on the ground is a warning to them, and the royal dignity cannot be violated. Get up. This king knows that you sincerely support this king's decree. Between good and evil, this king is very clear. Xiaoming made a flat gesture. King Kun Yun suddenly burst into tears. His Royal Highness, I will definitely look forward to your Highness's horse's head in the future, and I will never dare to have two hearts, otherwise heaven and man will punish me. Xiaoming chuckled slightly. King Kun Yun was frightened this time. These tycoons used to interact with Xiaoming, and the most serious time was just being scolded. At this time, the situation was different from the past, and he was naturally frightened because the King Qi in front of them is no longer a sleeping cat, but a human-eating tiger. For Xiaoming, the rich family who obeyed the decree still had some effect on him. Excluding the biting teeth of these tycoons, they are local private entrepreneurs in modern terms, and their business needs to cooperate with them to drive the economic development of the 6 states. He helped King Kun Yun up and patted him on the shoulder. Qin Yuan's role as the king is in his eyes these days, and this king is even gratified. In the future, you will take over the business of the king and the Sun family in the Chamber of Commerce. Right. Killing the enemy and surrendering the monkeys, and sharing the benefits for the surrender, so as to differentiate the rich family. As soon as Xiaoming said this, the other rich family kneeling on the ground suddenly took a reassurance. King Kun Yun was startled for a moment, ecstatic, and he would soon make up for his losses after taking the business share of the Wang family and the Sun family. And now the status of merchants in the 6 states has improved, and pure merchants seem to be so inferior. Your Royal Highness, what instructions Your Royal Highness has in the future? The Qin family will go through the fire and water, King Kun Yun said. This happened. Soon, some civil servants came to clean the battlefield, and Xiaoming resigned King Kun Yun and others and headed for Kingzhou City. Although he didn't directly participate in the battle this time, he was injured. The chest armor on his back was still shot through by the bow and arrow, but the bow and arrow only entered a little bit and suffered only skin trauma. It's just that he didn't dare to be careless. He knew all about the medical conditions of Dieu, and if he got tetanus, he would die. Thinking of the medical conditions of Diego, he wondered whether to add a medicine to Bowen College. In ancient wars, many soldiers did not die on the battlefield, but died from injuries. Before antibiotics appeared, the death rate of wounded soldiers on the battlefield was very high. This phenomenon was not changed until the advent of antibiotics. His Royal Highness, your back was only slightly injured, but Lieutenant Lu's injury was relatively serious, and the bones on his chest seemed to be broken. In the medical hall in Kingzhou City, Medical Officer Sun said to Xiaoming after checking. Lu didn't feel anything during the war, but at this time he looked painful. Xiaoming heard the words and said, my injury is so-called. It can be cleaned. Lieutenant Lu's injury should be bandaged. Dr. Sun nodded. Although Lieutenant Lu's ribs were broken, it didn't hurt the internal organs at all, otherwise the old man would be powerless. His Royal Highness, this injury is just commonplace for me, don't worry. Lu chuckled, then he said sternly, it's just that some soldiers are seriously injured. I hope Dr. Sun will bother. Dr. Sun has already checked the injuries of the soldiers. One of the soldiers suffered a severe knife wound, which was caused by a sharp sword pierced through the armor. I guess I won't survive. Dr. Sun sighed. Lu's expression was gloomy, but in fact, he knew in his heart that it was basically impossible for him to survive such stab wounds. Xiaoming listened to the side, and suddenly said, "It may not be impossible to survive. First, disinfect the soldier with alcohol, and then put some fresh meat on him." Dr. Sun stunned. "What is this alcohol? Fresh meat for wounds? Does your highness also know medical skills?" "Understand a little," Xiaoming said. "In ancient times, there were not many treatments for injuries, especially for deep wounds. Many people died of wound inflammation and infection. The two measures Xiaoming proposed were disinfection and the other to prevent infection. This high concentration alcohol only appeared in modern times and after the Ming and Qing dynasties. Nowadays, Daogo liquor is still scarce, not to mention alcohol disinfection in medicine. But no other places. He has the conditions here. Enable new URL. Chapter 117 Medical Treatment. Hey, Dr. Sun, even if you listen to your highness, your current highness is really knowledgeable. Luf lay on the bed with a smile. Dr. Sun frowned. The doctors are kind, how can they be foolish? If your royal highness can't tell the reason, this method is not used by the old. Xiaoming is embarrassed now. The principle of alcohol disinfection is not clarified by the mouth, but needs to be proved through experiments. The fresh meat contains antibiotics, which basically prevent inflammation. But Xiaoming knew these things, but he couldn't convince Dr. Sun with his mouth. This Dr. Sun is a very Axis person, and he is very confident in his medical skills, and has always sneered at crooked ways. Xiaoming said, "In this case, Dr. Sun might as well do as the king said." "How can a life be so sloppy?" Dr. Sun frowned. Luf said, "Anyway, you can't save it anymore. It's okay to try. The old man just said that he might not be saved, and he didn't say that he would die. The method your highness said is unheard of. If your highness can really heal the wounded, I have a rotted and incurable patient here." Dr. Sun said. Hearing the words, Xiaoming said, "In this case, this king will prove it to Dr. Sunday." After a brief treatment of the wound on his back, Dr. Sun led Xiaoming to the medical officer's room, where a middle-aged man in ragged clothes was lying on the ground with a foul smell. Next to the middle-aged man is a girl who is 7 or 8 years old, sobbing softly. Seeing Dr. Sun came out, the girl said sadly, "Dr. Sun, please save my father. My mother died early, and only father is left alone. Even if I sell my body, the consultation fee will be given to you." Dr. Sun sighed. "Xiahong, it's not that I can't save it, but that your father's wound has rotted, and I can't do anything." After hearing this, Xiahong continued to sob, heartbroken. The crying sound made Xiaoming feel uncomfortable for a while. Although he is now a prince of a country, his soul is still the one from the previous life. He understands the suffering of the people and knows that it is not easy for the people living at the bottom. A simple patient can often bring down a family, but now this kind of incident repeats itself in front of him, and this is the subject of his fief. "Dr. Sun, you go find some blowfly maggots to put into the wound of the wounded," Xiaoming said at this time. Dr. Sun was startled when he heard the words, and said angrily, "How can your royal highness be such a joke? How can this maggot eat human flesh and blood? So how can he treat the wound with maggots? Dr. Sun, just do it, otherwise he will just die." "How can I ask Dr. Sun now?" Xiaoming said in a solemn voice. He doesn't blame Dr. Sun. After all, the knowledge span is too large for people of this age. The method, he said, is simply ridiculous. Dr. Sun was silent. King Qi said these weird methods again and again. Now that his look was not a joke at all, he had to sigh and follow suit. The treatment of wounds with maggots is not a secret in modern times. This method is not used to treat fresh wounds, but to treat infectious decayed wounds. In modern medical students, this is called debridement. The wound can be healed only if the rotten part of the outer layer is completely cleaned. The larvae of the blue-headed fly are easy to find in the toilets everywhere in the country. Dr. Sun ordered the apprentices to quickly find the clean larvae, and then put them in the wounds of the middle-aged man. "His Royal Highness, what about Hyundai?" Dr. Sun asked. Now he doesn't understand at all. "Remove the rotten parts of the outer layer, so that the maggots can clean up the rotten flesh that cannot be completely removed," Xiaoming said. He did not study medicine, but the detailed steps of this treatment in the Science and Technology Library are very clear, and there are also image data. Asked an apprentice to deal with the rotting wound, Xiaoming began to talk to Dr. Sun about the principle of the maggot treating the rotting wound, and even talked about the effect of alcohol and fresh meat. But the maggots are in the past, but the alcohol disinfection and antibiotics Dr. Sun are at a loss, and there is nothing that can be proved by facts. He still couldn't understand. Besides, this is something he has never touched before. All that should be said, the doctor is kind. Since there is hope to heal the wounded, why should Dr. Sun care about what is the method? Xiaoming kicked the ball to Dr. Sunday. This guy has a tendon, is pedantic, and always puts the benevolence of doctors on his lips. What he said suddenly made Dr. Sun stump. If he doesn't follow it, something goes wrong. It will damage his medical ethics. Asked Zhao Long to fetch some alcohol and fresh meat to the medical officer, and ordered Liv to recover from the medical officer, and went straight back to the palace. Wait 2 times to see the effect. Sun Yuanzai's rebellion must be seen and heard head-on, and he returned to the palace. He personally wrote an article denounced Sun Yuanzai and others for their rebellion. After getting the manuscript, Fan Zheng asked the newspaper to typeset and print it. In the next few days, Sun Yuanzai's rebellion spread to various places in Luzhu, and Xiaoming personally experimented, and the deeds of removing the Sun family have become a hot topic in the streets. In a restaurant in Qingzhou, several scholars sat together, reading a newspaper together. The student with the newspaper is dressed more gorgeously than other scholars. This newspaper was bought by him, and now he can only buy it at the newspaper office. Every newspaper only sells for 1 cent, but there are still many scholars who are reluctant to buy it. You reading www.uukanzu.com. Brother Du, you should read what is written in this newspaper. The scholar named Brother Du looked at the newspaper and shook his head, but the other scholars were anxious. Yesterday's fight outside Qingzhou city has already spread to the city, but few people know exactly why. Now that this newspaper has been published, many people are eager to know. The scholar surnamed Du gently put down the newspaper and held his fist in the direction of the Prince of Qi. I didn't expect that His Royal Highness Qi would try to get rid of the rebellion of the Sun family. It's really brave and a model for my generation. What is it to try? The other scholars became more anxious. At this time, the scholars surnamed Du said, the scholars were fascinated. After listening, a scholar said, His Royal Highness first eradicated the Wang family, and now he has eradicated the Sun family and nearly 30 wealthy families. Almost half of these 6 prefectures have gone. No, now the Qin family and Wei furniture are all writing articles in the newspapers, firmly supporting the orders of the Royal Highness. It seems that the situation in the 6 states is about to change. The tycoons are losing power. It is when our poor family is rising. You should encourage yourself. Another person said. That's natural. Now I am taking the selection examination of Bowen Academy. If I can enter Bowen Academy, my career will basically be half of the success. The other scholars also know about the selection examination of the Bowen Academy. One of the scholars was puzzled. It just confuses me. Why is there so many categories in the Bowen Academy? P.S. There will be a chapter later. The new book data is not very good. I hope you can support us. We will continue to update 3 times tomorrow, and more will be available after the release! You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in You Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 118 Repercussions. Isn't this obvious? Different categories will do different things in the future. Du surnamed Shi physiologically said. That's why it's strange that the sage tells us that studying is for self-cultivation, governance, and peace in the world, for the official residents, for the country and the people. If this is the case, why is this Bowen Academy divided into so many categories? The sub-collection of classics is enough, a scholar said. This statement is not correct, but I think this blog is different from private schools. Scholars don't have to concentrate on getting a college degree, but can do other things," someone said. "So Brother Su said that he is not ready to take the imperial examination?" The scholar named Du looked at a scholar in patched clothes and asked. The scholar surnamed Su nodded, participating in the imperial examination year after year, but falling out of the list year after year, and the family is getting poorer and poorer. "I am afraid that the entanglement involved in the imperial examination will not come out. You can also get enough food and clothing." Brother Su's words are not right. As the saying goes, the rich cannot be prostitious, and the poor cannot be moved. Moreover, even if he has been studying hard for 10 years, Brother Su can apply for the political history classification in the Bowen Academy even if he does not participate in the imperial examination, and he will be a good career in King's in the future. Of Brother Jiang, it's not that I don't want to. Just looking at the number of people on the political history roster, I know that 10,000 people have competed for the single plank bridge. Now a certain has more than 20 and can't afford it. The scholar surnamed Su sighed deeply. The atmosphere was a bit embarrassing, and the scholar named Du said, "It's bad. It's bad. I'm talking about the Sun family's rebellion. How can I get involved in this Bowen Academy?" Everyone smiled bitterly. It was precisely because of the destruction of the wealthy family like the Sun family that they paid attention to the Bowen Academy. The wealthy family had disappeared. There must be a lot of vacancies in these 6 states. This is the time to become an official. Different from the reactions of scholars, when the reporter of the newspaper read the newspaper to the people of Zhujiakun. There was a burst of cheers, followed by chitters, chitters. The voice was endless. The reputation of King Qi once again took root in the hearts of the people. He was a vassal who was not afraid of the rich and willing to profit for the people. Now this vassal is as tall as a hero in their hearts. I would like to ask, who would dare to go to a banquet even knowing the danger, in order to eradicate the evil of the wealthy? More people are paying attention to the future. According to the newspaper, the wealth of these wealthy people will be confiscated. People who had previously occupied the land by the wealthy people can report to the local government, and the government will return the land after verification. The news aroused the people's excitement. Many people had already got good land for the affairs of the Wang family last time. The benefits in front of them convinced the people that this is not a lie. Qi Wang did what he said. After they cheered, they listened and thought about the land they had been looted by the rich family. After adding the cultivated land, many of them even have hundreds of acres of land. "Father, if our land is coming back, will we finish farming this land?" Zhu Liu asked his father. Zhu Da said, "Sana is right, Dad, there is so much more land in the production team at once, and it can't be cultivated unless you buy more cattle. Let's take a look at the harvest this time." The production team said that if the harvest was good, they would sell a portion of the grain to buy farm cattle. "I used to worry when there was no land to grow, but now I worry when there is more land." Zhu Liu's father had a laugh it out. Zhu Liu's mother gave her husband a white look, and said, "You can be happy, and when you see it, you won't be tired and bend over." "That would be my pleasure," Zhu Liu said suddenly. "I have to marry a wife." The family laughed upon hearing this. On the threshing floor, the villagers of Zhujia village gathered together one by one, and everyone's eyes were filled with beautiful visions for the future. Land is the life of farmers. Now that Xiaoming gave them land, it was equal to giving them everything. Zhu's family was talking and laughing, and Zhu Sansi, who had been silent all of a sudden, said, "Father, Mother, I want to be a soldier." Your mother is stunned. "What are you going to be?" "There is no one at home to farm. You are going to be a soldier," Zhu Liu's father scolded, and he almost kicked it. When the King's Zhu army encircled and suppressed the Sun family tribe, Zhu Sansi was carrying firewood to sell in the city. Not only was he not afraid to see this fight, he was shocked by the mighty armor of the King's Zhu army. When he returned home, his mind was full of the King's Zhu army's appearance, and his heart was itchy, dreaming that it would be great if he could wear such a mighty armor. How good would it be to be a member of that battlefield? "Father, if there is no King's Zhu army to encircle and suppress the Hao clan this time, can our family get the land back?" To put it ugly, what's the use if the barbarians call back that day? Zhu 3 and 4 argued. Zhu Sansi's father was silent, and the people talking around stopped because of Zhu Sanxi's words. Only then did they remember that what they got now was what King Qi had fished out for them from the Sea of Blood on the Corpse Mountain. King Qi was willing to risk himself for the people of the fief. Shouldn't they protect King Qi and protect their land? Do your best. 3 or 4. You can think about it. If you read www.uukanzu.com to serve as a soldier to King Qi, you can't be a gangster on the battlefield. Zhu Sanxi's father said sternly. Zhu Sanxi excitedly said, "Father, you agreed." This kid is usually silent, and he can't say what he said this time. You are right. If no one is a soldier and your highness has no soldiers available, how can you fight the barbarians? I'm going to be a soldier, too. A voice came from a family nearby. I'll go as well. For a time, the threshing floor kept ringing the voices of young people joining the army. The reporter who was reading the newspaper in the middle stopped. He silently wrote down what he saw today. Suddenly he remembered a sentence he asked his husband many years ago, "What is the people's mind?" At that time, the teacher said, "People's hearts are food, people's hearts are a steady stream of soldiers, and people's hearts are people who transport food on the battlefield." If people's hearts are lost, a country lacks soldiers, and a war can't be lost. With people's hearts, even if you lose, after 10 times 100 times, a steady stream of soldiers can eventually win the war. At this time, it is the scene that the gentleman said. As a reporter, the more places he goes, the more things he sees. King Zhu is constantly changing, and this change is the embodiment of Qi Wang's thought. Although he resisted this kind of work at first, he has now found himself enjoying it. Constantly conveying news, and constantly reflecting on the following questions. The newspaper is the link between the Prince of Qi and the people at the bottom. He feels that he is not a supervisor, but better than a supervisor. Putting away the newspaper, he walked to the next village, and he increasingly looked forward to more changes in King Zhu in the future. You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in You Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read Chapter 119. Zhang Xingcheng Du Fu. Pang Yukan is reviewing news from various state newspapers. The Sun family trilogy was wiped out. The next day, in the east city of King Zhu, all participants in this incident were beheaded to show the public. The people who gathered that day could be said to have blocked the execution ground, all for a glimpse of this extraordinary thing. Has been oppressed by the rich for many years, and now the rich is destroyed. When Sun Yuan's eye was taken into the execution ground, countless people threw stones at him and rotten vegetables and leaves. This shows the people's resentment for the oppression of the rich over the years. It's just that Xiaoming is recovering from his wounds now, but he can't take it easy. One is dealing with the family members of these wealthy families, and the other is the matter of Bowen Academy. Instructed him to do these two things, but Xiaoming acted as a handshaker and ran to fight with Dr. Sunday. Looking at the pile of official documents on the desk, he couldn't help being a little big. Sometimes the king of Qi was serious, and sometimes he seemed to be out of business. Pang Chengxi, this is the registration form of the Bowen Academy. A young man with a white face and a long figure walked over. The young man wore a green official gown, which was in sharp contrast with the purple official gown on Pang Yukan. Officials of Dayu State use the color of their official robes to distinguish the ranks of officials. Officials of grade 3 and above wear purple official robes, officials of grade 4 and 5 wear scarlet, officials of grade 6 or 7 wear green official robes, and officials of grade 8 or 9 wear cyan official robe. At the same time, the ornaments of the official's belt are divided into 4 categories: jade, gold, silver, and bronze. Pang Yukan looked at the young man, smiled, and asked, "Xingcheng, it's been a month since I've been in King Zhu, right? How do you feel?" The name of this person is Zhang Xingcheng, a native of Chang'an. Pang Yukan used to see the talent of Zhang Xingcheng when he was in Chang'an. After King Zhu needed a large number of talents to replace officials, he wrote to Chang'an. A month ago, Zhang Xingcheng arrived in King Zhu and was appointed King Zhu Sima. This King Zhu is different from other places, and His Royal Highness is also different from other princes. Zhang Xingcheng said in a deep thought. Pang Yukun seemed to have deliberately studied the development and prosperity, so he asked, "What is different?" Let's just listen. Since ancient times, Jiangshan Shiji has been agriculture-oriented. Although His Royal Highness has also attached importance to agricultural production, he seems to be more interested in commercial interests. Although commercial interests can be rich, it is like a routeless man. If you encounter a war, you will be short of materials. The trade route was interrupted. At that time, the people of the fief depended on food for food, Zhang Xingcheng said. Furthermore, businessmen are chasing interests, just like barbarians who live in water and weeds. Wherever the interests are, the merchant will go wherever the interests are. He will not stay in a certain place. He lacks responsibility for his own nation-state. He bribed the government for personal gain and harmed the country and the people. Now this businessman has not formed a climate and can be suppressed. If the future is big, the harm does not need to be much different from the rich, Zhang Xingcheng said lightly. Pang Yukun showed a surprised look, and his eyes looked at Zhang Xingcheng with surprise. He said, "Your statement is 7 points similar to that of Your Highness." His Royal Highness said the same? Zhang Xingcheng said in surprise. Pang Yukun nodded. "It's just that Your Highness said that agriculture is the foundation of the country, while commerce is the foundation of a rich country, and industry is the foundation of a strong country. One of the three cannot be missing." Businessmen are pursuing profits, but as long as they master the business that is the lifeblood of the country in their own hands, then they won't be able to turn the tide. Zhang Xingcheng said, "Since Your Highness is thinking about such a long-term view, I'm thinking about it too much." Pang Yukun smiled openly. "Xingcheng, let you travel all the way to Kingzhou, but now let you be a Kingzhou Sima, is it too wrong for you?" Zhang Xingcheng bowed his fists and said, "How dare you? I'm just a person waiting for a replacement at home. Now I can have an official and a half office and can work for Your Highness. It is already satisfied." "Well, I'm not surprised. This is why I value you." "This Kingzhou governor has always been my part-time job, and Sima's post is to assist the governor in handling government affairs. When you are able to do the job in the future, I will advise Your Highness and recommend you as the governor." Zhang Xingcheng looked as usual, without a trace of excitement. He said, "If I take the recommendation of Chengshi to serve as the governor of Kingzhou, there will be a few people in this Kingzhou officialdom who can be convinced, and Zanmo only wants to win with ability." Pang Yukun smiled even more. He said, "I know your temper, but Qian Lima also needs bowl. So, I have one thing in front of me, and I don't like this matter of copying the family. How can I leave it to you? Let Your Royal Highness also see your abilities." "Pang Chengshi, this matter is important." Zhang Xingcheng hesitated. "If it's a trivial matter, why should I leave it to you?" Pang Yukun said sternly, "You should be the government affair that I assign to you, and you must complete it." Pang Yukun looked firm, and Zhang Xingcheng had to nod his head. At this point, the two talked about Bowen Academy again. It seemed that the two scholars rushed to apply for the political history examination of the 6 states. "It's a pity that Your Royal Highness has worked so hard. It's just that reading is for the purpose of getting to the university, and will you be so successful in the future?" Pang Yukun's thinking is no different from those scholars. Zhang Xingcheng was silent. After arriving in Kingzhou, he carefully inspected the customs of Kingzhou, and then carefully explored the strange decree of the King of Qi these days. He finally came up with one that he could not believe. In conclusion, that is, the King of Qi did not agree that studying was for the purpose of becoming an official. Since ancient times, scholars, farmers, businessmen, and scholars have the highest status. What's more, this King of Qi seems to have despised Confucianism, and there is no Confucian master in his command. And this ancient land of Qilu was originally the hometown of Confucius. This Kfu Confucian family is honored for generations and is admired by scholars. But now that there are a large number of official vacancies in Luzhu, it seems that King Qi did not consider the Kong family in Kfu at all. I run my own school to select officials, Maverick. This palace has a different style of affairs from ordinary people. If it is the same as other people, he will not be King Qi. The land of the 6 states is not still in the hands of the rich, Zhang Xingcheng said with a faint smile. Pang Yukan was startled, then smiled bitterly. Zhang Xingcheng is right. If this king of Qi follows the rules, this King Zhu will not change as it is today. Times make heroes. Maybe this king of Qi is a weird. At this time, Xiaoming, who was discussing medical skills with Dr. Sun among the medical officers, sneezed. Dr. Sun joked, "His Royal Highness, is there someone talking bad about you behind your back?" Maybe it is Pang Qingshi again. His mouth has always been great. When he sees him, the king wants to walk around him. Xiaoming said, "Dr. Sun is very young in his old age, and he is very accurate in seeing people." He said, "Pang Qingshi's temper is a little irritable, but the people in the city have a good impression of him. But the recent SEMA from King Zhu government is not bad." Novel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 120 Medical Theory. You mean King Zhu SEMA? Zhang Xingcheng? Xiaoming had some impressions of this person, who was recommended by Pang Yukan, and was later arranged to be SEMA in the King Zhu government office. The position of SEMA in Dayu is very light, basically equivalent to a modern mayor's secretary. Yes, it seems to be called Zhang Xingcheng. Dr. Sun seemed to remember. Xiaoming now serves as a counselor, but he is not good at Pang Yukan, but at Li Kaiyuan, and there are really no others. He didn't notice if he didn't ask about government affairs before. But now when he wants to hire people, he can't find anyone. Although Pang Yukan has the ability, after all, a person's ability is limited, and it is impossible to do everything. And Pang Yukan is proficient in logistics. Ask him to engage in horse administration, agricultural production, and infrastructure construction. He is handy, but when dealing with some special events, he is sometimes a fool. Basically, Pang Yukan is a figure similar to Xiao He, who is very proficient in government affairs, but he is not suitable to be a strategist. To put it simply, Pang Yukan has some axes, and his tactics are still a bit worse. Every time Xiaoming planned a strategy against the rich family, he was basically unable to handle it. Then what is good about him? Xiaoming asked. There are many ideas, Dr. Sun just said casually. He didn't have a deep impression of this SEMA. It's just that the people who came to me to see a doctor often mentioned this SEMA, saying that the other day, this Zhang SEMA took the man set a trap to capture a gang of bandits, which opened the eyes of the local people. Is there anything else? Xiaoming showed interest. Dr. Sun said, no. The people said that Zhang SEMA just used some empty city plan. The hundreds of gangsters did not dare to break into the village. At that time, there was only Zhang SEMA who went to the countryside, and a few catchers. Xiaoming has been busy dealing with the local wealthy family during this time, and has neglected a lot of King Zhu's government affairs. He really hasn't heard of this. As for why gangsters appeared outside King Zhu city, it is actually very simple. These gangsters are the trilogy of the rich family. When the king's family was destroyed, only part of the trilogy was included in the King Zhu army, and some of the tribes fell into the hands of the invaders. After all, it is not surprising that a character like a mountain king occasionally appeared in these tribes. Well, it's really good, courageous, Xiaoming praised, but he was still dubious. Now he has gradually developed the character of first doubting and then confirming. There is no way. He has to doubt everything at this position, otherwise he might not know how to die when he died. It is one thing for outsiders to praise it, but it is another thing for him to see it with his own eyes. Not mentioning the development of prosperity, Xiaoming said to Dr. Sun, how effective is this maggot treating rotting wounds? In the past 2 days, Dr. Sun has been using the method taught by Xiaoming. I have to say that this maggot cleaned up the wounded flesh very cleanly. Now he has followed the method Xiaoming said, using alcohol to disinfect and cover with fresh meat. Every time the method of changing once every 3 hours. The injured man seems to be showing signs of improvement. Your Majesty, these evil ways are crooked. No, where did you learn medical skills? Dr. Sun almost said that this was an evil way, and immediately corrected it. In fact, Xiaoming also squeezed a sweat. He bet that the environment is superior in this era, and the mosquitoes have relatively few germs, and the maggots were not dug out from the toilet, but found from a rotten egg. This is a long story. I'll tell you when the time is right. Xiaoming didn't explain at all. Dr. Sun was very helpless. Xiaoming didn't say it. He was also helpless. After all, this is the Lord of the Six States, a dignified son, so he can't be forced to say, although he really wants to do so. Because this is definitely a breakthrough in medical skills for him. But, this king can teach you more methods. Xiaoming said suddenly. This king has set up a medical classification in Bowen Academy. If Dr. Sun is willing to pass on his lifelong learning to students, this king will teach you. How is it? Dr. Sun's expression changed again and again. His craft was handed down by his father, and he passed it on to his son, and his son would pass it on to his grandson, but outsiders would not pass it on. Because this is the ability to eat, it has been the same for generations. His Royal Highness, I am afraid that this is old and incompetent. Dr. Sun declined politely. Xiaoming was immediately upset. In these days, he discovered a very helpless fact. The craftsmanship of eating, whether it is medicine or snacks, has never been passed down to these people. Basically it is passed down from generation to generation. Also thinks so, these people are very fond of the succession of the family, and they are extremely patriarchal. Because women basically do not come forward to make a living, so the craftsmanship is passed on from men to women. In this way, these people naturally rely on the craftsmanship handed down by their ancestors to make a living, but it also caused an extreme shortage of social resources. The medical officer's son became a medical officer not because of other but because the medical officer's son in Kingzhou City was also a famous medical family. Except for him, no one else was left. In this case, this king does not force it, but this king's medical skills will not be hidden. Anyone who goes to Bowen College to study medicine will be taught by this king, and this king believes that after completing their studies, they will not the children and grandchildren who lost to Dr. Sunday. Xiaoming said loudly. The sweat on Dr. Sun's forehead suddenly popped out. The figure in front of him who had played with the hand of the great family of Lasu. How could his little medical family withstand the remediation of King Qi? But if you really went to Bowen College to teach and teach, this would be a violation of the ancestors' family law, and for a while, Dr. Sun would be in trouble. Seeing Dr. Sun's expression hesitating, Xiaoming thought that his kindness and power had been effective. He just scared Dr. Sunday. He was a human being, not a Superman. He taught Lu Tong and others chemistry, and Chen Qi and others had exhausted his energy in physics. At this time, I really can't bring another medical classification. It would be different if Dr. Sun had gone. At least he could teach some basic medical knowledge. And I only need to copy the medical knowledge in the science and technology library for him to study. He doesn't expect King Zhu's medical skills to be reached in a short time. It only needs these people to understand some simple surgical knowledge. After all, he didn't want his soldier to die just because of a small injury. When the two of them were staring at them, a green figure entered the hospital. But Luliu came over. She walked up to Xiaoming, and whispered to Xiaoming with her ears. Xiaoming's expression immediately became weird. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 121. Embarrassment. Different from the tranquility of the past, today the gate of the Qi Palace is very lively. At this time, a small sedan chair with cyan-embroidered curtains stopped in front of the palace gate, and a woman's sobbing sound came from the sedan chair. Two fierce-faced mamas stood outside the sedan chair, swearing in their mouths. Asta stood at the gate of the palace, pinched his waist with both hands. His wool eyebrows were upside down, and he looked like a man who could not open himself. I said, this girl, you don't know who is in the sedan chair, right? When His Royal Highness and my lady were paired, you didn't know where they were. A mother took her handkerchief and shook her face, looking arrogant. That is, at this time last year, did His Highness Qi not go to the sedan chair to bring our young lady over? Ha, you are so courageous, you actually stopped us. Wait for your highness to come down, Take care of your skin. Another grandma said angrily. Asta's pretty face paled. Shut up. What are your identities? How dare you make a noise in front of the palace? You dare to talk nonsense, and be careful that I tear your mouth. Yeah, little girl movie, you tear one and let me see. Come on. A mother made a rogue face. Asta was furious, and said to Jia Ding, who was standing behind him, give me your mouth. At this moment, one person rode a horse to the front of the palace, but it was Qian Defu who came back from the mine. Although Qian Defu is now in charge of the mining of the mine, he still lives in the Prince of Qi's mansion. Every time he comes back, he will return to the mansion to see Xiao Ming. The two grandma looked happy when they saw Qian Defu, and one of them ran to Qian Defu and rubbed against Qian Defu. Steward Qian, you are back. The other maid then said, Steward Qian, you look at the maids in the Qi palace, and now you are too lack of discipline. Qian Defu's expression became weird when he saw the two grandmothers. He didn't feel as angry as Luluo, but with a gentle expression. Aren't these the two nurses in front of girl Hongyan? Qian Defu said with a smile. Seeing how polite Qian Defu was, the two maternal arrogance grew a bit longer, and one of the maternal grandmothers said to the sedan, Miss, the housekeeper Qian is here. Now I don't care about this evil maid. Luluo was even more angry when he heard the words. An hour ago, the sedan chair arrived at the gate of the palace, and the two women were about to rush inside. After she came out, the two women, irrespective of the green, red, white, and white, slapped her. They have the posture that they are the master of the Qi palace. Luluo was very scared, but she was not afraid of the sky, and she was not afraid to enter when she blocked the door. At this time, she asked, Housekeeper Qian, what is going on? Qian Defu chuckled twice, and took the Asta to one side and said, the girl in this sedan chair is called Hongyun. She is the green of the old highness. The building is good. You don't care about this. When your highness comes back, let your highness take care of it. That is, we servants can't control the master's affairs after all. Asta only then calmed down her anger a little, and snorted. She turned and returned to the Qi palace. He didn't believe why Xiao Ming had never mentioned such a good friend in the past 6 months. She is not afraid, even if they are the maids besides Zenf, their status is always higher than that of a young lady. The door of the Qi palace opened wide, and the two grandmothers said with joy, Miss, the door has opened. Let's go in. At this time, a woman in a red dress came down from the sedan chair. Although she was not very attractive, she was also attractive. She glanced at the gilded plaque of the Qi palace, and moved in gently. Luluo let go. Qian Defu had to lead the woman to the main hall and wait. Not long after, Xiao Ming and Luluo returned to the palace. When Luluo told him that a woman named Hongyun was looking for him, Xiao Ming's heart almost collapsed. This was a foreign debt left to him by his predecessor. I have no obligation to take the order, and I have no feelings for this woman. Along the way, he just thought about how to send this woman away. Your Highness. After entering the palace, Xiao Ming first saw Qian Defu. Bowed to Xiao Ming, Qian Defu looked at the main hall. Your Royal Highness, this red cloud girl is waiting for your Royal Highness to come back. Xiao Ming said depressed, would you not find a reason to drive away? Why did you bring the palace to the palace? His Royal Highness, this. Qian Defu was speechless for a moment. Could it be that he couldn't figure out Xiao Ming's pulse when he went out often? At this time, Xiao Ming would always look at him appreciatively. Frowned. Xiao Ming said, no, this king will handle it himself. Asta stood beside Qian Defu and smiled with joy. She said, Your Majesty, why bother? I will let them out. Yes, get out. Luluo also followed suit. Was talking, a voice came, Your Highness. There was a sadness in this voice. Xiao Ming looked over and found that it was the friend of his predecessor, Hong Yun. This red cloud is also the top card of King Zhu, with good looks and body. In this small place in King Zhu, rotten pears can also quench thirst, not to mention this pear is not too rotten. So at that time, Xiao Ming would hang out with the red cloud girl all the time. Now to Xiao Ming, this memory seems to have a sense of sight. It's just that, no matter how you say it, this is only the concubine of the predecessor Xiao Ming, and it was recommended by Wang Shiji. Later, the Hongyun girl went back to save her relatives, and this journey lasted more than half a year. Girl Red Cloud. Xiaoming almost squeezed these words out of his throat. Hongyun looked at Xiaoming with a smile in his eyes, but this smile was too fake in Xiaoming's eyes, because it was the kind of smile that made a show. He sees this kind of smile a lot in modern times. His Royal Highness, after half a year, why call me Hongyun girl? Hongyun said. Although this girl from Red Cloud was Xiaoming's former friend, she didn't take the initiative to run to Xiaoming as soon as she came back. And they all acted on occasion. The predecessor, Xiaoming, was just buying some fun with money, which is a bit awkward, but a plaything. After all, Xiaoming was a proper Dao countryman at the time, with deep-rooted feudal thoughts. So Xiaoming didn't have any thought baggage at all. But when he thought about it this way, he felt strange. He directly said, "Girl Hongyun came to the mansion herself, there must be something." Hongyun nodded. Unexpectedly, in more than half a year, King Zhu City is now a non-human being. On the way to Hongyun, he learned the news that His Royal Highness is now working hard. The little girl came today. But there is a secret from the Wang family. Tell your highness. What's the matter? Xiaoming asked. Hongyun glanced at Qian Fuzixuan and the others, and said, "Your highness, please move." Asta said, "Your highness, be careful." Hongyun smiled lightly. "This girl can rest assured that I am a weak woman can't hurt your highness." Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users please go to read. Chapter 122 Crisis in the main hall. The atmosphere is a bit stagnant. Xiaoming and Hongyun stared at each other for a long while. Hongyun sighed slightly. "It's just half a year. How come your Royal Highness treats the slave house like a stranger?" Miss Red Cloud is still talking about business. "Do you still have to say anything between you and me, the day and the night? Besides, you and the Wang family have always been entangled. Don't you know how to be the king?" Xiaoming said lightly. Hongyun chuckled. "His Royal Highness is indeed different from the past. It seems that His Royal Highness has been forbearing for the past 5 years." At first, Hongyun wondered why a dignified prince would mess with this Wang family. Xiaoming frowned and was silent. This Red Cloud was first met by Xiaoming at the Wang family banquet. That night, Wang Shiji sent the Red Cloud to Xiaoming's house. At that time, Xiaoming was very happy. It's just that now things are different. Xiaoming looked back, and he was naturally more alert to this Red Cloud. Turning around and looking at the peach blossom tree in full bloom outside the main hall, Hongyun continued, "Now that the Wang family is destroyed, the slave family has no scruples. His Royal Highness is a body of 10,000 gold. Hongyun also knows that he is unworthy to entangle with His Highness. The slave family only wants to change the free body, lower body. Have a rich day." When said this, Xiaoming was relieved immediately. It was not that he would not recognize people when he put on his pants, but that it had nothing to do with him when he took off his pants. But in memory, this Hongyun is a very shrewd person, and it seems to be so now. If she and Xiaoming Sipo are in distress, they will definitely be driven out. But now it is worthy of merit to return it with a secret of the Wang family. What do you want? As long as it is not too much, the king will agree. Xiaoming said, he was right to help his predecessor pay off the debt. Hongyun thought for a while and said, I also hope that His Highness will redeem the new jia and prepare some money. From then on, there will be no day when His Highness and the new jia will meet again. Well, it's simple. Xiaoming muttered, this king can promise you. Now you can say what the secret of the king's family is. Hongyun lowered her head, seeming to be weighing what she said, and finally she said, Wang Chengchu colluded with the Huai Chuo ministry to prepare to attack King Zhi in late autumn and early winter this year. What? Xiaoming's expression changed greatly when he heard the words. This matter must not be a joke. Hongyun said, the slave family was in the Wang family mansion at the time, and I accidentally heard it in the Wang family father and son's room. I thought it was just a joke of the Wang family father and son, but only after returning to King Zhongyun did I know about the barbarian cavalry, as the Wang family father and son said. The barbarian cavalry entered Kingzhou through a cave in Kangzhou to explore the way. Xiaoming's expression became solemn. Only Lif and a few other people knew the cave in Kangzhou. Now that Hongyun said it, it must be all right. Chaotic officials and thieves. Xiaoming slammed his fist on the table. Historically, there have been repeated incidents of collusion between the border tyrants and foreigners, but he did not expect this to happen in his fief. Hongyun sighed. Although the slave family is a female stream, but she also knows her family and the world. I have come to tell me before that. I hope your Royal Highness can play the court and prepare as soon as possible. Thank you, Hongyun girl. Although the girl is living in the dust, but she doesn't let her beard, and she knows righteousness better than some men. Xiaoming smiled lightly. Hongyun shook his head. The slave family is no more than a female stream, and they can't live in peace and stability, and they don't want to see the world's creatures smashed. In any case, the news of girl Hongyun is very important. This king will let the housekeeper Qian ransom her for the girl and set aside 5,000 kills of silver. Xiaoming said. Hongyun nodded, bowed to Xiaoming deeply, turned around and walked away slowly. Looking at the leaving figure of Hongyun, Xiaoming grew and thought. He was puzzled by the barbarian cavalry that appeared in the hinterland of Kingzhou from the beginning. The cave Luf had been to, it was very hidden. How could the barbarian know it? The only explanation is that someone colluded inside and told the barbarian news. And recently, the barbarians suddenly banned the sale of war horses, and now it makes sense. The ban on the sale of war materials before the war was a precursor to the war, but now that the Wang family has been removed by him, the Huayanchuo ministry has no internal responders, and it is not clear whether this plan will change. If this is the barbarian's grand strategy, I am afraid that the barbarian will try to attack Kangzhou regardless of the king's cooperation. Half a year. It's terrible. Xiaoming stamped his foot severely. The barbarian, this is a threat that always hangs on the head of the country like a sharp sword. The defeat of several wars has made the civil and military officials of the country change their heads. The present Dayu kingdom is no longer an enterprising country in the early days of the founding of the country, but has become a defensive country. The only concern for these officials is how to maintain Dayu kingdom's internal rule, but the threat to the barbarians shows back down step by step. Paying tribute, cutting the land. This seems to have become a panacea for dealing with conflicts with the barbarians, but the wolf is not fed, but the barbarian is a wolf that is not fed. This matter is very important and endangers the safety of his fief, so Xiaoming cannot ignore it. And he had to admit the fact that the barbarians have a relative advantage over the Great Chongqing in the military because of the chaos of Great Chongqing's horse administration. There is basically no regular cavalry in Great Chongqing. This is also caused. Dau is basically on the defensive and has insufficient defense, but the barbarians can come and go freely, very passive. However, in Xiaoming's view, in every war against the barbarians, the factors of defeat are many. In a war, the training, discipline and fighting will of the soldiers are very important, but now the army of the Great Yu state lacks the fighting will to the barbarians, and the training and discipline are relatively weak. So in the war, when the advantage has been lost, it is even worse. It seems time to start propaganda and create hatred. With his hands behind his back, Xiaoming slowly walked out of the main hall. Only by letting the people of the fief hate the barbarians to the bone, can we unite against the barbarians in the future. Otherwise, the people are full of fear of the barbarians, without the will to fight, and his fief is still very dangerous. After leaving the main hall, Qian Defu has already sent Hongyun away. He said, His Royal Highness, Hongyun girl is gone. Your Highness seems to have really changed, and now this Hongyun girl is gone. Does this king have time to indulge in female now? Hongyun said that Wang Chengchu had colluded with the barbarians and planned to attack Kangzhou this fall. Now we should worry about this, Xiaoming said sternly. Qian Defu's face suddenly changed. In his eyes, Xiaoming saw the color of fear. He said, His Royal Highness, how can this be good? Let's play the Emperor. The barbarians have always been in the Central Plains. It is a comeback again and again. Shang Tzu, 3 years ago. He didn't care about the king's life and death. Will he take care of it after 3 years? Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all for mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 123 Defensive Strategy. His Royal Highness. Do you mean to deal with the barbarians alone? Qian Defu looks like he can believe it. Xiaoming nodded. Yes, this king wants to protect his fief this time. No one can rely on it these days. He can only rely on himself. The king's affairs, Pinyin Princess's calculations, Wai Wang's secret plans, everything tells Xiaoming that the pack of wolves around him looks around, and there is no one worthy of trust. The only thing he can count on is himself. His Royal Highness, this is not a child's play. The Great Yu country has been ousted by the power of the country, and the land has been ceded for compensation these years. Does your highness count on these 6 states to be able to deal with the barbarians? Qian Defu continued to persuade. As far as he can remember, the name of the barbarian is as scary as a ghost. When he was young, the grandma at home often used a barbarian to catch you to frighten him. This shows the image of the barbarians in the hearts of the people of Dau. Qian Defu's reaction was in Xiaoming's expectation. The events of 3 years ago left Qian Defu with an indelible and terrifying memory. At that time, the city of Kangzhou was broken, and the iron cavalry of the barbarians poured into the hinterland of the 6 states, burning, killing, looting, and doing everything. On their way to Qing'an, there were corpses lying in a pool of blood. Many corpses have no heads. This is because the barbarians remember their military exploits with their heads. Many barbarians massacred the people for their military exploits. This memory is very clear in Xiaoming's mind, which shows how deeply this incident left Xiaoming's predecessor. It was precisely because of this invasion that the vitality of the 6 states was greatly injured, and the period of 3 years did not slow down. The king only needs to defend Kangzhou and prevent the barbarians from stepping into the king's fief. At this stage, Xiaoming can only achieve this level. It is basically impossible to counterattack the grassland, because the current comprehensive strength of Kangzhou is not enough to support him to actively attack a grassland empire whose national power does not belong to the Great Yu Kingdom. After all, the base of the population is here. The army is limited, food is limited, and silver is limited. But can you keep it? Qian Defu was a little anxious. Your Majesty, keep the green hills without worrying about firewood. Great money. Xiaoming suddenly became impatient. This is the king's fief. Without the fief, the king is nothing. When I return to Qing'an, don't talk about my father. Will the other princes let me live my life? Qian Defu stopped talking. Xiaoming's words were correct. Since the establishment of the country, each generation of emperors has had many heirs. But few princes will survive. Take the prince from Xiao Wenxuan's line as an example. Today, only 1 Wai Wang and 1 Kang Wang are still alive. The other 10 princes are all turned into dust. Almost every generation of princes is like this. And now this fate is again Xiaoming's turn. The old slave understands. Qian Defu's expression suddenly became firm. Empress Zhen once asked the old slave to protect her. If Her Highness stays in Kangzhou City to resist the barbarians, the old slave will go with His Highness. Well, this is what the king's people should say. Xiaoming said. This time it is not that he is stupid and bold, nor is he blindly self-confident. Over this period of time, he has wanted to understand one problem, that is, he has nowhere to go back. If you want to survive, you can only manage your own fief carefully, and the barbarians want to move their own cakes, which of course not work. Suddenly, Xiaoming lost the thought of staying in the palace, and instead went to the Dudu's mansion. At this time Pang Yukan was talking to a young official. Seeing Xiaoming coming over, Pang Yukan said, His Royal Highness, aren't you discussing medical skills with Dr. Sun? Why are you here? The barbarians will attack Kangzhou at the end of this fall. Qian Defu also followed, and Qian Defu said hurriedly without waiting for Xiaoming to speak. The young man standing next to Pang Yukan smiled and asked, Since the barbarians are going to attack Kangzhou, it must be a very secret matter, so why let His Highness know in advance? Pang Yukun seemed to mean the same thing, but when he remembered something, he said to Xiaoming, His Royal Highness, this is the Zhang Xingcheng I mentioned to you. Xiaoming glanced at Zhang Xingcheng more and said, You are Zhang Xingcheng? Pang Shengshi said that you are more scheming, so why don't you tell me how to deal with it? Knowing the enemy and self is the only way to win every battle. How did your highness learn this news first? Zhang Xingcheng asked, neither humble nor overbearing. And Qian Defu looked at each other. Xiaoming brought Hong Yun to him and mentioned the Wang family. Pang Yukun frowned and said, His Royal Highness, what a young lady said may not come true. Is your highness rash? I would rather believe that there is something than nothing. Pang Shengshi has forgotten about the barbarian cavalry last year. Those cavalry who arrived outside Kingzhou city probably did not deliberately, but it seems that they went down the Kingzhou city after missing someone. Xiaoming said. Zhang Xingcheng said, so now I should send people disguised as a caravan to spy on the grassland, to spy on intelligence and keep a close watch on the movements of the barbarians. This is one of them. But what if this matter is confirmed? Xiaoming asked again. His Royal Highness should be clearer than me, and guard Kangzhou city to protect the safety of the 6 states. What if this king wants to recapture the lost land in the north? Xiaoming asked. Of course not. We should build fortresses and build strong walls and clear the wild. This is the so-called art of construction. Zhang Xingcheng still looks as usual. Pang Yukun stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, Xingcheng, you are careful. Tell me, what is the art of construction? Zhang Xingcheng continued. The most important thing to attack the grassland is the food road. At this time, facing the powerful barbarian cavalry, the food road is very dangerous. Therefore, we should build a fortress every other day to ensure that the baggage can be transported to the fortress. Second, the prairie cavalry are not good at attacking cities, and defending the city is our advantage. The distance between the fortresses is short, so they can quickly support each other. If the barbarians bypass the front fortress and attack Kangzhou, they can dispatch the army in the fort to cut off the barbarians' food. Tao is invincible. Xiaoming nodded. This exhibition really has 2 brushes. The best way to deal with the nomads is to advance the tactics of the fortress. At the same time, the barbarian cavalry can't be fed by the strong walls and the barbarians. However, this tactic also requires the Kingzhou army to have sufficient field capabilities to ensure that, otherwise, how will the fortress advance? Leave aside the art of advancement and construction, now that we still have such an offensive ability, let's talk about how to defend the city. Xiaoming said. Zhang Xingcheng said, only Chengjian, the fire tube. Xiaoming narrowed his eyes slightly. The fire tube has already been used in the country of Dau. It is basically equivalent to the original artillery, but it shoots stone bullets and the range is not far away. In fact, it has not been taken seriously. While Zhang Xingcheng proposed the defense of the fire tube, it can be said to be a very advanced idea in this era. This fire tube is the original artillery. Nowadays, with the capabilities of Xiaoming Iron and Steel Workshop, precision guns cannot be made. But the fire barrel is still no problem. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest the serialized works are all at for mobile users. Please go to read. Chapter 124 Analysis Fire Tube. What is this? Pang Yukun showed a puzzled look. He was a civilian and lacked understanding of weapons in the army, so he asked. This fire tube is the native name of the artillery in the country of Dau. Because the original artillery shapes were all odd and strange, of which the barrel was the most, so it was called the fire tube in the country of Dau. In the world before Xiaoming, the fire tube was also called fire gun. At that time, the application of fire guns began in the Song dynasty. By the Yuan and Ming dynasties, the application of fire tubes had matured. At the end of the Ming dynasty, the Ming army had already equipped a large number of firearms. But even if equipped with firearms more advanced than the Qing army, the Ming dynasty still embarked on the road of destruction. So Xiaoming is not about weapons supremacy, because it is people who use weapons, and talent is the decisive factor in war. Since this period of time, Xiaoming has deeply felt that the real core of rule is to allow the people of the fief to gather around him. Once the order is issued, all people will obey it. This is the fundamental. Of course, under this premise, and equipped with more advanced weapons, such an army can do no harm. Well, Pang Qingshi will soon know what it is. Xiaoming and Zhang Xingqiang looked at each other and suddenly laughed. Then he said, but the name of this barrel is too soil, so it's better to call it artillery. Artillery. Zhang Xingqiang was startled. This name is pretty loud. Zhang Xingqiang proposed artillery defense, naturally because of some understanding of artillery. Xiaoming then asked, since Zhang Sima mentioned artillery, does he know how to cast artillery? This subordinate official doesn't understand it, but the subordinate official has seen the power of the fire tube. No, the power of the artillery. One shot can shoot out about 300 meters. If you put stone pills in it, you can have a wide range. Hurt the enemy, Zhang Xingqiang said. Pang Yukun laughed dumbfounded when he heard the words, and said, after talking for a long time, you don't know how to make artillery, so how good is it? Zhang Xingqiang suddenly showed embarrassment, but he forgot that this place is not Qing'an. Zhang Sima doesn't know, but this king knows. Xiaoming smiled lightly. He just wanted to know if the artillery manufacturing of Dayu was the same as he did at that time. Since Zhang Xingqiang didn't know, he didn't bother to ask. Your Highness knows? Pang Yukun and Zhang Xingqiang both showed surprised expressions. Xiaoming nodded. Without a killer, how dare this king defend Kangzhou without embarrassment? Zhang Xingqiang showed a look of excitement. If hundreds of artillery are placed on the gate of Kangzhou city, plus proper command, Kangzhou city will be safe and sound. Xiaoming showed a wry smile. Hundreds of artillery pieces are easy to say, but how difficult it is. This artillery piece is not a plate armor. This thing often costs several tons. After all, when the materials do not meet the requirements, the only way to thicken the barrel can reduce the explosion. Although the steel industry in Kingzhou has reached a level now, casting artillery is still a difficult technical task. The production of artillery is primarily a matter of materials. The artillery he is going to produce this time will naturally not be compared with that of the current stage of the country. This kind of artillery with a range of 300 meters that makes Zhang Xingqiang exclaimed can only be said to be rubbish. Before he could not confirm the technological level of the Western, Japanese, and barbarians, he could only use his knowledge to improve the performance of the artillery produced this time. But even so, according to his estimation, it can only reach the level of the late Ming dynasty at best, and its performance is equivalent to the level of the Red Cannon. There are a variety of artillery manufacturing methods in the Science and Technology Library, but it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice, because further artillery materials and boring machine cutting technology are not available in Kingzhou, and a process of exploration is needed. If red cannons are produced now, whether it is a bronze or iron cannon, at this stage, the production of artillery can only be done by casting, and the casting method requires a cannon mold. This thing is not easier to produce than a cannon. Hundreds of guns? By then, there will be 10 artillery. This king is already satisfied. Xiaoming sighed. The casting of this artillery was made from scratch. Everything is difficult to begin with. It is estimated that this test phase will take several months, and the artillery also needs to be manned. The training of the artillery is also a problem. Zhang Xingqiang did not refute Xiaoming. He also knew that it was very difficult even for the Chang'an equipment department to produce this artillery, let alone Kingzhou. Without mentioning the artillery, Xiaoming replied, "You don't understand this artillery. Do you know how to build a fortress?" This subordinate is a little better. Zhang Xingqiang believes. Xiaoming nodded. The ancient scholars were very humble. Generally speaking, he was proficient. He said, "Well, you go to Kangzhou city during this period of time, and make a site survey. How will Kangzhou be transformed when you come back? The method of city defense is presented. Expanding prosperity not far away. I came to Kingzhou naturally to show my ambitions and to apply what I learned. Now is the opportunity to perform in front of Xiaoming," he said sternly. "Yes, Your Highness." Pang Yukun nodded slightly and said to Xiaoming, "Yes, Your Majesty, the subordinates have also handed over the handling of the remnants of the rich family to Zhang Xingcheng. So many things are enough for him really? It seems that Pang Qingxi attaches great importance to you and talks about how you plan to deal with the remnants of this tycoon. Zhang Xingcheng's age is about the same as Xiaoming's age in modern times. Generally speaking, the mental age of the two is the same, facing the old elm bumps like Pang Yukun. He would rather get along with people of Zhang Xingcheng's age. His Majesty, King Zhu is waiting to be thriving. A big fight will inevitably injure 1,000 enemies and hurt itself 800. The beginning of this tyrant was that the same surname relied on a large number of people, and it gradually developed into a situation where the end is still big. Therefore, to deal with the remnants of these tyrants, the lower official thought that the chief of the case was naturally to be killed as a warning. The second time was assigned as a slave, and there were thousands of people with the same surname. Tens of thousands of people. These people should not die, should not be too persecuted, should not be divided into exile in other states. In this way, the local climate can no longer be formed. Zhang Xingcheng said. Well, you are right. The Sun clan has a branch of the main line. There are tens of thousands of people, large and small. Sun Yuanzai is dead. These people can no longer live in Qingzhou. They are divided into parts and these people are allocated to other states in the county. In this way, the big clans have become small clans, and the small clans have become ordinary people, and they don't interact with each other. After a few simple words, Xiaoming left the Dudu's mansion. This exhibition left a good impression on him, but whether it was a mule or a horse, he had to pull it out for a stroll. And the most important thing for him now is to figure out how to empty the artillery in the shortest possible time. King Zhu has few soldiers. He and the barbarians can't fight one-for-one wars. What's more, there is a ill-intentioned King Y behind him. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest the serialized works are all at for mobile users. Please go to read. Chapter 125 Dilemma. The barbarians may invade in autumn. In addition to Pan Yukun, Luf and other military generals also quickly got news. His Royal Highness, as long as the equipment and weapons can keep up, it is not a problem to defend Kangzhou City, but up to now, it is just that the equipment in the Kingzhou camp has not been available. See if you can urge Chen Wenlong. Luf squinted without squinting. Chen Wenlong. His teeth tickled with hate. Chen Wenlong has a calm personality, while Luf has an impatient personality. The two are naturally wrong together. He said, Lieutenant Lu, this plate armor is not easy to produce. It is good to be able to build 1,000 sets of plate armor in a month. But your Royal Highness clearly said that you can produce 100 sets in one day. You guys can't help me? Lu asked with a bandage wrapped around his chest and staring. This is Xiaoming's turn to blush. When the hydraulic forging hammer was used in the steel workshop, he was confident that he could produce 100 sets of plate armor a day. Then he hit him in the face severely in the actual situation. This is not because he estimated the production capacity wrong. It is because iron ore is not available at all. Now he understands that it is easy to make iron and steel, but mining is really not easy. After the shallow ore was dug, the mine got deeper and deeper, and then every rainy day, the mine was filled with rainwater into a pond. Then it cleared. The water in the pit must first be drained before mining can continue. At the same time, the deepening of the pit has increased the difficulty of transporting ore from the pit. Now the supply of iron ore from the 3 iron ore mines in the hands of Qiandafu continues to decrease. Meanwhile, iron ore is mentioned in coal mines, and the same problem is playing out. Qingzhou did not produce large quantities of steel in the past. Even in the rainy spring season, there is no shortage of briquettes and iron ore. But now, the iron and steel workshop not only produces weapons and armors, the bearings for bull power rollovers, but is also responsible for the production of tillage tools for civilian use. Chen Wenlong glanced at Xiaoming and said to Lif, his brows are frowning now, so I can see that I didn't tell you. His Royal Highness, what is going on? If it is so, There will be at most 8 or 9,000 people who can be used in half a year. These soldiers who have only trained for half a year are not the opponents of the barbarians who are born to ride and shoot. Without the benefit of the soldiers, heavy losses will inevitably occur. Xiaoming clutched his forehead and sat leaning on a chair. Do you think the king does not want to equip the new army with plate armor? This is the case, and this king is quite helpless. The plate armor can't keep up with the production, and now he has to build artillery. Xiaoming is really one head and too big now. Only then did he understand why it was so hard for a country to raise a standing army of 100,000 people in ancient times. The food and drink of the army were all money, and the armor and other weapons and equipment needed maintenance. Cavalry is a big spender. A cavalry not only needs to be equipped with 4 horses, but also a dedicated auxiliary to serve the cavalry. The role of this auxiliary soldier is equivalent to that of Western knights, specializing in serving cavalry equipment and horses. And this war horse is not a fuel-efficient lamp. The forages eaten are exquisite. The forages must be top quality. A lot of money has been spent. The workshop area is a big money maker and a big spender. The slaves in the workshop are all his food and clothing, not to mention the rich mine. In short, he made a lot of money during this period, but he spent a lot of money. Most of his money was put into production, except for farming cattle and farming tools. Lu suddenly became dumb. Chen Wenlong comforted Lieutenant Lu. Don't worry, if the materials are sufficient, this is naturally a matter of the military. Yes, you can train with peace of mind. The armor and weapons will come to my mind, Xiaoming said. Lu had to give up. Let Lu go back first, Xiaoming said to Chen Wenlong. The supply of minerals in Qingzhou is insufficient now, so it seems that we can only purchase from outside. It's okay, but in this way, Your Royal Highness, beware of slanders, Chen Wenlong reminded. Xiaoming frowned. Although he was a feudal king, he did not mean that he could do whatever he wanted. He was still subject to imperial control. This iron ore has always been strictly controlled in Dayu. Generally speaking, other vassal lords rarely purchase iron ore from outside, but only supply it internally. Because when it comes to the purchase of large quantities of iron ore, this can only show one problem. This prince is producing weapons and armors in large quantities. This matter is more sensitive to talk about. Now there is no war in Dayu Kingdom. The ore from a fief's own fief is not enough, so he has to buy from outside. Why? This king knows that this matter should not be played in the court. During this time, you have to balance production and try to meet the needs of the Qingzhou army. Xiaoming sighed. Now that he is not well fed, he can't be willful, otherwise, I'm afraid his life will not be guaranteed, and the hard work for most of the year will be wasted. Yes, Your Highness. Chen Wenlong nodded. Qian Defu is also in the main hall. He hasn't spoken until Chen Wenlong has left before saying, His Royal Highness, how can the water in this mine be solved? I will ask the equipment department to prepare a few more sets of bull-power dump trucks for you. Since the mine is temporarily unable to produce, you will focus on the matter of ore hunting. You reading www.yuukanzu.com, especially wolframite, followed by tin mine and lead mine. Xiaoming said. The reason why Xiaoming was looking for the latter two minerals was to prevent the production of cast iron cannons from failing, and finally used bronze cannons. After all, cast iron cannons have a high probability of blasting. But he really can't afford to play with pure copper guns. This is real money. Now Dayu is still using copper coins. The rich money nodded. Separately explained the three people about dealing with the barbarians. Xiaoming wrote about the barbarians and sent them to the post station to go to Chang'an. And he went to the weaponry department to find Chen Qi to discuss the artillery casting. Chang'an. In the palace at this time, the green willows are spitting out. The peach blossoms are in full bloom, and the color is full of vitality. Empress Zhao is walking with the concubines in the back garden. Concubine Zhen is following Empress Zhao. In the past 6 months, the concubine in the palace has clearly felt that Queen Zhao and concubine Zhen are getting closer. Some clever concubines have already seen the clues, and dare not neglect Zhen concubine. A few days ago, when King Zhao entered the capital to face the saint, Xiao Wenxian went out of the city to greet him in person to show that he valued King Zhao. If it were not for the help of King Zhao, Xiao Wenxian could not sit on the throne anyway. Later, the daughter of King Zhao became the current Queen Zhao. Not surprising. Nowadays, when the position of the prince is turbulent, it is self-evident that the king of Zhao entered the capital, but the prince's pride can be seen from the sharpness of the prince on the court these days. And this concubine Zhen seems to have been paid more and more attention by the emperor in recent days, but the palace is a well-informed place. Qi Wangxiaming has already spread a lot of rumors in the palace of what he did to the local wealthy family in King's Yu. Reading book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in Yu Reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read Chapter 126. Scheming Concubine Zhen. Yesterday, many ministers in the court impeached King Qi. It seems that King Qi was very dissatisfied with what he did in King's Zoo. While taking a leisurely walk in the garden, Queen Zhao said to concubine Zhen, "The harem is a well-informed place, and her concubine who has a good relationship with her has already told her about it." King Zhu's various government decrees are quite different from those of the Great Yu Kingdom. Recently, Xiaoming targeted the local wealthy tribe, and the news of the massacre of the wealthy tribe was even more rampant. Where is this Great Yu country? The powerful family has ruled for thousands of years and is deeply entrenched in the Great Yu country. Xiaoming's actions made his other wealthy families quite dissatisfied. Moreover, the King's Wang family and Sun family also operated in Qing'an for a few days, and the officials in the court also collected the Wang family's silver. At this time, it is natural to complain about the Wang family. After all, King Qi is too high and the emperor is far away. Even if they criticize King Qi aggressively in Qing'an, King Qi is helpless. The concubine also heard about this, but the king's family assassinated the princess first, and the Sun family's rebellion was second, so Ming'er might have to do it. Zhenf defended Xiaoming. Empress Zhao and concubine Zhen walked in front alone. She looked back at the concubine behind her. Seeing them far apart, she said in a solemn voice, "This is just what the king of Qi said, but the ministers in the court have always been able to stop the black said as white, white as black." Some people say that Qi Wang deliberately framed the Wang family in order to get rid of the rich family. Niang, the minister who said this, is really heartbroken. Isn't this framed by Ming'er? I also asked the empress to be the master of King Qi. Concubine Zhen paled suddenly and wanted to salute Queen Zhao. Empress Zhao immediately supported concubine Zhen with a gentle expression, and said, "Sister, the minister will not talk nonsense. I am afraid that someone instigates behind them." Princess Pinying went to Jinling City after turning around, and then sent someone to Qing'an quickly. Later, there was impeachment. King's matter. Princess Pinying, King Y? Zhen felt a chill suddenly rise from behind. Where did my Mingja provoke them? Both of these two are people of high authority, and they are extremely favored in front of Xiao Wenxian. But Empress Zhao has always been extremely jealous of Princess Y Pinying, because in her opinion, this Princess Y Pinying is not someone she can control, especially now that Princess Y and Pinying are very close now. In Qing'an, the two have never turned to any prince. She has been dangling the sea for several times. If the two are on her side, the prince's throne will be really stable. But the problem is here. In the dispute, except for the enemy, there are friends. There is no center. These two people are unpredictable, so they are prepared to guard against it. The land of King Zhu and the fief of the King of Y border are the best candidates to prevent the King of Y. Who knows this? Empress Zhao said seemingly unconsciously, now that the King of Y is rich in the world. He is strong and strong, maybe he has other ideas. Said this, she stopped suddenly. Sister, just listen to this, don't talk nonsense, I just talk casually, but don't worry, sister. The prince said a lot of good things for King Qi in the court. Consort Zhen breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "Thank you, Niang, Prince." This is a big deal. The prince always liked King Qi. He had a good relationship with Ming'er when he was in Qing'an. The two are brothers, so they should help each other. Empress Zhao chuckled. Zhenf has no power and no power, can enjoy the honor in the palace to this day, and is also a smart person with ice and snow. From the very beginning, she knew what the Empress Zhao meant, nothing more than to pinch her, let her know how powerful it was, and let Xiaoming follow the prince. It's just that she doesn't have too many choices now. When Xiaoming was stunned and didn't want to make progress, she didn't worry too much about Xiaoming. Now that Xiaoming has done many things in King's Zhu, almost everything has been introduced to Chang'an City. Make her restless. She likes to read most on weekdays. There are very few princes who can survive the change of dynasties. Only the surviving princes are waste princes without power and power. Before, she hoped that Xiaoming could make progress, but she didn't hope that Xiaoming would strive to be a strong vassal lord, but that she would spend the second half of her life steadily. But now everything is developing in an unpredictable direction. She has always been unhappy with strategy, but for Xiaoming, she also had to do something for Xiaoming in Chang'an. She can see clearly now that although the emperor is somewhat dissatisfied with the prince, the position of the prince is still stable, and Zhao Wang, the father of the queen, supports the prince behind his back. The seat of the prince will not be a problem for the time being, and what Xiaoming needs most is time, and relying on the prince is equivalent to having a backer in Chang'an. The central government's malicious slander on King Zhu. How can any individual be able to stop the conspiracy? Just now Empress Zhao mentioned helping Xiaoming to speak in the court, which is already a very obvious hint. What the Empress said is that the prince and Minga are like brothers, and naturally they will help each other. Zenf said slowly. Empress Zhao had a smile in her eyes, and Zenf had never clearly supported the prince. Now that King Qi is being attacked in the court, this is an opportunity for her. The prince got her instruction and led the prince's party to excuse Xiaoming in the court. And now she has received her wish in return. She struck the iron while it was hot, and then said, King Qi is not young anymore, and now he is at the age of getting married. I have a niece named Zaronga in my family, and I changed the RB palace to let her come to the palace. If my sister closes her eyes, I mentioned it to the emperor. If the emperor agrees, this is a happy event. That's right, my younger sister is worrying about the princess. Thanks to her thoughtfulness, my younger sister Dai Mingo thanks her. Zenfei smiled, although she was unhappy in her heart, but at this time she had no other way. The prince's marriage is nothing more than the marriage of the emperor's family. This is what Zen concubine sees clearly, and Xiaoming's wife is also destined to be a woman of a prominent family. Empress Zhao wants to further win over Xiaoming through marriage, but it is still unknown what the emperor thinks. Sighed in her heart, whether their mother and son would like it or not, she was destined to be unable to stay out of the dispute in this great Yu country. A group of people were walking, and suddenly a voice of the emperor is here. Not far away, the concubines turned to the voice to salute, and Xiao Wenxuan was walking towards this side. Queen, concubine, what are you talking about, so happy? Xiao Wenxuan seemed to be in a good mood today, with a smile on his face. Empress Zhao smiled and said, return to the emperor. Sister Zenf and I were talking about choosing the princess for Prince Qi. Choose the princess for King Qi. Xiao Wenxuan's expression remained unchanged, but a strange color flashed in his eyes. He said, so, the queen has a candidate. Exactly, Zaronga, my concubine's niece, is knowledgeable and well-rounded, and looks very handsome. I want to match King Qi as well, said Empress Zhao. Xiao Wenxuan showed such a look. He said, I have seen Zaronga. It is really good, but there is no need to worry about the marriage of King Qi. I have my own arrangements. Welcome friends to visit and read. The latest and greatest, the fastest and hottest serial works are all at mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 127. Xiao Wenxuan's mind. The emperor has an arrangement. Empress Zhao was really taken aback, her expression surprised, and the same was true of concubine Zen. She had never heard of it from Xiao Wenxuan. Xiao Wenxuan nodded. The marriage of the prince of the Great Yu country is not a trifling matter. It must be for the sake of the Great Yu country. Yes, your majesty. Empress Zhao bowed and said, her expression lost. As a result, her plan to further win over Xiaoming failed. As if I didn't want to mention this, Xiao Wenxuan smiled and said to concubine Zen, concubine Zen, It is said that Xiaoming has created something called glass in King Zhu. Where did Princess Pinyin go? Because she was interested. I am also very curious. What exactly is glass? The emperor is busy with government affairs these days, and my concubine dare not disturb the emperor. The treasures that the king of Qi gave to his majesty have always been with me. Zenfa looked ashamed. Xiao Wenxian smiled and said, "It just so happens that our Bee King is fine today, so I went to see what this glass is." Then he said to Empress Zhao, "Queen, you go on, don't make you playful because of me." "Yes, the emperor," Empress Zhao said, knowing that Xiao Wenxian wanted to be alone with concubine Zhen. Went to Bishui Pavilion with concubine Zhen. Xiao Wenxian's expression suddenly became gloomy, and he said sharply, "Concubine Zhen, can you convict you?" "Concubine, convict?" Xiao Wenxian is a figure who walked over in the wind and waves. It is impossible for him to guess what happened today. Xiao Wenxian said angrily, "Isn't this prince's dispute not chaotic enough? Now you are involved in Xiaoming again. Are you hurting him to know?" Concubine Zhenren wanted to cry. She said, "Why doesn't the concubine know what Empress Zhao meant? It's just that Minga is far away in King's Zhu, but so many ministers in the court slander him maliciously, and the concubine can't avenge Minga. It's helpless." With a sigh, Xiao Wenxian said, "Are you really confused when you are me? Wouldn't I tell the truth about what these ministers say? I did be strict with Minga. But it is also indisputable. The hatred is deep. Was he still alive 3 years ago?" The emperor. Concubine Zhen was stunned when she heard the words. But why do I want to send it to King Zhu?" Xiao Wenxian shook his head and said, "You often say that the beloved son of your parents has far-reaching plans. If you let a powerless prince get the fief of the rich, then it's hurting him. Now that he is far away from Qian, which prince would consider him a threat? The emperor was so mean and indifferent to him because he didn't want Minga to be jealous of other princes?" Zhen asked in doubt. Xiao Wenxian proudly said, "If you don't be harsh and strict with him, will he curb his perverse character?" Now, what he has done in King's Zhu is one day and one place. It can be seen that my original decision was right, and he finally made him change his previous one. "Non!" Zenfai burst into laughter. It was the concubine and Minga who blamed the emperor by mistake. It turns out that the emperor is really well-intentioned. Xiao Wenxian helped Zhen concubine to sit down together, so I don't want Minga to be involved in this throne dispute anymore. I ignore the rumors above the court. If this is the case, my concubine would like to thank the Emperor Longjin on behalf of Mingzhi. Zenfai was happy. Compared with Empress Zhao, this emperor is the real patron of the Great Yu Kingdom. Xiao Wenxian gave her such a promise, and she doesn't need to worry anymore. But if there is no such thing as today, it is estimated that Xiao Wenxian would not reveal his thoughts. Husband and wife for more than 10 years, Zenf knows Xiao Wenxian very well. This is a man who likes to keep things in his heart. Without this forbearance, he would not be able to get the position of supremacy today. "You and my husband, why bother to say thank you? But after today, Xiaoming is finally worthy of use." Xiao Wenxian smiled. The reason why he is in such a good mood today is nothing else, but because the minister impeached Xiaoming and slaughtered all the wealthy people in the fief. As the prince of a country, Xiao Wenxian didn't know where the crux of the Great Yu Kingdom was now. Today, since the founding of the Great Yu Kingdom nearly 200 years ago, some problems in Jiangsha and Shiji have been crippled and dying. The most serious problem is that the other 6 big families segregated the areas, and the local wealthy clans segregated the states and counties. He relied on the support of King Zhao to ascend to the throne, and he knew the harm of these kings of the opposite best. Today's battle for the throne seems to be a battle between princes, but in fact it is just a wrestling between kings of the opposite sex, and as the power of the kings of the opposite grows stronger, they are no longer satisfied with manipulating the prince, the wolf's ambition, and the details. Therefore, when he learned that Xiaoming was able to clearly establish the title of the rich family, he was shocked first, and then excited. It seemed that his suppressed dissatisfaction with the king of the opposite was released by Xiaoming. Concubine Zhen smiled, and she said, "Not to mention it can be of great use, as long as it doesn't make trouble for your majesty." Xiao Wenxian smiled and said, "This time he really made me look at me with admiration." In front of other concubines, Xiao Wenxian seldom speaks bluntly now, because what he said will soon reach the ears of the feudal king behind him. Only in front of concubine Zen, he will feel very relaxed, and he does not need to worry too much. There are many beauties in the harem, but there are a few concubines he really chooses by himself. It is not for the sake of stabilizing the throne that he will accept one woman after another who he does not like. Only concubine Zen was the one who saw her in the draft, because this is a woman who doesn't need him to deliberately think about what she is thinking. Because of this, he also loves and hates Xiaoming deeply, and he is a person who doesn't like to explain. This causes the father to know the son and the son to know the father. Concubine Zen pursed her lips and smiled, remembering that Xiao Wenxian was talking about choosing a concubine for Xiaoming, and asked, "Your Majesty, I just said that Mingja chose the concubine for Minga." "Really?" When mentioning this, Xiao Wenxian frowned and said, "The princess I want to choose for him is not a member of the rich family, but a member of the family. This way, he can be assured of worry-free life for the rest of his life. After all, he will only be a vassal. Do you understand?" Concubine Zen nodded. He understood what Xiao Wenxian meant. Although Xiao Wenxian did not dislike Xiaoming as much as he might seem, he was not the one who loved him the most among the princes. It can only be said that this is a father's love for his son, and what he ultimately has to consider is Jiang Shanshiji. At this time, Xiaoming is obviously not that important. After all, he has no weight. "The family," Zenf said in surprise, "but the 4 generations and 3 males. The family whose families are all over the world?" "Exactly. Although the family is not a powerful place or a feudal king, it is unparalleled in the world. If Minga can marry someone from the family, no matter who becomes the emperor in the future, he must always take care of the family. Of course, the premise is Minga. There will be no rebellion," Xiao Wenxian said. Concubine Zen was delighted. This family was a family of fame that many princes wanted to marry and couldn't ask for it. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 128. Situation. The soft warm wind gently rippled in the Bishui pavilion, and the fresh green in the courtyard was filled with a touch of spring. Zen concubine's joyful expression was seen by Xiao Wenxian, and he smiled and said, "But you don't have to be happy too early. This family is not easy to meet with others, and the marriage of King Qi will have to wait a while. As long as the princess can be the daughter of the family, it is worth waiting for a few more years for Minga. But your Majesty has to choose a better one for Minga from F's family." "Of course. At least you have to be a daughter of the family's line to be worthy of my son." Although Xiaoming was not a lot in the past, but the prodigal son will not change his money, and now he has to be worthy of his family. Concubine Zen nodded. "It's just the emperor, whereas Empress Zhao, you don't have to worry about this." The princess was the daughter of Fiji when he was in the middle school. King Qi also took the daughter of the family. It can be said that the relationship is further and the queen will not stop it. "Now, my concubine is relieved," Zenf said. Speaking of Xiaoming's marriage, Xiao Wenxian said at this time, "By the way, where is the glass that King Qi sent me?" "Here." Concubine Zen led Xiao Wenxian to the inner room. Inside a delicate wooden box were placed 9 crystal clear glass goblets. Xiao Wenxian saw it, showing a look of surprise. He leaned over and picked up a goblet to examine it carefully. "It is as pure as water and as warm as jade. Is this glass really produced by King Zhu's workshop?" "This is still false. Many businessmen have flocked to King Zhu these days for this glass," Zenf said. "This king of Qi, I didn't give him money to squander before. Now it seems that he now looks down on the 1 million tals that I gave him, but it's nothing more than a trader. You can't delay the administration of the fief, After all, this catastrophe is coming soon. Xiao Wenxian frowned. Cause? Zenf suddenly had an ominous premonition. This year the grassland barbarians suddenly banned the sale of war horses to the Great Yu country. I have received news that this year the barbarian group seems to want to cross Kangzhou and continue to go south. The heavy snow on the grassland last year caused the barbarian group to suffer a heavy loss. They want to get this southern place where the birds talk and flowers. Concubine Zen covered her mouth in surprise. His Royal Highness, if so, what can we do? At the time, the Emperor set the rule of enfeoffment to allow the princes to divide the vassal state, the state above, and the people under the peace. King Qi is the prince and the vassal prince. This place of Kangzhou must be guarded by him, otherwise I will give it. What's the use of his throne? But the Emperor. The barbarians raged in Kangzhou 3 years ago, and now they have not recovered to their former conditions. What should King Qi defend now? Zenfaizi was eager, and she knew the dangers of this barbarian. Today there are 4 vassals guarding the north. One is King Zhao who guards Liangzhu, the other is King Liang who guards Lingzhu, and the third is King Yong, the royal clan guarding Jizhu, and the fourth is guarding Kangzhou. King Qi. In the north, these 4 vassals guarded the key places for the barbarians to enter the central plains. Among them, the king of Zhao's fief was famous for its mysterious cavalry, and he was not equal in the repeated wars with the barbarians. Behind it is Qing'an, the emperor of Dayu. It is precisely because of this that Xiao Wenxian attaches so much importance to King Zhao. King Liang's black feather guards are equally famous. Unlike King Zhao's tactics of cavalry versus cavalry, King Liang built Wu Bao extensively on the border between the fief and the barbarians. He stationed the black feather iron guards at Wu Bao, serving as horns to each other. Several Wu Baos have been broken by the barbarians over the years, but the fief is still safe and sound. The King Yong of Jizhi is Xiao Wenxian's youngest brother. To the east of his fief is Xiao Ming's fief. Compared with Liang King, the Yong King's situation is a bit worse. However, by relying on fire tubes and crossbows, King Yong repelled the barbarians' offenses several times. After all, he was a royal family member. The reason for this was that every time Xiao Wenxian sent the Imperial Guard to support them, the fire tubes and crossbows of the Qing'an equipment department were also in large quantities, assigned to King Yong. Compared with these 3 vassals, Xiao Ming was obviously the worst. King Zhu was very remote from Qing'an. When the barbarians attacked, it was too late for rescue, and 3 years ago, King Zhu's vitality was greatly injured and the people's livelihood was declining. King Zhu's army went 7 or 8. Thinking of this, why Zenfai is not worried? Concubine Zen's words made Xiao Wenxian frown. You two underestimate your son. Now the money Wang Qi has earned in the past half year is enough to make up for the loss 3 years ago, and he is now reorganizing the King's Zhu army. Not only worthy, this is a very strange armor, and the military system similar to the military system is restored. Today, the number of troops in his fief is still 20,000. You and I both underestimate his ability. Now he has included the local powerful trilogy. I think his soldiers must be at least 30,000 this time. So many? Zenf herself couldn't believe that Xiao Ming reorganized the King's Zhu army in such a short time, and the number was restored to half of the King's Zhu army's heyday. A weird smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Wenxian's mouth. Is this still fake? This kid also brought Pang Yukun, the long history I sent to him, over, but he thought I didn't know anything, or it was too naive. This my child. What's the matter in this world that the Emperor doesn't know? It's just the Emperor. Although the King of Qi is shameless, he won't be bold enough to disobey the Emperor. Zenf's heart jumped abruptly, saying that the King of Qi is really reckless. How dare the Emperor dig the corner of the wall? Xiao Wenxian saw that concubine Zen was worried, and suddenly smiled. No problem, this Pang Yukun is really annoying, so let him stay in King's Zhu. I guess he also knows that he can't go back to Qing'an. This elm bump is really open. The Emperor meant that this time Kang Zhu let King Qi guard by himself? Zen asked tentatively. Exactly, 3 years ago. He has lost his royal face. If he can't hold Kangzhou this time, he will die there. If he can hold on, he will be useful in the future. Whoever is on the throne will still count on him to guard the north, otherwise he is still a dead word. and if he guards, I will give up this face and send him the daughter of the family. Concubine Zhen felt a pain in her heart. She understood that Xiao Wenxian was not targeting Xiao Ming. Even if the prince came to guard Kangzu, Xiao Wenxian's attitude would still be the same. The prince flees. This is a royal shame and will make the world laugh. She finally understood why Xiao Wenxian said that Xiao Ming's marriage had to wait. How could a family of a fourth generation and 3 males willingly marry his daughter to a fief and fled back to Chang'an? She also finally understood why Xiao Wenxian repeatedly said that Ninkan Xiao Ming was dead, and was unwilling to see him in Chang'an. Looking in the direction of King Zhu, Zhenf said with her heart, "Minga, this time, you must stand up for it." From then on, the success or failure depends on this move. Welcome to visit and read, the latest and fastest. The hottest serial works are all at mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 129 Dynasty Theory in Bishui Pavilion. Xiao Wenxian played with the glass for a while. Seeing that concubine Zhen was still worried, she comforted, "But you don't have to worry. The barbarian going south is a major event in the country. I don't know how to play tricks. If King Qi can't support it, I will let King Y send troops to help. It's King Yong and King Y to the south. If you still can't resist it, there is also our Imperial Guard." Concubine Zhen wanted to say that King Y might not be reliable, but suddenly she swallowed it again. This was only one side of Queen Zhao speaking at this time. There is no real evidence that will anger Xiao Wenxian. After all, Xiao Wenxian has always trusted Wei Wang. If this is the case, the concubine will feel relieved. The only thing left is to see the will of God. "I only hope that the emperor can support Minga a lot," Zhenf said softly. Xiao Wenxian nodded, as if he didn't want to talk about this topic anymore, but pointed to the goblet and said, "By the way, did King Qi say what this cup is for? Is it also a decoration?" Minga said this is for drinking, and he said that only this glass can see the transparency of Zhu King Zhu. Zhenf said Xiao Wenxian seemed to like the glass very much, and he couldn't put it down. "Well, this is a good thing. It is indeed a wonderful thing for drinking, but it seems too little." "Why is this difficult?" Zhenf smiled. The concubine asked him to send some more. "That's not right. King Zhu is now facing such a dangerous situation. I still take his things for nothing." Xiao Wenxian said. Concubine Zhen said with a smile, "What the emperor said today is worth a countless number of glasses, so how can it be for nothing?" Xiao Wenxian laughed loudly when she heard the words. This concubine Zhen has always been smart, and her words are extremely pleasing. After staying in the Bishui Pavilion for a while, Xiao Wenxian left with the glass. Even though that was the case, he still wanted to help Xiao Ming. After all, this time the barbarian clan went south was not a matter for Xiao Ming alone, but it was related to the safety of Great Yu. It was just a memorial 3 days later, and he knew what Xiao Ming needed now. "Dear King, you have also read the book of King Qi. The evidence that the barbarians colluded with the King Zhu clan to attack Kangzi in the fall is solid. What about this?" In the Chengqing Hall, Xiao Wenxian sat on the throne, and under the steps, the ministers lined up on both sides. The civil servants on the left, military attachés on the right. The prince and other princes are listed in the front. The emperor, the annual tribute required by the barbarians has increased year by year. Yaozu and other places have also been ceded to the barbarians, but the barbarians are still unsatisfied, and will still look at my Great Yu country. It can be seen that the barbarians have wolf ambition, and the heart of destroying my Great Yu country is not dead. This time, we can't let it go anymore. Only by stopping the war can deter the barbarians. A minister wearing a purple robe came out with an impassioned voice. As soon as his words fell, another minister came out and said, "General Liu Oquing's words are not correct. This time the barbarians have tried to increase the number of tributes. This is the case in previous years. You only need to give some silver to send it. Now, if there is a big fight, it is really worthless for the people and money. I hope the emperor will think twice." Dr. Kui, this is another annual tribute. Is the annual tribute given in these years still low? The annual tribute given in these years has not only failed the prairie people to be grateful, but has made the prairie people more soldiers. More stronger horses, sufficient food and grass, sharp swords. I am afraid that the more tributes this year, the more unstoppable the barbarian army will be. After a few years, the Great Yu Kingdom will be subjugated and extinct, not just a talk. Then Yu Kuihao will be stinking for thousands of years. Liu Quan glared his eyes and scolded. Kuihao's complexion flushed, and the same angrily said, General Liu is really not in charge. I don't know how much rice, oil, and salt are expensive. Have you ever counted how much money it will cost for a battle? Have you counted how many soldiers will be killed or injured? The important thing is not to be able to fight with the sharpness of King Zhao's soldiers and horses and still at a disadvantage, who can fight the barbarians in Kangzhou. That is, if it weren't for the annual tribute, would the barbarians withdraw their troops when Zhao Wangliangzhou was besieged? A bunch of cowards. You have cultivated the barbarians into the power of today, killed talents. Stupid Takeshi. As the two quarreled, the court chaos turned into a pot of porridge, and the ministers attacked each other. Don't say anything, Xiao Wenxian said angrily. As before, every time the barbarians are mentioned, the ministers will always be divided into the main battle and the main and two factions. Since he became the throne, the barbarians have become more powerful. At that time, his ascension was not stable. The barbarians took advantage of the situation, and even Kiaozu and other places lost the important pass of Shanhai Aiguan. He had to negotiate with the barbarians to appease, in exchange for the time to stabilize the throne of cities such as Yaozu. At the same time, he rebuilt the city of Kangzhou to resist further invasion by the barbarians, because he understood that even if these cities were not ceded to the barbarians, they would not be able to keep them, and they would also face the risk of losing Kangzhou or even the area north of the Yangtze River. In addition, the King Wei tried to persuade him at that time, and he was afraid of the barbarians in his heart, and finally agreed to pay tribute to the barbarians every year in the advice of the Lord and the faction. It was safe to do so, but the barbarians were not greedy enough. Even if they took the annual tribute, they continued to invade and demanded the tribute many times. The tribute gradually became a heavy burden on the Great Yu country. Wait until the throne was firmly established. He turned his head back. The barbarians holding the tribute became stronger and stronger, and the Great Yu country became weaker and weaker, and the voice of the DPRK Central Lord and the party took the upper hand. He understands the fear in the hearts of these ministers, and this is also his fear, because it is better to spend some money than lose the glory and wealth. But now that the barbarian invades again, he has no way to retreat, and can only stop the war by fighting. The ministers were yelled by Xiao Wenxian, and they all stopped. At this time, Xiao Wenxian said, the memorial to King Qi clearly stated that this time the barbarians colluded with the Kangzhou tycoons and intended to attack Kangzhou from inside and outside. It can be seen that the barbarians have been planning for a long time. This land in the south of the Yangtze River, the land of prosperity, is the source of food and money in the country of Dau. If it is lost, the country of Dau will be in danger. The emperor is wise. You can't lose this rich land in Jiangnan, a minister shouted. The emperor is wise, Liu Quan said with a fist. At this time, the second prince said, Father, this matter needs to be cautious. The barbarians have always liked to attack the west. Maybe this attack on Kangzhou is just a sham shot. The real purpose may not be Kangzhou. Even if you want to fight, you cannot put all your troops into Kangzhou. King Qi should be allowed to guard Kangzhou first, and we will wait for it to change. Let King Qi guard Kangzhou. Did the second brother forget about King Qi escaped back to Qing'an 3 years ago? At this time, the fourth prince suddenly said something ironic. As soon as I said this, the ministers in the hall showed mockery. So the fourth brother is willing to guard Kangzhou? The prince squinted and glanced at the fourth prince, and said lightly. The four princes paled. I didn't say that. After all, this Kangzhou is the fief of the Qi king. It is not convenient for outsiders to intervene. Book friends are welcome to visit and read the latest, fastest and hottest serial works. All in mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 130. Poison. The dazzling sunlight stretched above the chaotic hall, and fine dust could be seen floating in the sky in the light. Minister of Civil and Military Affairs, the prince's argument made Xiao Wenxuan annoyed. He is as clear as everyone else that Dayu is not an opponent of the barbarians. King Zhao entered Beijing a few days ago, and he was afraid of the barbarians. Although it is said that Wang Zhao's words were also for Xiao Wenxuan to give money and food, but the line of Zhao Wang, who was once known as one of the northern Iron Curtains of the Great Yu Kingdom, has already shown his incompetence. And King Liang and King Yong were even more struggling to deal with the harassment of the barbarians. In recent years, the money from the treasury and the equipment of the Department of Weapons were basically given to the three kings in the north. In addition to the annual tribute, the state treasury of Dau is empty, and now it is no longer able to support Xiaoming. It is precisely because of this that this imperial army cannot be easily used, because this is the last defense of Cheng'an City. So the words of the second prince came to his heart, and the words of the fourth prince made him a little unhappy, and the prince's retort to the fourth prince was exactly what he wanted to say. Okay, don't quarrel. I have decided that we can no longer add annual tribute this time. Now the national treasury of Dayu can't make ends meet, so how can the money go to the barbarians again? Besides, blindly giving in will only make the barbarians despise my Dayu more. China, this time I don't seek to defeat the barbarians, just let them know that my great Yu country can't let the barbarians manipulate. The emperor is wise, Liu Oquan and other generals said in unison. But at this time, many civil servants looked like mourning, all of them pale. They were afraid of the barbarians coming to Cheng'an. At that time, they would no longer be able to enjoy the glory and wealth and the fragrance of gentle daughters. The emperor, you can't fight. Kui Hao suddenly knelt on the ground, kowtowing. Then half of the ministers knelt down among the civil servants, and they all shouted, "The emperor, you can't fight." Together with this dispute, the Great Yu country will have no peace anymore, and Jiangshan and Shiji will be destroyed once. The emperor, you can't fight. At this time, many of the military officers also knelt down. You guys. Xiao Wenxuan's heart suddenly rises with anger. It used to be just like civilian officials. This time, there are so many generals among military officials who were threatened by the barbarians and dared not fight. He suddenly felt a sense of sadness, when Dau was full of people who were greedy for life, afraid of death, and stubborn for life. Father, the children have a trick to prevent the barbarians from going south without letting the barbarians anger the court. The third prince suddenly said. Xiao Wenxuan's eyes lit up and asked, "Say it quickly." "Father, it is inconvenient to speak in the court." The third prince hesitated and said. Xiao Wenxuan waved his hand and said to the ministers, "Withdraw from the court and discuss this matter tomorrow." "Yes, the emperor." The ministers got up and left Chengqing Hall. In order. When the ministers leave, only the three princes are left in the hall. At this time, Xiao Wenxuan said, "What can you do?" "Actually, it is very simple." This time the barbarians went south for additional tribute to attack Kangzhou and threaten the hinterland of the Central Plains. Kangzhou is the fief of the Qi king, and further south is the Wei king's fief. For the safety of their respective fiefs, Qi Wang and Wei Wang will fully resist the barbarians' offensive. In this way, if the Qi and Wei kings can defend Kangzhou, the barbarian will naturally go back in despair. If King Qi and King Wei can't defend Kangzhou, it's not too late to make peace with the barbarians before the city is broken. After all, if King Qi and King Wei are too low to stop the barbarians, the imperial army and the armies of other vassals will rush to help. I am afraid it will be of no avail, but the kingdom of Dau is in danger at this time. At this time, it is clearly stated that King Qi and King Wei refuse to obey the emperor's order and use troops to convict them without authorization, in order to appease the barbarians in exchange for the peace of Dau. The third prince said slowly. After talking about this plan, the third prince was a little proud. In his opinion, this is the wisest approach at present. "Asshole, how could I have a vicious son like you?" Xiao Wenxuan, suddenly violent, took the memorial in his hand and slammed it at the third prince. "You are asking me to betray my brothers, my son, and the whole world." Although I, Xiao Wenxuan, can't compare to the great ancestor Sheng Ming, I can't do such a despicable thing. The three princes were as calm as usual. It seemed that Xiao Wenxian would have such a reaction. He said, "Father, can you still see clearly above the court today?" The lord and the ministers are standing behind King Zhao, King Liang, and King Yong. They are afraid of the barbarians. If the further will go his own way, I am afraid the Northern Territory and Dayu Kingdom will have different dreams in the same bed. Xiao Wenxian's face has changed. Over the years, the royal family of the Kingdom of Dayu and many vassal states have gradually moved away from each other, no longer the intimacy between the Goes of vassal state and the royal family. Especially the kings of different surnames, which have been passed down through generations, and the relationship with the royal family has become more and more estranged, and they faintly obey the royal orders. It is precisely because of this that since Gozu, the Emperor of Dayu has basically maintained relationships with each other through marriages with many vassals. The words of the three princes are not impossible. Great Yu country knows that he and Wang Zhao are like brothers, but in fact, the more so, the greater the amount of play between the two. This King Zhao is a barrier to the north of the royal family. If the barbarians are secretly colluding with the barbarians can directly take the city of Qian. It is precisely because of this that he is very afraid of King Zhao. Make Empress Zhao the queen and his nephew as the prince, all to appease King Zhao. After all, among the many vassal kingdoms, King Zhao's army is the most powerful. It is a chess piece that can be used well, and it is a deadly blade if it is not used well. The Liang King and the Yong King are like this. In these years, in order to guard against the barbarians, the treasury has given a lot of money to the three vassals. If this time, thinking of this, Xiao Wenxian couldn't imagine it, and his ambitions in the hall slowly cooled down. He is now more than 50, and he has long lost the blood of the year. When he calmed down, he suddenly became a little afraid. He didn't want to lose the throne in front of him, the glory and wealth in front of him. The three princes saw Xiao Wenxian's look in his eyes, and he sneered in his heart. He knew his father too well. He loves this throne more than anything else. Father, the barbarians have repeatedly harassed. This time it is impossible not to color the barbarians, but the real war with the barbarians, the Great Yu country is likely to face the risk of disintegration. After all, the kings of the world have their own thoughts. So children, the minister proposed this plan. All of this was for the Great Yu country and for the father. Besides, at that time it was only a false conviction to the barbarians. The third prince said again. Xiao Wenxian was weak. He waved his hand. Wrong Zhen, think about it again. You go out first. The three princes responded, bowing and leaving. Outside the imperial city, Li Zong was waiting for the three princes. Xiao Zhen. Seeing the three princes came out of the palace, Li Zong stepped forward and asked, His Royal Highness, what's going on? Welcome to read. The latest, the fastest and hottest serial works are all at mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 131. Big fish eat small fish. I have said everything that I have to say, and my father's character will certainly adopt my strategy. The three princes shook the paper fan lightly, looking confidently. Li Zong smiled strangely when he heard the words, His Royal Highness. This time we kill two birds with one stone. And the most important thing is King Y. This time the barbarian King Y and Qi kings will be unstoppable, and Qi Dyd lost. With the greed of the barbarian, it is bound to continue to seize the remaining land in the north cannot be held north of the Yangtze River. So, if you can take the opportunity to weaken King Y, this wealthy land south of the Yangtze River is not owned by your Uncle Chu. At that time, you only need to wait for the opportunity. If the barbarian soldiers approach the city, the emperor will only have two roads. One is to destroy the city with Qian. One is to flee to Linan and establish another national capital. At that time, you will not be able to rely on your uncle. Can the throne still run away? If the emperor is unfortunate at that time, he will be able to claim the throne with your uncle's support. Emperor, Uncle said these things to me in the letter. I didn't expect my uncle's vision to be so long-term. I only hope that the barbarians will go back instead of fighting the autumn wine this time. The third prince sneered. Li Zong smiled and said, It must not be. The news I have received is that the barbarians have discontinued their troops with the Ottoman nation. This time they will go south. They will not easily retreat. The fate of the north is exhausted. The barbarians are not good at water wars. If you are in peace, your Royal Highness should not hesitate anymore. You should make your plans early. The three princes suddenly sighed slightly. Fine, when the king takes the throne in Linen, I will work hard to regain the lost ground in the north. Your Highness is wise. Li Zong smiled. The next day, the morning is up. Xiao Wenxian, who had been thinking about it all night, looked at the Minister of Civil and Military Affairs and said, the matter of the barbarian going south requires a long-term plan. After all, the two countries of Great Yu and the barbarians are now repaired, and it is not appropriate to speculate. Qi, the Wei dynasty, should have guarded the monarchy. The barbarians should try their best to guard the south and let the barbarians know how powerful our country is. If the two vassals can't resist, they will make peace and increase the annual tribute to appease the barbarians. Other vassals also need to be guarded. If the barbarians don't know anyway, fight to the death again. Emperor Sage Kui Hao and other ministers were overjoyed and said one after another. Liu Quan squeezed his fist and wanted to play again, but was pulled by the general on the same side and shook his head. Judging from Xiao Wenxian's expression, it was a compromise this time. The prince and the other princes did not speak. They also had their own ideas. Wang Zhao also meant to let him stand on the side of the leader and the faction. Although he did not speak, many of these leaders and the ministers were his. In the eyes of King Zhao, Xiao Wenxian is now in his advanced age. In a few years, his prince will succeed to the throne. So at this time, no matter what, you must stabilize the barbarian, and you can't lose the northern mountains and mountains. Everything will wait for him to secure throne. Behind the four princes is King Liang. He also had the same idea. Once the barbarians attacked, it would damage the interests of the northern kings, while the vassal kings of the south could take the opportunity to grow. So the princes of the north are not stupid. If the barbarians really go south, they will also focus on peace and resistance as the supplement. It's just that the letter of the King of Qi clearly stated that the fief lacked iron and briquettes. I think this matter will not make things difficult for the King of Qi. You can allow the King of Qi to buy and sell coal, iron and other things in Dau. Xiao Wenxian said dejectedly. This is the only place he can help Xiao Ming. The ministers no longer have any disagreements. If the barbarians really go south this time, they only need to watch the fire from the other side, let King Qi and King Wei resist, and then make peace when they really can't resist. In this way, the barbarians will know that the bone of Dau is not so easy to chew. At that time, the tribute will be increased and the cities of Qi and Wei kings will be ceded in exchange for the peace of the barbarians and Dau. And if the barbarians do not make peace, then the Forbidden Army will be sent out to fight the barbarians to death. After talking about this decision, Xiao Wenxian seemed very tired, and asked Xiao Huangman to announce his retreat. 3 days later, King Zhu, a group of cowards, in the Prince Qi's mansion, Xiao Ming slammed the imperial edict from Qing'an City to the ground. Pang Yukan was shocked, and immediately picked it up. His Royal Highness, if this is to be seen by the little yellow gate, it is time to tell your Majesty that it is not yours. What are you afraid of? The barbarians are going south, and the country of Great Yu is at stake, and what about them? They are all thinking about their own interests. It is ridiculous, ridiculous. And the world is ridiculous. Xiao Ming said angrily. The secret letter from concubine Zenzan who came with the imperial decree this time, he knew everything that happened on the court. At least General Luo is still a man. Luff said. General Luo is righteous, but unfortunately he can't stop the treacherous officials and thieves above the court. Xiao Ming said. Zhang Xingqian pondered for a while and said, His Majesty, this time your Majesty's imperial decree allows us to guard Kangzhou alone. Wang Wei should respond. This strategy is probably the poisonous scheme devised by the three princes. The mother concubine said that the queen further lost his temper in the harem that day. It can be seen that this is true. It is estimated that my third brother is already thinking about the fall of the north and his dream of ascending the throne in Linen. Exactly. This trick is mainly to make the King of Wei lose his army and lose his generals. We are just hurting Zhang Xingqian said. From the other ministers and princes, it is clear that King Zhao, King Liang and King Yong do not to be willing to get involved in this barbarian attack on Kangzhou. For them, as long as their domain is safe and sound, it is enough. Pang Yukan nodded. Xingqing is right. It seems that the fate of King Kang has fallen to us. Xiaoming nodded. When the barbarians attacked Shanhai Aiguan, the imperial court in Qing'an is no different from today, sacrificing a vassal state in exchange for 10 years of peace. But it is a pity that the king of Kang, Ming Wang, would rather die than surrender and come to the palace of King Kang. This king will never allow King Kang's tragedy to happen again in Kingzhou. At least there is one piece of good news. The Further agreed to buy iron and briquettes from other states, Xiaoming said. He had never thought of expecting other people to help him. The defeat of Xiao Wenxuan and many vassals above the court proved this point. Zhang Xingqing said, His Royal Highness, this is the opportunity to ask Wang for money and grain, and iron and coal. Otherwise the city of Kangzhou will be difficult to defend. Ha ha ha, that's too right. Xiaoming suddenly laughed, and the exhibition was really bad. At this time, King Wei must be violent, and he probably wouldn't have thought that he would be sold by other vassals. As the first level to resist the barbarians, Wang Wei must hope that Xiaoming can defend Kangzhou at this time, so he must not be too much to reach out for support. Pang Yukan gave a wry smile and said, His Royal Highness, this Manchu dynasty civil and military are all calculating you. How can you still laugh? Even if you have money and food to withstand the barbarian attack, I am afraid we will lose a lot. Novel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at for mobile users. Please go to read. Chapter 132 Why Wang comes again. Pang Qingshi doesn't have to frown. This king is a wry smile. Now it is obvious that the father will not send a soldier to Kangzhou. There is no other way but to rely on himself. Now he can only do his job and obey the destiny. In that case, why not break the boat? Once, this king not only asked Wang for money and food, but also asked his father for money and food. Those who wanted to see this king's jokes would also get some money for the show. Xiaoming, who was laughing loudly, stopped suddenly and said in a serious tone, Luf cursed, His Royal Highness is right, these want to reap the benefits. No way. Hey, Pang Yukan sighed deeply. He felt sorry for the country of Dau. This time, we can see the thoughts of the kings of different surnames. Even Xiao Wenxuan can't issue government orders completely according to his own wishes. Luf ignored Pang Yukan. The literati was too verbose. He asked, So, is your highness going to Jinling City to find King Wei? Why go down to the palace to find it? The king of Wei will come by himself. Xiaoming said with a smile. Jinling City, Wei Wangfu. As Xiaoming guessed, after receiving the imperial decree, King Wei flew into a rage, and the servants of the palace were silent. Brother, why are you making such a big fire? Princess Pinyang still stayed in Jinling City. Just now she was startled by the voice of King Wei's scolding. Come and see why. Only then did King Wei get news from Qing'an and let him and King Qi guard Kangzhou. King Wei's face flushed. HMPH, this time when I was above the court, I was manipulated by other vassal kings. They wanted to deliberately weaken the strength of the king and let the king and the barbarians meet each other. Believed in the poisonous tricks of the three princes. These three princes are worthy of the nickname of the Viper Youngest. This strategy is really vicious, but this is also the weakness of the emperor. I know this emperor best. What he cares most is his throne. Let's talk about his age. But I want to stay safe and secure for a few more years. Princess Pinyang said. Wang Wei said angrily, he has a birthday. What about me? If Kangzhou falls, and the barbarians cross Kingzhou, where can the king have a place to stay? The emperor is really deceived by this group of people. This plan will kill two people, a royal prince. This is further weakening the royal family. Princess Pinyang frowned. King Wei was on the point. If King Qi and King Wei are destroyed again, only King Yong will remain. It is estimated that the emperor is also helpless. You see, the ministers of the Lord and King this time are almost all of the kings of Zhao, Liang, and Jiang. If the emperor insists on going his own way, he is afraid that the barbarian will invade. It was the Qi king's business that the barbarians invaded Kangzhou. After all, when the barbarians invaded the fiefs of Zhao Wang and others, they were solely responsible for them. Princess Pinyang said. Wai Wang slowly exhaled. Princess Pinyang's words made him feel wronged. When the barbarians attacked Zhao Wang before, he seemed to be watching the fire from the other side. But at that time Xiao Wenxian gave money, food and equipment. Finally, now it seems that this king is inevitable. This time the barbarian goes south. If King Qi cannot defend Kangzhou, this king may not be able to defend his fief. Princess Pinyang smiled and said, in fact, the emperor doesn't have to worry. If King Qi can hold Kangzhou, the country of Diaoyu will be stable. Can he hold Kangzhou? Wai Wang sneered. These days, King Qi did some amazing things, but it's a little bit tricky. Brother Emperor. Having said that, but if you want to reduce Wide Eye's losses, you have to put aside your prejudices at this time, help King Qi, and let King Qi kill more enemies for Brother Emperor. In this way, Brother Emperor can also reduce some trouble. Wang Wai nodded. That's not bad, but I can't say that this time I will go to Kingzhou again to discuss this matter with Wang Qi. Well, if this is the case, I will let the people in the court no longer have trouble with Xiaoming on the matter of the rich family. Princess Pinyang said, this King Qi really doesn't know if it is bad luck or luck. A few days later, a huge fleet departed from Jinling City and slowly set off towards Kingzhou. 3 days later, the fleet arrived at the pier outside Kingzhou City. On the dock at this time, Xiaoming was riding a horse and was waiting. Just as he thought, Wang Wai could not wait to find him. Good nephew, good nephew. Wang Wai got off the boat and headed straight for Xiaoming. When he came close, he hugged Xiaoming hard. Xiaoming coughed and said, Uncle Sanhong, you are going to strangle me to death. Wai Wang laughed and patted Xiaoming on the shoulder. The nephew is getting thinner and thinner. This time the emperor will bring you a lot of good things, so you can make up for it. Said, he looked back at the boxes that were constantly being removed from the ship. Xiaoming arched his hands. If this is the case, then thank the emperor. Thank you. This time the king came to you must be clear. You can't say you have to rely on you this time. Wai Wang said. Xiaoming smiled and said, that said, the emperor has also got the news. The wine bag and rice bag in Qing'an was so scared that I couldn't lift my pants when I saw the barbarians. This time, you and I were able to resist the barbarians. You reading it really kills 1,000 swords. Wang Wai was equally angry. No, if I was in the court at that time, I would definitely drew a knife and slashed the rat generation. The two said as they walked. It was noon, and Xiaoming said, Uncle Three Emperors, I have already set up a banquet by the lotus pond outside the city. Why not go to that place? Wai Wang was startled. He knew that Xiaoming had killed the local wealthy family by the lotus pond. This arrangement by Xiaoming was probably to remind him that he was not so easy to mess with. Laughed awkwardly, and Wang Wai pretended to be ignorant and said, Go, go, it's good to be outside, it's good to be outside, enjoying the scenery and eating at the same time. Wonderful, wonderful. The two came to the lotus pond surrounded by the guards. At this time, there was already a banquet, and the servants were busy. Xiaoming invited Wai Wang to sit down together, and then said, I hope that the three emperors don't mind. Wang Wai looked at the many unseen and unfamiliar dishes, and said, My nephew is polite. This time I am not here for delicious food, but is discussing how to deal with this barbarian going south. Xiaoming pretended to be unclear. Didn't the emperor say it very clearly? You and I guard Kangzhou together, and the emperor is older than me, and the fief is much richer than my Kingzhou. The main force guarding Kangzhou is naturally the emperor. Uncle. Wang Wai's expression tightened. He understood that no matter how stupid Xiaoming was, he would not be so easily deceived on this issue. He said, This is true, but the emperor's uncle is afraid that the battlefield will be unpredictable by that time, and the emperor's army will travel a long distance and cannot arrive in time. If you lose Kangzhou at that time, wouldn't it be harm to your nephew? You reading book friends are welcome to visit and read the latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all in new reading. For mobile phone users, please go to read Chapter 133 Fair Trade by the Lotus Pond. The blood that was once all over the ground has now been washed away by a heavy rain. The beautiful scenery makes it impossible to see that there was a cruel fight here not long ago. Wai Wang looked at Xiao Ming with a smile, only waiting for Xiao Ming's answer. Uncle Three Emperors, this Kangzhou can't be defended. Can the fiefdom of Uncle Three Emperors be maintained? Does the Uncle Three Emperors still expect King Yan and King Chu to come to save it? Xiao Ming said lightly. Now he doesn't need to worry about King Y's face. This time the court discussion allowed him to see thoroughly that the treacherous ministers of the Great Yu Kingdom were in power, and many vassals had evil intentions, and his father Huang Kong had lofty ambitions, but he was reluctant to lose himself the honor and luxury of the weekdays. There is no one to help him, but to survive by himself. King Y looked embarrassed. My nephew, you don't know the relationship between King Yan and King Chu. If they don't take the opportunity to fall into the hole, I will burn incense. This time, I thought about it. There are only you and me. Work together to overcome difficulties. Don't you think? Xiao Ming said in his heart that this is like a human saying. When he was king, Wai Wangzi wanted to use him as a gunman. In order to prevent this incident of the barbarian going south, Xiao Ming was too busy these days. He said, Three Emperors, since you are here in Kingzhou, you must use me. Xiao Ming. We know that people don't talk secretly. The second uncle of the third emperor came only because he wanted my Kingzhou army to be the main force in guarding Kangzhou, and the uncle of the third emperor could not use the army to preserve his strength. After all, the uncle of the third emperor had to guard against the two kings of Chu and Yan. Right? Wai Wang was startled. He didn't expect Xiao Ming to be so direct. He smiled bitterly and put away his hippie smile. It seems that his nephew can't look at it the way he used to. Since the wise nephew said so, I will not hide it. In this case, the wise nephew must also be able to see the plots of those kings of different surnames, especially the king of Chu. I am afraid that we will wait for the barbarians to sweep the north, to remove other vassals for him, and Zhao Wang and others are obviously unwilling to provoke the barbarians. This is what seems to be a contradictory decision on the court, and behind this is actually the game behind the vassals. Wai Wang slowly said. After a pause, Wang Wai continued. The emperor is also forced to be helpless this time. Over the years, in order to resist the barbarians, our royal family has paid money and food, and this money has fattened King Zhao and King Liang of the Yongwen generation. The southern vassal kings of different surnames are sitting on their feet and continue to grow, but the royal family is getting weaker and weaker in this consumption. If the barbarians go south, you and me will be annihilated. The strength is going down and the other is up. I am afraid that it will be unscrupulous. Changing hands in this world is just a matter of time. Xiao Ming nodded, and all what Wai Wang said came to the point. Obviously, this incident was a vicious scheme by the king of a different surname to further weaken the royal family and pave the way for the throne. After a generation of feudal lords of different surnames in the Gozu era drove Hexi to the west, there was no longer any love between the royal family and the feudal lords. Constantly expanding ambitions will inevitably bring turmoil again and again in this barbaric era. The three emperors see it thoroughly, but it is obvious that the father has no other way, and now he can only rely on us. If we hold on, they can naturally defeat their conspiracy. Xiao Ming said. The king of Wei said so much, but in fact it was just for Xiao Ming to transfer the hatred to other vassals, and to take the opportunity to draw the relationship between the two. He said, so, it's not that the emperor refused to help you with all his strength. The emperor was also to prevent accidents. Xiao Ming sneered in his heart. If he were the former Xiao Ming, he might really consider royal affection, but unfortunately, he has nothing to do with Wai Wang or even Xiao Wenxian. Except for Zenf in this Chang'an city, he doesn't care about life or death. After all, this woman is also the mother of the predecessor, and now she considers him like her mother. This time he defended Kangzhou. Speaking of it, he was really unhappy with the arrival of King Y. It was not that King Y could not do the thing about stabbing a knife in the back. He said, hey, I thought it was too simple. It turns out that the three emperors' thoughts are so far-reaching. Well, if that's the case, this time the nephew will take the king's army to defend the city as hard as possible. Uncle rushed to help in time. The king of Y was overjoyed, but his face was as usual. He held Xiaoming's hand tightly. Nephew, if we defeat the barbarian in the future, I will be a nephew and ask for credit before the emperor. Xiaoming smiled pretensely, and then changed the conversation. Thanks to the three emperors, but the nephew of Kangzhou City can be guarded. But the emperor knows his nephew's trip to Qing'an helped. Wei Wang was so frightened that he was severely blackmailed by Xiaoming last time. However, he wanted Xiaoming to resist the barbarians for him this time, but he couldn't refuse. He reluctantly said, I have some iron and coal that the nephew needs. If the nephew needs it, I will send it to King Zhu. Then I would like to thank the three emperors. If the iron and coal are enough, the city of Kangzhou can still be guarded. Otherwise, although my nephew wants to defend the emperor, I am afraid he can't do it. Xiaoming sighed. The corners of Wei Wang's mouth trembled. He originally wanted to send something to him, but he didn't dare to say that. This iron and coal are at best a matter of silver. The king of Y is rich in the world. No one knows or cares. But if the barbarian enters the land of Y, he will really suffer a heavy loss. He gritted his teeth and said, the wise nephew is at ease. The three emperors just buy, and will definitely provide iron and coal for the wise nephew. Thank you again, Uncle Sanhong, for coming, eating and drinking. At this time the banquet was also ready. Xiaoming stretched out his hand and invited Wei Wang to drink together. Picking up the wine glass, Xiaoming glanced at King Y and found that King Y was also leaning against him. The two looked at each other and smiled. One was the old fox and the other was the little fox. At this banquet, Xiaoming asked the dining room of the palace to prepare a lot of the delicacies he taught. The King Y, who has always loved to eat, was full of glutinous food and full of praise. After a feast, Wang Y was naturally very satisfied. It was noon when King Y arrived in Kingzhou, and he definitely couldn't go back today. Xiaoming asked Zixuan to arrange a place for King Y in the palace. This time is different from the last time. After Wang Y tasted the delicacy, he wanted to stay in Kingzhou City for a few more days, and he did not refuse Xiaoming's arrangement. With the promise from King Y, the shortage of ore in Kingzhou army can be relieved temporarily, but for Xiaoming, this is far from enough. Because in this era, even in the land of the King of Y, the output of coal and iron is very low. I am afraid that the output of iron and coal in the whole country of Dau is not enough for Kingzhou this time. After all, in modern times, the annual output of a steel mill is enough to burst the annual output of the world. In this era, book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at .mtl-novel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 134. Intrigue His Royal Highness. The next one should be King Yong. The feast was over, and King Y went down to the palace surrounded by his personal guards. At this time, Zhang Xingqing suddenly said to Xiaoming. Xiaoming nodded, this time letting himself be taken advantage of to defend Kangzhou. He would definitely not do it without sufficient benefits. From south to north, from east to west, he wants to blackmail everything. Even if he doesn't come, the letter must be gone. At this time, he will be allowed to buy coal and iron with money. It is a treacherous courtier. He can use this to go to Xiao Wenxuan to complain. Yes, King Yong, King Zhao, King Yan, etc. Don't let any of these people go. Write all letters. Whoever doesn't give it, let's send papers to Qing'an. Xiaoming said. His memorial stated that he would take money to buy it, but the premise was that other vassal kingdoms would send troops to support him, and now he was alone, and he would not give money for his life. Who would be willing to be taken advantage of? Zhang Xingqing smirked for a while, and said, His Royal Highness, leave this to me. I am not afraid that these vassals will not spit out something. Still had confidence in Zhang Xingqing, a bad-minded counselor, Xiaoming. He said, Go, if it is really done, the king will have a lot of rewards. In response, Zhang Xingcheng, Pang Yukan and others went to the Dudu mansion. Xiaoming then went to Qingzhou City. This time King Y came to Qingzhou City. He would certainly also inquire about Qingzhou City, and he had to let Li 3 guard a little bit, especially the gun mold being manufactured by the equipment division. Before playing Qing'an, he had called Chen Qi to study the issue of the artillery model day and night. Judging from the current situation, he must not be able to build bronze cannons, and he cannot build a few cannons even if he collects the copper of his entire fief. Bronze cannons are also choking. 1 copper, 1 lead and tin. Qingzhou do not have any reserves. After thinking about it, he can only produce cast iron cannons. Although cast iron guns are not as tough as bronze guns and bronze guns, they are easier to burst. But if you want to produce more cannons in such a short time, you can only do this. After all, after blast furnace iron making and crucible steel making, Qingzhou's steel output has increased significantly. Moreover, the cast iron cannons in the Science and Technology Library have ready-made knowledge reserves. He does not need to go through the initial exploration of the cannon development, but directly uses mature casting technology to produce cast iron cannons. But even so, some technical problems still cannot be overcome, and the success rate of cast iron guns is estimated to be only 3 to 4 in 10. In other words, if 10 guns are produced, only 3 or 4 usable guns can be successfully obtained, because many of the barrels of cast iron guns will explode due to thermal expansion and contraction during the cooling process. The internal mold water cooling technology that guarantees the gun barrel technology is definitely not realized at the current level of Qingzhou. At least it can only be considered after the appearance of the steam engine. As Xiaoming thought, Wang Wei would naturally not be honest when he arrived in Qingzhou City. Wang's men were everywhere in Qingzhou asking about interesting things in Qingzhou these days. Of course, these people get the most things for the rich family, followed by newspapers, glass, and other new things. Newspaper? Interesting. There are so many newspapers in Prince Qi's mansion that King Y easily asked Xiaoming for a copy and read it. Xiaoming is now with Wang next to his body, trying to let this restless emperor uncle settle down. Instead of asking him to inquire, it is better to show him what he can show him. If you like Uncle 3 Emperors, you can also try it in the fief. Xiaoming said. He is now digging a hole for King Y to jump in. He was able to distribute newspapers because of type printing and mature paper-making technology. This can be avoided, but it is the same as the notice at the gate of the city. Wang is not stupid either. The handwriting on this newspaper is exactly the same. Obviously it was not copied by the scholars one by one. This Xiaoming obviously has a special way, but he is not interested in this thing. For him, it makes no sense to let the people know so much. Glanced at the newspaper, Wang Wei picked up the glass on his hand and looked at it again. My nephew, this time the barbarian race going south, I am afraid it will have a big impact on your business. Qingzhou is facing wars. Generally speaking, merchants will seek good luck and avoid harm. Especially these merchants are mostly people in front of the kings. It's just that now Qingzhou's business not only shows no signs of dying, but it also seems to be hotter than before. These businessmen who were worried about the war thought that if Qingzhou were to fall, these products in Qingzhou would inevitably become exquisite products, but it would have caused the prices of various commodities to soar. Indeed, it is not small. These days, my Qingzhou Chamber of Commerce has made a lot of extra money. There are also a lot of grain, copper, iron cloth and so on that are used to offset the silver. Because of this, my nephew dares to guard this Qingzhou city. Wang Wei felt a burst of anger, and he didn't know what kind of evil this kid had been caught. Now he is very lucky. On the contrary, it's me. This glass is really good. I also want to buy some back this time. I don't know how many nephews have. Wang took the opportunity to change the subject. As soon as glass was put into production, it formed a scale, and the craftsmen were skilled in production. The production was very fast. Qingzhou now has a lot of inventory. He said, Uncle 3 Emperors want how much? Wang Wei nodded. He couldn't put it down with this glass. When going back this time, He plans to use a lot of glass to decorate the palace. But he also heard that the price of this glass is not low. A glass bottle is at least 20 or 30 tals of silver. In fact, the reason why Xiaoming accompanied Wang Wei has another purpose, that is, to let Wei Wang quickly return to the land and send people such things as coal and carbon. Having seen King Zhu's new gadgets, Wang Wei was also somewhat satisfied, but he also understood that the real secrets of King Zhu were in the equipment department, and no one outsider had entered this place so far. Well, I will let people prepare silver for some glass, and let them raise iron and coal to King Zhu city. By the way, Wei Wang said slowly, called a guard. Wei Wang said a few words to him. The guard turned and left. Then King Wei said to Xiaoming, my nephew, if the barbarians break through the city of Kangzhou, it would be a pity for you, the prosperous place of King Zhu. This soap, glass, and fine wine will all become exquisite products. It will also be ruined, and then, no matter how much you sell, there will be nowhere to sell. The three emperors are absolutely right, Xiaoming said lazily. This is also the fundamental reason why he wants to defend Kangzhou. Now the Great Yu country cannot be chaotic. If it is chaotic, where can his goods be sold, and how can he build his own fief without money? At least this time, he and Wei Wang have the same goals, that is, for their respective purposes, to temporarily maintain the balance of Great Yu. The two were talking, and suddenly Asta called out, Your Highness. What's wrong? Xiaoming asked. A man who claimed to be Liu Oxin outside the door asked to see His Royal Highness. He said that he was the son of General Liu Oquane. Puff. Wei Wang, who was drinking water, spit out all the tea in his mouth. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. For mobile phone users, please go to read testimonials on the shelves. The fifth book is about to be on the shelves, and it has been almost 3 years since I stumbled into the web. Snail is not a talented author. His results have been mediocre in the past 2 years. From the 4 different types of works, it can be seen that Snail has been trying to find a writing path that suits him. When writing this book, he can only say that he is worried, because it may again. It was an attempt to hit the street. But the Snail still wrote it, in order to have the immortal passion and dream for web writing in my heart, in order to write a truly popular work. If there are too many snails, I won't say too much. It's on the shelves. I just hope everyone can support the snails a lot. My dream is with you. At the same time, I apologize to my lovely Huaya editor. Maybe the editor changed a little some time ago. It belongs to the free-range state, and the person has become tired and lazy. I only say 1,000 words of thanks. Chapter 135. Liu Oxin. Liu Oxin. Xiaoming was also slightly taken aback. This Liu Oquin was the leader of the Great Yu Kingdom's main battle faction. Every time the barbarian invaded, General Liu Oquin was always the first to call for battle. In fact, this great general also fought against the barbarians many times, winning half and half, and was extremely prestigious in the Forbidden Army. This Liu Oxin is Liu Oquin's second son. When in Qing'an, Xiaoming and Liu Oxin were also very familiar with each other. However, this familiarity is not a relationship between friends, but a relationship that dislikes each other. At that time, Liu Oxin couldn't understand Xiaoming's behavior in Qing'an. Xiaoming's good deeds of seizing the people's girls were caused by this kid many times. King Wei calmed down, sighed and said, General Liu is really the pillar of the country. This time Liu Oxin must be sent to help the palace. General Liu has always advocated the use of war to end the war against the barbarians, but it is a pity that there are too few people to support it. This time it must be extremely helpless, Xiaoming said. Then he turned to Asta and said, hurry up and invite him in. Asta answered yes, and soon came in with a handsome young man dressed in military uniform. This man was Liu Oquin's son, Liu Oxin. Liu Oxin paid homage to His Royal Highness Qi and His Royal Highness Wei. Seeing that King Wei was also in the main hall, Liu Oxin was surprised and bowed and said. Xiaoming got up, lifted Liu Oxin up, and said, Erlang exempts the gift. I am really happy to see Erlang in King's Zoo. Come, Sit down. Liu Oxin saluted again, and then sat down next to him. Wang Wei smiled. Erlang, why did you get to King Zhu? What was said just now is after all the speculation of the two, and Liu Oxin's purpose is still to ask. Liu Oxin said, the barbarian tribe went south, and there was a sound of peace in the DPRK. My father really couldn't bear it. He asked me to come to King Zhu to help His Highness, hoping to thwart this barbarian tribe's going south. Sure enough, General Liu Oquane understands righteousness. This king really admires him. This time this king will definitely do his best. If Erlang doesn't dislike it, it's better to go to my army and try to resist barbarism. Wai Wang laughed. Liu Oxin's face was different. This time his father's famous saying asked him to come to King Zhu to help Xiaoming, but he didn't say that he should help King Wei. This Wai Wang's words made him very embarrassed. The shamelessness of Xiaoming secretly scolding Wai Wang is also hard to find in the world. Sure enough, it is not without reason that Wai Wang is now in trouble. The thickness of the skin is enough. He squinted at King Wei. Uncle San Huang, Erlang's famous saying is to help this king. Isn't it wrong for Uncle San Huang to be so important, or Uncle San Huang wants to lead Wai Dai's army to defend the city for this king? This king just talked casually. When Wai Wang heard this, he immediately wilted. As the saying goes, Jiangman Huzi. This Liu Oxin also inherited the bravery of General Liu Oquane, and followed General Liu Oquane to the battlefield, and personally played against the barbarians. It can be said that how to deal with the barbarians is also a master. Moreover, it is said that Liu Oxin has high martial arts and ordinary generals are not his opponents. He once smashed into the barbarian army and took the head of the barbarian centurion. It is precisely because of this that Wang Wei put up his face and wanted to win Liu Oxin. Liu Oxin's eyes swept back and forth between Xiaoming and Wai Wang. He was not only brave, but also very shrewd. He could see that Wai Wang and Qi Wang were just superficially friendly. This is exactly what his father said. King Wei will not sincerely resist the barbarians, and will definitely let Xiaoming be the pawn. Nowadays, although the different surnames have different thoughts, the royal prince also has his own thoughts. The two are bound to be intrigue on this matter. That's why his father let him go directly to King Zhu, because in any case, this Kang Zhu is the fief of King Qi. He cannot escape this fate. Ignoring the king of Wei, Xiaoming said to Liu Oxin, Erlang, when the barbarian went south, King Zhu was lacking talents at this time. It was really timely rain for you to come this time. I used to be in Qing'an. This king was offended. I hope Jiro will forgive me. Liu Oxin's memory of Xiaoming still lingered in the city of Qing'an. If his father hadn't let him come this time, he really didn't want to be a general under Xiaoming's hand. But he thought, when the barbarian affairs were over, he could go back, and it wouldn't hurt to endure it for a while. He said, Your Highness, as long as you can prevent the barbarian from going south, you don't need to talk about the little things before. Xiaoming nodded. It's so good. I will now let Lieutenant Liu come over and take you to the army. Liu Oxin nodded. He didn't have much to say to Xiaoming. It's better to go directly to the army to see the training situation of the King Zhu army. Wang Wei was a little bit sour, and he was obviously unhappy that Liu Oxin remained in the King Zhu army. This time the barbarian went south, and it really gave Xiaoming a lot of benefits. Xiaoming immediately sent someone to call Luf over. As the war happened, Luf might not be able to deal with it independently, although he is not familiar with Liu Oxin. Liu Oxin is also a well-known figure, and it is best if he can use it for him. Your Highness, you are looking for me. After a while, Luf appeared in the main hall. He was training with the King Zhu army in the army just now, and his plate armor had not taken off. Entering the main hall with a heavy plate armor, and a tall and sturdy figure, Luf looked extremely fierce. When Liu Oxin saw Luf, he seemed to be interested. His expression showing excitement, his eyes first swept over the plate armor of Luf, and then looked at Luf. This is Lieutenant Liu who regained Kangzhou City 3 years ago. It's not as well known as meeting each other. When I saw it today, it turned out to be a powerful general. Liu Oxin said. Luf glanced at Liu Oxin, and saw that the uniform on his body was Forbidden Army's clothes, showing a confused look. "Are you?" "His name is Liu Oxin, the second son of General Liu Okwayne," Xiaoming explained. Luff said in surprise, "Look up for a long time." For a long time, it turned out to be the famous Captain Liu Oxin. The two were in a state of mutual sympathy, and Xiaoming said, Lieutenant Liu came to King Zhu this time to help us stop the barbarians. I am afraid that we will work with you in the King Zhu army for some time. You have to take good care of it." Upon hearing this, Luff smiled and said, "His Royal Highness, rest assured, Lieutenant Liu is a guest when he comes, and the general will take care of him. Lieutenant Liu is not welcome. I will only assist His Highness when I come this time. Lieutenant Liu is the main thing in the army. I only need to speak wherever I am." The three of them were so affectionate, and Wang felt more sour. He said, "My nephew, I won't stay in Kingzhou City anymore, and I will go back tomorrow, so I can urge you about this iron and coal matter. I hope my nephew can do my best to defend Kangzhou City." Xiaoming was eager for him to leave. He didn't have time to take care of him now, so he said, "Uncle San Huang, don't worry, I will go all out." To be continued, new website. Chapter 136 Cast Iron Cannon. The next day, Wang Wei and his mighty fleet left Kingzhou Wharf. Xiaoming looked at Wang's fleet with some envy, wondering when his Kingzhou City could have such a majestic fleet. In the shipyard in Kingzhou, his Galen ship is still under intense construction. I only hope that by the end of the year, he will get 3 Galen ships. As Zhang Liang said, at that time, the artillery will be placed on the Galen ship. In this era of sailing warships, he has also taken a step into the sea. But thinking of artillery, he suddenly grew his head again. The number of artillery needed on this battlefield was also a lot, and it was a heavy burden. From this point of view, training a powerful navy really requires constant smashing inside. Money. Wang Wei was sent, and Xiaoming went directly to the Department of Equipment. At this time, Chen Qi was leading a craftsman to cast iron molds, and his brain was full of artillery casting methods. Naturally, Xiaoming would not take the detours that predecessors had taken. The method of casting guns he used this time was the iron mold casting method. This iron mold casting method has actually existed in ancient times. However, it was adopted to cast artillery in the Qing dynasty. This method is actually not technically difficult, only the current craftsman can't think of this method. All sometimes rare is not technology, but discovery technology. Now Xiaoming has taught Chen Qi and others the complete iron mold casting technique. For these skilled craftsmen, it is only a matter of time to master the iron mold casting technique. His Royal Highness, we are now making mud cannon embryos. Chen Qi saw Xiaoming coming, and immediately walked over. The casting of the artillery made him sleep well for days and nights, thinking day and night about the method Xiaoming taught him. Artillery, the weapon that Xiaoming spoke of, made him even more excited. As Xiaoming said, if artillery were built, Chen Qi would be well known in history. But these days he led the craftsmen to try to forge the artillery, only to realize that the artillery manufacturing is not so simple. Now only this artillery mold has failed several times. Looking at the failed mud artillery embryo, Xiaoming said, "Failed again?" Chen Qi's expression was a little tired, and his face was ashamed. His Royal Highness, at the beginning, the craftsman handed it, and this clay artillery embryo always failed to shape it. Now that I have become more skilled, I think it's almost the end this time. Xiaoming nodded, and looked at the craftsman who was making clay artillery embryos. This iron mold cast gun must first be divided into 4/7 sections according to the size of the iron cannon to make clay guns, and then the iron mold clay molds are divided according to the number of clay gun sections. Each clay mold is divided into 2 parts, and the inner surface is spun with a car plate. Make the surface smooth and regular, and then dry for use. A prefabricated handle is placed in the clay mold, which is integrated with the iron mold when pouring. Next, when turning the iron mold with a mud type, first put the muscle section upside down on the mud flat plate. Fill one of the petals with mud, dry, cover the mud flat plate, clamp the mold tightly, and get the first part after pouring a piece of an iron mold. Then remove the filling mud and cast another iron mold in the same way. In this way, by pouring section by section, a complete set of iron molds can be cast into layers and tenon. Finally, when using an iron mold to cast an iron cannon, first brush the inner surface of the mold with a paint made of fine rice husk ash and fine sand mud and water, and then apply a second layer of paint made from very fine coal powder, and then tighten the iron mold, heat, assemble the mud core, and pour molten iron. After solidification, immediately remove the iron mold. While the gun body is still red and hot, remove the burrs and remove the mud core to obtain the finished artillery. But this time, in order to reduce the blasting rate of the artillery, he planned to replace the clay core with a hollow ceramic core, and inject water into the hollow ceramic core to cool the iron in the barrel. This is also the native method of barrel cooling technology, only to reduce the rate of blasting and produce high-quality iron guns. The blackmailing of other vassals was handed over to Zhang Xingqing. Now Xiaoming has devoted himself to the equipment department, and Chen Qi is bound to produce this artillery. This time the barbarians are going south, and the army will inevitably be dispatched. In order to prevent the barbarians from conquering Kangzhou, they can only rely on the city's strong artillery to make the barbarians panic and retreat. After all, his artillery is not the fire tube of Dayu Kingdom, and the range of 3 to 4 miles is enough for the barbarians to drink at pot. As Chen Qi said, after a few days of failure, the craftsman has mastered some skills. However, the artillery has not been cast, and the artillery casting specifications have been released. Xiaoming divided the artillery into 6-pound, 9-pound, 12-pound, 18-pound, 24-pound, 32-pound, and 42-pound guns. The artillery that Xiaoming cast was used to defend the city. Naturally, he used heavy artillery, so he used an 18-pounder gun. The 32-pounder and 42-pounder gun belonged to a huge gun. It was not necessary at all. An 8-pounder gun is enough to be used as a naval gun. And the higher the pound, the bigger and heavier the gun body, and handling itself is a problem. In one day, in accordance with the design standard of the 18-pounder gun, the equipment department made half of the mud gun embryo, and the rest can only be continued tomorrow. The clay cannon embryos are still cast iron molds, and it will take at least 10 days before the cannon can be cast. It has been 10 days since the news of the barbarian going south, and it is estimated that it will take a month to produce the first cannon. At this time, it was estimated that it was only about 5 months before the barbarian went south, which was only his guess. If the barbarian went south in advance, he would be really hard-pressed. Because of this, he didn't dare to take time off during this period of time. He didn't dare to delay after he was busy, and return to the palace at night, thinking about how to granulate the gunpowder. As we all know, the greater the power of gunpowder, the greater the power of the artillery. Nowadays, the ratio of gunpowder in Dayu State is not very accurate in all aspects, but gunpowder is no secret. The materials for the production of gunpowder are also easy to obtain. After returning from the Department of Equipment, after dinner, Xiaoming called Lu Tong over. This gunpowder was a chemical matter, and naturally it had to be handed over to Lu Tong, and Luluo and Asta also came to lay hands. The 5 were in the side hall of the palace, surrounded by lanterns. There were charcoal, saltpeter, sulfur, and a small scale in front of Xiaoming. While weighing the 3 things, he instructed Lu Tong to crush these 3 things into powder. Be careful, this will explode. Lu Tong's face turned pale, and his hands couldn't help but tremble. Since learning chemistry with Xiaoming, he has understood that none of the chemistry studies can kill people. Now Xiaoming asked him to do something like gunpowder, which put him under a lot of pressure. But thinking of the barbarian going south, he gritted his teeth. This is the hatred of the country and the family. In order to eliminate the barbarian, not to mention making gunpowder, he eats it raw. Wang Lutong gritted his teeth and looked like he could not get through with the gunpowder materials. Xiaoming was frightened. He said, "Be gentle, the finer the powder, the better. Don't use too much force. You want to kill the king." To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 137 Gunpowder. His Royal Highness, will this gunpowder really explode? In the gloomy night, there was only some light in the side hall of the palace, and Luluo had little courage, and she looked like she was about to cry at this time. Asta stared at Lutong, and said, "Thank you, your Royal Highness appointed you to study chemistry. Go, 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 let me come." After all, Asta could not help saying that he took Lutong's job and carefully crushed saltpeter. Lutong looked embarrassed. How could he be a man lose to a weak woman? He calmed down, he didn't speak, and again took a rolling pin to grind. This time Xiaoming called Lutong over to teach by himself. Although this gunpowder is not a secret in Dayu, it is not something anyone can master. The ratio of monosulfur, dinitrogen and 3 charcoal he used this time is the best ratio of black powder. During this period of time, Xiaoming inquired about the proportions of a lot of the black powder of the Great Yu country, and came to the conclusions weird. There are all kinds of proportions. It's a mess. The power of the gunpowder formulated according to these ratios can be imagined. Therefore, starting from the production of gunpowder this time, his gunpowder ratio is dominant. Naturally, Lutong didn't know the matching ratio. He didn't understand until after this teaching, and he was also responsible for the production of gunpowder. After all, the production of artillery is one thing. There are actually many artillery equipment. Gunpowder, artillery shells, and artillery bases are all things in the future. But tonight, Xiaoming is not only to teach Lutong to produce the traditional black powder of the Great Yu country, but to further upgrade the black powder to granular powder, which is also a way to enhance the power of black powder. As for the granulation of gunpowder in his era in the 15th century, it had already appeared in the West, so it was not a problem technically at this time. After the trio of Asta grind all the sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal in their hands into fine powder, according to Xiaoming's request, Lutong mixed the 3 materials according to the ratio of gunpowder. Suddenly a small pile of black powder appeared in front of the 4. "His Royal Highness, is this done?" Lutong asked, looking excited. "This process is not dangerous." "Well, it's done." Xiaoming was just scaring Lutong. There is no danger in grinding the 3 materials separately, and it is really dangerous now. Lutong had only heard of gunpowder before, but he had never seen it before. At this time, he said, "His Royal Highness, how do you use this gunpowder?" The first gunpowder in King's was born under his own hands. Xiaoming was also a little excited. He took some of the gunpowder out of the pile and took it further away. Then took a small branch and lit it on the candle. "It's so useful." Xiaoming finished speaking, and touched the gunpowder with a branch. With a click, the gunpowder on the ground suddenly made a soft noise, followed by thick blue smoke and the smell of gunpowder. Luluo was not mentally prepared yet, so she screamed and hid behind Xiaoming. Although Astor is bold, it is also pale. The gunpowder burned very quickly, and disappeared after a burst of white light. They had never seen such a weird thing before, and they didn't know that they thought it was a witchcraft. Lutong was still worried, but now that he has really seen gunpowder, he is not afraid anymore. "His Royal Highness, this gunpowder burns really fast," Lutong said, "but it's just that, it can't kill the barbarians." "Of course not, but you will know if you can." Xiaoming beckoned, and a servant came over with something like a cylinder. Lutong met and asked, "His Royal Highness, what is this?" Xiaoming chuckled. This thing was actually the shell of a firecracker he had his servant roll up with paper. At this time, the bottom of the firecracker was sealed with yellow mud, and a hole was reserved for gunpowder. "You'll know by tomorrow." Xiaoming picked up the gunpowder and put it in, then took some yellow mud and stuffed the top of the firecrackers. At the same time, a needle was used to leave a hole on it, which will be used for ignition in the future. After doing this, Xiaoming took the firecrackers to dry, and when the yellow mud on top had solidified, the firecrackers could be used. Originally, Xiaoming wanted to teach Lutong how to use the cold mixing method to granulate gunpowder, but it was too late to make black gunpowder, so he planned to leave it to tomorrow. Let Lutong come back tomorrow, and Xiaoming asked Asta to pack things up, and the gunpowder production teaching ended. Sending off Lu Tong, Asta and Luluo did not go back to rest, but followed Xiaoming. Stretching, Xiaoming said strangely, "Why don't you go back?" His Royal Highness works day and night for government affairs, and now I am tired of going south for the barbarian people. Luluo and I cannot help your highness in government affairs. We can always serve his highness a lot in daily life, Asta said obediently. Xiaoming looked at the two of them. In fact, since ancient times, people have compared their hearts with each other. These days, Xiaoming treated the servants of the palace well, and these servants were naturally grateful to Xiaoming. The servants in the palace are working harder than before. Everyone said that Qin Chen wouldn't let his eyebrows be shaved. Who said that you can't help my king in government affairs? I need your help when I have something to do, Xiaoming said suddenly. Now King Zhu belongs to the quiet period before the war, and everyone here needs to use it as much as possible. Asta asked in surprise, "What does your highness need us to do?" These days, the King's Zhu army's armor is temporarily resolved, but the King's Zhu army can't wear armor naked. This involves issues such as army clothes and shoes. The barbarians were right in front of him, and Xiaoming had to temporarily switch to Songgun mode during this period, all for the army's consideration. Many soldiers of the King's Zhu army now wear straw sandals and twine shoes, so problems will inevitably arise when they march. So Xiaoming thought about how to make soldiers wear cloth shoes, and in this era, men and women weavers want to solve this solution to organize a large number of women to participate in this labor. However, this matter is naturally inappropriate for men to come forward, because women in this era basically cannot get out of the door, and the second door is not. It would be different if Asta and Luluo were involved in this matter. Firstly, they were people close to Xiaoming, with enough prestige, no one dared to provoke them. Secondly, both of them were proficient in women's weaving and were familiar with this. It would be more appropriate for them to participate in the establishment of the first female textile factory and bedding and clothing factory of this era, otherwise the loom technology he mastered would be wasted. Thinking of this, Xiaoming shared his thoughts with the two of them. And when Asta and Luluo heard the words, they immediately laughed. His Royal Highness, we can help with this matter, but when His Royal Highness knows how to spin. Asta smiled, covering her mouth. In this era, men and women weaving, this is purely a matter of women, and it is inevitable that Asta will make jokes. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 138 Craftsmanship. When Lu Tong heard this, he intuitively felt that a chill was coming up behind him. These days, Xiaoming and him can be said to be close to each other as a master and apprentice. But when it comes to this kind of issue that concerns King Zhu's safety, Xiaoming doesn't care about human relations. He turned around and said, "If something goes wrong, Lu Tong will come to see you." Xiaoming nodded. Technology is one aspect, craftsman's spirit is one aspect. No matter how superb technology is in front of irresponsible craftsmen, the output can only be rubbish. In the modern Ming dynasty, it was not that the manufacture of firearms was not advanced, but that many links in the production process went wrong. Officials buckled to silvers and craftsmen were lazy and slippery. These were all the reasons why the firearms produced could not be used on the battlefield at all, so that the firearms in the hands of many Ming soldiers could not fire at all, and the artillery would explode at one point. Therefore, in King Zhu's industry, Xiaoming has always paid attention to the cultivation of the spirit of a craftsman, and put an end to all shoddy works. In this regard, he does not care about any favors, because he didn't want to destroy the steel foundation he had worked so hard to build, and those of the barbarians and Dayu Kingdom who were waiting to see his jokes would not give him a second chance. As Lu Tong had just left the house, a soldier rushed in and said loudly, "His Royal Highness, something has happened." Lieutenant Lu and Lieutenant Luo are fighting. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 139 Persuade Fighting. Everyone in the palace looked at each other. 2 days ago, Luffy and Liu Oxin seemed to see each other right away. They looked like they grew up wearing a pair of pants when they were young. Because Xiaoming was relieved to hand Liu Oxin to Luffy, thinking about explaining the gunpowder matter and then banqueting Liu Oxin's set of emotions. I didn't expect it to start fighting. Yeah, Your Highness. This morning the soldiers roared and said they wanted to see the martial arts of Lieutenant Liu and Lieutenant Liu. The two captains seemed to want to try, so they compared. Isn't it normal for this army to compete with each other? Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was the soldier who made a fuss. His Royal Highness, it was okay at the beginning, but Lieutenant Liu lost. He said that Lieutenant Liu was powerful in armor, and that Lieutenant Liu did not have the style of a big family. Our Highness Liu knew that he hated the most. People talked about this big clan, the rich clan, and immediately turned his face with Lieutenant Liu, saying that Lieutenant Liu had only picked up some military exploits by relying on General Liu, which was a vain name. As a result, the two really fought. After hearing this, Xiaoming believed it now. No matter what Liu Oxin was born in, he was an aristocrat in Qing'an. Although he couldn't understand Xiaoming's deeds at the time, he also had some aristocratic habits in him. And this is precisely what King Xuami and other local generals hate most. At first, the two met each other late because of their fame, but when they got along, naturally they couldn't urinate in a pot. Hey, I really will make trouble for this king. Xiaoming sighed and took Zhao Long and Zhao Hu to the King Xuami camp. For Liu Oxin to come to King Zhu, Xiaoming naturally welcomes. After all, this is also the heart of General Liu Oquane, and it shouldn't make people feel depressed. Moreover, Liu Oxin was originally a member of the Forbidden Army. He appeared here at this time. I am afraid Xiao Wenxian also acquiesced. For this cheap father, Xiaoming's feelings were also very complicated. From this point of view, Xiao Wenxian's decision to be above the court was really helpless. But this time if the two are in a quarrel, he still has to turn to Liu, who makes them his direct line generals. Of course, it can ease the relationship between the two and let Liu Oxin do the best for him. This is an opportunity to make friends with General Liu Oquane, who is unparalleled in the Forbidden Army. At this time, Liu and Liu Oxin were fighting in the King's Zhu camp. The two were fisted to the point of fisting, and no one would let anyone, but it seemed that Liu Oxin's was a bit more miserable. After another move, Liu Oxin withdrew 3 steps and cursed, in vain. I think you are still a man, taking advantage of me with the advantage of armor. It is shameless. After fighting with Liu for a long time, Liu Oxin found that this guy was almost like an iron bucket. He was also at a disadvantage when he hit him. He clenched his painful fist and felt very hateful in his heart. Liu hesitated and said with a smile, Lieutenant Liu, what you said is wrong. On the battlefield, are you still fighting with the barbarians with your exposed? Ridiculous. Because of this, I know that you have not seen the real barbarians. Those are much shameless than I am. They never confront you head-on, just shoot you with a bow and arrow, run after you chase him, and shoot an arrow when you stop. Nonsense. The barbarian blood on my hand is no less than you. Liu Oxin said angrily. Liu still wanted to ridicule Liu Oxin. Seeing Xiaoming coming over, he shut up immediately, pretending that nothing happened. What's the matter? Two people, why not see this in these 2 days? Xiaoming said, looking at Liu Oxin with a swollen nose and swollen nose. At this time, Liu took off his helmet and showed his face with a shameless smile. The wicked person first filed a complaint. His Royal Highness, Captain Liu bullies people and looks down on us people from poor backgrounds. Nonsense. I just said that you are really shameless by wearing armor to compete with me. Liu Oxin argued. You just said it. Liu fraud. Xiaoming said, too, what do you say is a captain of the King's Zhu army and a captain of the Forbidden Army? In front of so many soldiers, he is like a rogue on the street. Are you afraid that the soldiers laughed? At this time, the two people reacted. They looked at the soldiers around, and many people were secretly laughing. Liu cursed, what to look at? Don't pay close attention to training. Whoever makes a mistake in the battlefield later, see if I won't take him off. A group of soldiers heard the words and immediately retrained. Xiaoming said, it's not suitable to talk here. You two should come with me. Bringing Liu Oxin and Liu to the small forest outside King's Zhu camp, Xiaoming said, Erlang, my King's Zhu army never pays attention to background. because Lieutenant Lu is so angry. Please don't take it off. Liu Oxin is also a very proud person. He was not happy about coming to King Zhu. Now he and Lu Fa are very unhappy. He said, His Royal Highness does not need to say, since King Zhu army does not welcome me, I will return to Chang'an. Uncle like you, we can't afford to take care of it either. Lu Fa looked at the sky. Xiaoming glared at Lu Fa. Okay, throughout King Zhu, who doesn't know that Lu Fa is a thorn? Of course there is something wrong with Erlang. You are not at all fault-free. If so, your customized plate armor will be. Don't think about it. Lu Fa suddenly became anxious, and he could not do anything. He couldn't do without this plate armor. During this time, he used it smoothly, especially this custom-made plate armor, which was hard to damage with bows and arrows. This Lu Fa is a thorny head and a spoiled rascal. He smiled and said, Captain Liu O, I'm sorry, it's Lu Fa who is wrong. Next time we take off the plate armor, we will come again. HMPH, who will come back with you again? No see, Liu Oxin said, turning around to leave. But Lu Fa compromised for the sake of the plate armor, so he didn't want to stay when Liu Oxin left. At this time, Xiaoming said, Erlang, think about why General Liu O asked you to come to King Zhu. If you can't stand this wrong, you should return to General Liu O and be a captain. Living in Chang'an, the generals of King Zhu army look down upon such powerful children as you, because they are right to look down on you. When they fight battles with the barbarians, you will only choose to shrink. Liu Oxin, who was walking outside, suddenly stopped. Why did he come to King Zhu? Not for the ambition of driving the barbarians out of the central plains in their hearts. Qin Shiming Moon and Han Shiguan, Wanli Long March people have not returned, but the Dragon City Feijiang will not teach humor to cross the Yinshan mountain. At this time, Xiaoming lightly read the poem. Liu Oxin's body trembled slightly, and Xiaoming's voice became agitated when he read the poem, giving Liu Oxin a feeling of enthusiasm. The desolation in this poem seems to linger in his heart. For many years, Han children have always relied on iron will to win in the face of foreign invasion. It's a good one, but the Dragon City Flying Commander is here, and I don't teach humor to cross the Yinshan mountain. Liu Oxin turned around. Many people say that the temple is excellent, but now I see it, it really doesn't respond. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 140 Poetic Utility. The breeze rustled across the treetops. Liu Oxin glanced at Lu Fa, who was indifferent to this poem, and sighed in his heart. He was born in vain in the family of military service for generations, and he was not as good as a man of poor background. Liu Oxin saw Lu Fa inexplicably. He only understood the meaning of this poem vaguely, but it was far less profound than Liu Oxin's experience. Not leaving? Xiaoming said with a smile. He now trains long history to do ideological work in the military every day, and now he has become half a long history, so he loves to talk about the big things. Liu Oxin said, I only wanted to be this Dragon City Flying Commander. As for Lieutenant Lu, I will not forgive him. Lu Fa couldn't help rolling his eyes. Then Liu Oxin said, unless His Royal Highness also gives me a set of plate armor, let me and Lieutenant Lu have a real contest. Xiaoming was depressed, and thinking that the two of you were fighting together, I was going to lose money and give the plate armor. However, he is now a vassal prince, and he still has to do things like Lixian Corporal, otherwise no one from the world will come here. After all, ancient times were a very famous era, and many talented people came to the fame of Lixian Corporal. In fact, Liu Oxin was indeed a good general, and General Liu O was involved, so that Liu Oxin slumped back, and it was inevitable that General Liu O was heartbroken. In other words, people are also very sincere. Well, I'll give this plate armor, Xiaoming said, but whoever wants to provoke trouble in the future, I need military law to deal with it. Yes, Your Highness, Lu Fa and Liu Oxin said at the same time. From Liu Oxin's arrival, Xiaoming knew that there would definitely be moths coming out. It is true now, but now that it has been resolved, this matter will pass. Kangzhou City now needs a general to sit in, and the matter of the remnants of the wealthy has not yet been resolved. According to Zhang Xingqing, many remnants of the wealthy have fled into the mountains and fell into the grass, often harassing the people. Zhang Xingqing is good at planning. but execution requires a general who can conquer and fight. This person Liu Oxin is more suitable. After all, Liu was going to Kangzhou City, because from now on, Kangzhou City would need to be reinforced, and at the same time, some gun towers would be expanded to improve Kangzhou City's defense capabilities. After dealing with the conflict between the two, Xiaoming returned to the palace, and that night, he received a newspaper manuscript from Fan Zheng. This newspaper relationship information is conveyed to the following. Xiaoming naturally has to personally review and remove inappropriate content. However, the content of the newspaper today surprised him. Why did my poems from King Zudang appear in the newspaper? Fan Zheng stood by Xiaoming's side, and every time Xiaoming reviewed it, he would take the newspaper back to print it. Hearing this, he said, "His Royal Highness, there are also reporters in the army." The poem written by Xiaoi General Liu O was engraved on the wall of the King's army camp and the reporter saw it, so he extracted it and posted it in the newspaper. After a pause, Fan Zheng said, "The lower official thinks that this poem by His Royal Highness is magnificent and magnificent. When the barbarian is about to go south, it will have the effect of inspiring the feudal literati." Nodded. Xiaoming felt that Fan Zheng's words also made sense. This is like a march for volunteers. It is not as simple as a song. It was sung by everyone in the environment at that time, and it had a great publicity effect. Well, if that's the case, let's log on. Xiaoming didn't care whether he copied it or not. Anyway, he had to pass through, and what kind of morals he needed. Fan Zheng went back with the newspaper. From the attitude of Xiaoming, he seemed very satisfied with the newspaper. It's just that the two of them did not expect that the poem immediately caused a sensation among the scholars as soon as the newspaper was published. Qin Shiming Moon and Han Shiguan, 10,000 miles of Long March people have not yet returned, but the Dragon City will be here. Do not teach humor to cross the Yinshan Mountains. Heaven, I have been studying hard in the cold window for more than 10 years, I have read it in the belly of a dog. Why I can't make such a magnificent poem. In the Wise restaurant, a scholar beat his chest and his feet, looking like he was unlovable. The scholars who were sitting at the same table shook their heads and sighed. In the past, Wang Shaiji and others were known as the four great talents in Kingzhou. I think they are all shit, and this highness is the #1 talent in Kingzhou. Kingzhou's #1 talented scholar, for what you said, I think our highness is the #1 gifted scholar of the country of Dau. It's about the same, a scholar said with disdain. Hey, I want to transcribe this poem and hang it at home for daily admiration, to flog myself. As a feudal lord, I am still proficient in poetry and books, so how can I live in the world? Why is this? His Royal Highness teaches at Bowen Academy, and Xungtai is the culture of His Highness who needs to enter Bowen Academy. This is the right thing to say, Your Royal Highness. This Bowen Academy must be extraordinary. Sitting with the scholar is a table of businessmen. On the table a businessman is holding a thick stack of newspapers. Someone at the same table wondered, Brother Sun, why did you buy so many newspapers? The businessman surnamed Sun said, Brother Ma, don't understand. Because you and I have a close friendship, I will reveal to you a way to make money. The businessman surnamed Ma smiled and said, Brother Sun, please tell me. A businessman surnamed Sun said, Today this Kingzhou city is reciting this poem by this highness everywhere, and now this newspaper has been snapped up because of this poem by His Highness. It can be seen that this poem is probably a masterpiece. There are many famous scholars in Qing'an City. His work is very rare. If the newspaper containing the poem of His Royal Highness was sent to Qing'an, it would be a big hit. The businessman surnamed Ma was shocked, and wondered why he didn't think of this. No wonder he is inferior to his business. However, it seems that the Kingzhou newspapers are rationed every day, and they are gone when they are sold out. Thinking of this, he can't help but regret it. Looking at the other party's newspaper, the businessman surnamed Ma had an idea, pointing to the inside and shouting, The tofu is coming out. Suddenly everyone looked inside, and the businessman surnamed Ma immediately picked up the businessman surnamed Sun's newspaper and fled. The businessman surnamed Sun came back to his senses and yelled angrily, Ignorant person, It's worthwhile to teach you the way to make money. If you hurt me like this, I fight with you." After all, chased it out. At the same time, the newspapers followed up in the other 6 states and aroused great repercussions. The folks rushed to extol this poem. Many people were enthusiastic about resisting the barbarians. The number of people in the prefectures and counties who signed up to join the army surged. Now the rich clan is gone, they have got their own land, happy days are in front of them. The barbarians don't want to ruin their lives. Not only in Xiaoming's fief, the newspapers were gradually spread throughout the country of Dau under the impetus of merchants, and also spread to the capital of the country, Cheyenne City. This agitated and murderous poem instantly spread among the literati in Cheyenne City. The price of newspapers also rose, and it also caused many reactions. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 141 Fiji Cheyenne City, Kashanfang. This is a folk square known to everybody in Cheyenne City, because in this folk square lived the family, known as the 4th generation and 3 gongs, who were all over the world. There is an endless stream of people who enter and leave this house on weekdays, including officials of the court, literati, and even generals in the army. There is no other reason. The family is famous all over the world. Although it does not segregate one side like other wealthy families, after several dynasties, the family's figure has never disappeared from the court. The cultural heritage is not comparable to ordinary wealthy families. It is precisely because of this that the rich and powerful families of Dau are all proud of being able to marry the F's daughter. Because of this, they have won the fame again, and the children of the family can stand up in the officialdom. After all, in an entrenched Dau country, the powerful and the nobles are very particular about bloodliness. Those inferiority children who have become officials and generals from the grass have a deep sense of inferiority in front of the nobles, and once they climb into the family of the family, since the grass chicken turned into a phoenix. Today is the day of rest. It is rare for Fiji, the head of the Fiji family, to have one day off in a month. Dau state stipulates that officials can take one day off in a month, commonly known as rest. On this day, officials can go out to play or visit relatives and friends. It's just that Fiji is always busier than it was in the previous dynasty. Early in the morning, many officials came in and gave gifts and chatted with him about interesting things in the city. Shafiz Hong, have you heard about the very hot newspapers in Cheyenne City in the past 2 days? The person who came to visit was General Liu Oquane of Huaiwa. Fiji was slightly surprised at the error. Newspaper? What is this? But I have never heard of it. Unlike others, Liu Oquane's relationship with Fiji has always been good. Every time I come to him, I just talk about things in the court, and it's not as impure as other people. Therefore, every time Fiji did not want to see a guest, it said that General Liu Oquane was in the mansion. Everyone knows Liu Oquane's hot temper in Cheyenne City. When those officials learn that Liu Oquane is in the mansion, they will know their interest and will not bother. This newspaper came from the hands of King Chi. It was originally a thing circulating in King Zhu, but this time it has spread to Cheyenne. What do you know about Fi's Hongshu? King Chi? Fiji's expression is a bit strange. Xiao Wenxian summoned him alone a few days ago, not asking about the government, but asking his little daughter, Fuya, what is happening today and so on. Having been in officialdom for decades, Fiji, who has assisted 2 generations of emperors, understood Xiao Wenxian's intentions at first thought, and probably wanted to propose marriage for the prince. But now among the princes, the prince married her eldest daughter, and the other princes also have princesses. It is impossible for Xiao Wenxian to let his family daughter be a concubine. Thinking about it this way, only King Chi was unmarried. When I figured this out at the time, Fiji only dealt with a few words. Xiao Wenxian seemed to be just a test, not asking more. But since Wang Qi is mentioned, he has been a little wary. This Fuya was his youngest daughter and his most beloved daughter. She was frail and sick since she was a child, but she was extremely smart, proficient in all kinds of piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, and inherited the unparalleled beauty of her mother. Every time I saw her, Fiji always remembered the figure of his deceased wife, because she spoiled her more and more. It is precisely because of this that Fiji has never thought of letting Fuir marry another party. Liu Quan didn't notice the change in Fiji's expression, and continued, "It's exactly that I sent Liu Xin, the dog, to King Zhu a few days ago, hoping to help King Qi, but I didn't expect this to get involved when he went to King Zhu." This incident, as he said, Liu Quan took out a newspaper from his arms, and said in pain, "These profiteers are really killing them, and a newspaper sells for tentals." The moment Fiji saw the newspaper, his eyes lit up. He quickly took the newspaper from Liu Quan and was deeply attracted by the content. "I used to hear that the king of Qi acted differently from ordinary people. When I saw this newspaper today, it turned out to be the case. It's just that the decree on this is very people can come up with," Fiji said while watching. Liu Quan said, "Perhaps this is what Pang Yukun did. This person was depressed when he was in Qing'an, but he was quite talented. I understand that Pang Yukun has knowledge, but this person has always been rigid and will never make such a weird decree to King Qi," Fiji said. Then he continued to look down and saw an interesting story about Liu Xin and the local guard Lu. He suddenly laughed. "General Liu, you see what I said is right. Liu Xin, you may not be able to stay in King Zhu. Now that the King Zhu tycoons have gone out of 10, the king of Qi relies on the descendants of the Han clan. The shortcomings of Liu Xin are naturally unbearable by those people." Liu Quan said angrily, "This thing, I specially told him to be forbearing. This time it is just for the sake of the family and the country." "Hey, isn't this making Qi Wang laugh at our Liu family?" But you continued to look down. "This Qi Wang is very capable, and only a poem left me that thing." The smile on Fiji's face disappeared at this time. Qin Shiming Moon and Han Shiguan, the Long March people have not returned, but the Dragon City Feijiang is here, not teaching humor to cross the Yinshan mountain. Wonderful. After reading this, Fiji clapped and exclaimed, with a look of excitement. Liu Quan laughed and said, "When I read this poem, I just feel passionate in my heart. I can't wait to fight with the barbarians to solve the hatred in my heart. My sons and daughters of the Han family have been humiliated by foreigners for many years. The big man generally conquered south and north, so that the barbarians would not dare to pass through Yinshan since then." On that day, Fiji neither agreed nor opposed. The family has been able to continue to this day, naturally, because it can accurately see through the struggle above the court. And the most important point is that the family has never participated in party struggles. Because of this, the emperors of the past will always be assured of his family. So from the beginning, he knew that no matter how much disputes, it would be useless. The royal family has declined, and now he can only rely on a different name to guard the northern portal. The barbarians are powerful and everyone is afraid. It's just that in his heart, like Liu Quan, he also hopes that Great Yu can resist the barbarians together, but this is just his idea. He knows very well that it is impossible under the current situation. Unexpectedly, the stubborn King Qi in the city of Qing'an had such a literary talent. It is rare, hey, but this time I hope that King Qi can stop the barbarian from going south. In this way, Great Yu can still be saved. Otherwise Great Yu can be saved. The sunset is a foregone conclusion. Fiji shook his head and sighed. Liu Quan said displeased, "Why does Zongshu say such frustrating remarks? Even if King Qi cannot stop the barbarians, there is still Liu Quan and the Forbidden Army." HMPH, General Liu thought too simple. If the barbarian succeeds in going south, there will be only one king of the royal family. From then on, the situation of evenly rivalry between the royal family and the kings of different surnames has been broken. By then, I am afraid it will be great. The beginning of turmoil in Chongqing. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 142 Peerless Beauty. The tea on the table had a faint fragrance, and the room was silent. Liu Quan looked at Fiji in silence for a long time. "With your Majesty's intelligence, can't you see the situation in the world today? In that case, why not send the Forbidden Army to King Zhu?" "General Liu, if this matter is so simple, your Majesty will not be so angry. King Zhao hopes that the disaster will lead to the east. If the Forbidden Army is dispatched, the barbarians will definitely attack King Yong. The fiefs of King Zhao and King Liang will be restrained. You say they will. Would you like it? If your majesty is willing to go his own way and the barbarians who are provoked to attack, they only need to let the barbarians come in, and they can directly threaten Qing'an, so the imperial army cannot move. Many of the vassal lords are also strong. If you try to defend a Kangzu, this should be no problem. It's just that King Wei won't make any effort, Luo Quan said with squinting eyes. It seems that General Luo is also a wise man, but everyone in the world can see clearly. But your majesty can't see King Wei, and he is too deceived. Also, the pain of King Ling always makes your majesty feel ashamed. Hey, Fiji sighed faintly. Luo Quan nodded, and secretly admired Fiji in his heart. This thin, fleshless guy has always been very accurate about the situation in the country. If so, how can this be good? Luo Quan worried. Isn't this a dead end? It is indeed a dead end, but it may not be true. Whether the Great Yu Kingdom can continue to prosper depends on whether King Qi and Wei Wang can cooperate sincerely. If the two highnesses ignore the danger of Great Yu Kingdom, the royal family is in danger. Luo Quan nodded. The book from Fi's Hong said that this time His Majesty the dog went to King Zhu also tacitly agreed, and it is probably also worried in his heart. Fiji smiled. Don't talk about it, come on, drink tea. Some things can only be waited for to change, so your majesty must think deeply. Luo Quan nodded, and the two drank tea for a while, and after a while, Xiaohuangman came to report that the emperor asked the two to accompany them to swim in the lake. The two had to go. The two walked in a hurry, but the newspaper was dropped on the main hall. At this moment, a slender hand stretched out and picked it up. Miss, what is this? Appearing in the main hall was a pair of masters and servants. One of them was a woman with a face like a flower, a graceful figure, a skin like fat, a pair of clear eyes and flying stars. This person is no one else, but Fiji's youngest daughter, Fuya, and the woman next to her dressed in a cyan tunic, with a round head and round face, is her close-fitting girl ring. Is this a newspaper? Fuya studied the contents of the newspaper. My cousin mentioned this King's newspaper a few days ago, so it looks very similar, and it seems to be about King Zhu. It's the King Qi who fled back to Qing'an 3 years ago and was flogged by the emperor. Xiaohuan curled his lips. Then there is nothing to read in this newspaper. Fuya pursed her lips and chuckles. She was so beautiful that Xiaohuan was stunned to see it too. She thought it was no wonder that Master Biao had to run to F's house all day long, and she didn't even think about it. Fuya was going to let go. Her impression of Xiaoming was only in the legend of outsiders. She was rebellious, perverted, and fleeing. When all these added up, this King Qi was a very unbearable character. But when she scanned a poem, she was shocked. Fuya is weak and Fiji never let her move a lot, but her boudoir is really bored, so every time when Fiji goes out, Xiaohuan will secretly take Fuya to play in the house. Seeing Fiji and General Luo going out today, Xiaohuan went back and informed Fuya. Miss, what's the matter? Xiaohuan couldn't help asking, seeing Fuya's eyes flashing. Xiaohuan, do you think King Qi is really as unbearable as others say? Fuya asked. Xiaohuan thought for a while. This is just hearsay, but so many people say yes, there should be nothing wrong. Qin Shiming Moon and Han Dynasty, the Long March people have not returned, but the Dragon City flying will be here, and humor will not teach humor to cross the Yinshan mountain. Fuya said softly. A person who is so unbearable can write this. Is it a poem that thrills you? Thinking of this, Fuya couldn't help sighing. Xiaohuan took Fuya's hand. Miss, don't worry about the King of Qi. Let's go to the pond to feed the fish while the master is out, or wait for Master Biao to come, and you will learn how to show off. Fuya showed a playful look, and went to the backyard with Xiaohuan. At this time, Fiji and Luo Quan had reached Jiangxi in the south of the city. Because of the beautiful scenery, scholars, talented men and beautiful women will gather here to go out in spring every April, and some of them are indispensable. And Xiao Wenxian was tired of the scenery in the palace, and sometimes took the painting boat and invited 3 or 2 nearby ministers to drink and have fun on the lake. Your Majesty seems to be in high spirits. I don't know if there is a happy event. In the painting, Xiao Wenxuan always smiled. Fiji couldn't help asking. Xiao Wenxuan laughed twice and said, "You must have read Wang Chi's poems too. The last time I was drunk King Zhu, I didn't expect this time to surprise me again." When it came to this, Fiji and Liu Oquane suddenly understood that Xiao Wenxuan came here to show off. Although he is an emperor, his own son can make a good sentence that Qing'an talents can't match. This is indeed to the satisfaction of Xiao Wenxuan as a father. "Your Majesty also saw it?" Fiji asked with a smile. "We should look at each other with admiration 3 days later. This time we are also eye-opening." Xiao Wenxuan laughed twice and suddenly said, "So, I have more confidence in the affairs of Kangzhou. Only by relying on this poem, I can see your Qi Wang's attitude towards the affairs of the barbarian going south. I'm afraid the lords will be disappointed." Fiji and Liu Oquane looked at each other, and it is no wonder Xiao Wenxuan would be so happy. After a pause, Xiao Wenxuan continued, "It's just that King Qi's fief is still a bit weak. Although it is not suitable for the ban to be moved, it is from the money and food. Can you support it, Fiji? What do you think?" The subordinate understands. "Tomorrow morning, Your Majesty will allocate some money and food for King Qi," Fiji replied. This is already a tacit understanding between their monarchs and ministers. Then Xiao Wenxuan said to Liu Oquane, "Liu Oquane, I remember Nu Ben is still doing hard labor now, right?" Liu Oquane was excited, and clasped his fist. "Yes, now Nu Ben is still being punished to perform hard labor in the mine, Your Majesty. Let him go to King Zhu to continue his hard labor," Xiao Wenxuan said lightly. Liu Oquane is overjoyed. This Nu Ben is the same as him as the main battle group in the court, but Nu Ben is just like the name, with a bull temper, because the court is openly disrespectful to Xiao Wenxuan and is sent to the mine to perform hard labor. 5 years. Now this fierce general is finally coming out of the mountain. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 143. A failed strategy. After the Qingming festival, the drizzle kept raining, and the streets and lanes of Kingzhou were muddy everywhere. These few days, Xiaoming was running around, but he was really fed up with the days when he was all in the mud. He thought that if he could hold Kangzhou, he would have to build a few concrete avenues running through Kingzhou. The drainage should also be rectified. After all, this infrastructure is also one of the necessary projects for the construction of the fief, and the creation of a favorable living environment can also attract merchants from the country to settle in Kingzhou. At that time we will sell land again, The legendary land finance will come. But when it rained, it was always boring. The equipment division forged Liu Oxin's plate armor again, so he sent someone to let Liu Oxin come over and asked Liu Oxin something. "By the way, His Royal Highness, the plate armor is ready so soon?" This plate armor is naturally to appease Liu Oxin. He asked the Iron and Steel Workshop to customize a set of general's plate armor for Liu Oxin. Unlike the plate armor worn by ordinary soldiers, the general's plate armor is not only beautiful, but also thicker. Not to mention that Liu's strength is great. This Liu Oxin's strength is also enough to wear this set of thick plate armor. "Try it on," Xiaoming said, leaning against the chair. 2 of the 4 former lost friends died, and now the remaining Qin Mu and Wei King were too scared to speak in front of him. Suddenly Xiaoming felt lonely. However, this Liu Oxin came from Qing'an, and he would not appear too restrictive in front of him like others. After all, the relationship between the officials of the Great Yu State was still very harmonious. 10 days have passed since the Kingzhou Army's affairs last time. Although Liu Oxin and Lu's relationship is not as harmonious as it was at first, it is relatively relaxed. And one of his poems also changed Liu Oxin's attitude towards him a bit, but he visited him in the palace from time to time. After all, Liu Oxin was unaccompanied when he arrived in Kingzhou alone, and Xiaoming finally knew each other. These days, Liu Oxin admired the plate armor that Liu wore in the army, especially the quality of the plate armor. He was very surprised, because in his opinion, the level of forged swords in Kingzhou was even much higher than that of Qing'an. He has never eaten pork, and has seen pigs running away. In the army, he naturally saw how soldiers wear a plate armor, and he put on the plate armor in a decent way. Suddenly, a man with a full steel armor stood in front of Xiaoming. "Not bad." Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction. "This armor deserves to be customized. In fact, the plate armor on each soldier is almost tailor-made, otherwise there will be situations where it will not fit, and this is also a drawback of the plate armor production." "Thank you, Your Highness." Liu Xin happily looked at the plate armor on his body. This was his happiest time since he arrived in Qingzhou. Putting on the plate armor, Liu Xin turned to leave. Xiaoming immediately stopped Liu Xin. "Where are you going?" "Let's try again with Luf." "Huh, this time the newspapers have been sent to Qing'an." Liu Xin has never been so embarrassed. "I must clean up him." Liu Xin was very angry when he thought of it. Xiaoming was helpless, and he did not expect that the newspaper would go to Qing'an because of a poem. In the next 7 days, he not only received the letter from the concubine Zhen, but also got the decree to send the ox to Qingzhou. In addition, the court played in Fiji. The court gave Qingzhou 2 million she grains, 5,000 silk cloth, and 200,000 kils of silver. This surprised him a bit. This ancient marching battle had severely damaged production. Not to mention that soldiers can't produce food. The recruitment of civilians to transport food and grass also made them unable to produce food. Xiao Wenxian's giving him so much food can also ease the food problem in Qingzhou a little bit. After all, Qingzhou is still in the food crisis, and it is the most difficult time when the green and yellow are not picking up. It is estimated that the food will get better this season. Fight again? You are not afraid that this newspaper will be spread to Qing'an? If you lose, you will still be ashamed. If you win, you will lose. The face of General Liu Oquan. "Why are you embarrassed after winning?" Liu Oxin's head was in the armor, and his speech was a little vague. Xiaoming sneered. General Liu O has always been strict in governing the army. As a captain, you not only don't set an example for the soldiers, but also take the lead in fighting. What is it like? Liu Oxin thought for a while. It seemed to be the reason, but the fact that Luf took care of the 8 punches kept him in a stomach of fire. He couldn't help but smashed the table severely. "Neither can this, nor can it, Your Highness." "You are partial." "How can this king be partial?" "Now there is something to make you cheaper. I just received an order that the Emperor will send General Nu Ben to Qingzhou to perform hard labor. Leave this to you." "General Nu Ben?" Liu Oxin couldn't believe his ears. This is a person who is comparable to his father and is proficient in the art of war. In this respect, even his father is not as good. It is General Nu Ben. Since he has arrived in Qingzhou, let him perform hard labor in the Qingzhou army," Xiaoming said lightly. This Nu Ben was convicted for colliding with Xiao Wenxian, and now Xiao Wenxian sent him to Qingzhou to make it clear that Xiaoming wanted to find a way to make this Nu Ben used by the Qingzhou army. It's just that this bull dared even Xiao Wenxian dash. How could such a person Xiaoming easily subdue it? However, if this can really make Nu Ben for his own use, the Qingzhou army has really added a commander-level figure since then, which is very beneficial to the development of the Qingzhou army. After all, Luf is a thorny head, with many advantages and the many disadvantages. Liu Oxin may not be able to stay in Qingzhou. He is a temporary worker. Liu Oxin naturally understood this as soon as he thought about it, and Xiao Wenxian was giving away to Xiaoming. The general of the main combat faction could not be indifferent to see Qingzhou city being broken. "Yes, Your Highness, I must take care of General Nu." Liu Oxin arched his hands. Xiaoming nodded and told him when Liu Oxin would set off to pick up General Nu, and let him go back. For Xiao Wenxian's kindness Xiaoming led it, but what he wanted was the crushing of the barbarians by artillery, and the generals Qingzhou needed in the future would also be generals who would command the firearms. But thinking that it takes a transition time from cold weapons to hot weapons, he just gave up. As soon as Liu Oxin walked with his front foot, Zhang Xingcheng walked in with his back foot. He said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, except for King Yong who is willing to provide 100,000 stone food, all the other princes are embarrassed and unable to support." When talking about this, Zhang Xingcheng was very ashamed. He was full of confidence at first, but it was obvious that the shamelessness of these alien vassals exceeded his expectations. "If you don't give it, It's right, Xiaoming said. I was only trying to try these people's attitudes, so it seems that these people really have bad intentions, nothing else. No matter if you don't give it, the future of the province will face the king. You have to read their favors back then. Xiaoming pretends to be profound, and he has already scolded the 18th generation of the ancestors of Wang Zhao and others, and these are too shameful for him. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 144 The Benefit of Cement. PS. I opened the fan list and saw a leader. Thank you Yang199174 for your reward. I will add more updates for the leader tomorrow. At the same time, I feel everyone's support. By the way, I can ask for votes. His Royal Highness, can this matter be forgotten? Zhang Xingqing was a little unwilling. Remember, anger without strength is meaningless. Conspiracy and tricks are nothing but paper tigers in front of absolute power. Wait. This king will let them ask for money and food, but before that, you still mainly focus on energy. Let's repair Kangzhou City, Xiaoming said to Zhang Xingqing. Yes, Your Highness. Zhang Xingqing nodded. These feudal lords were so brazen, he was helpless. Speaking of repairing the city wall, Xiaoming said, by the way, you go to the workshop area with this king. This time, the repairing of the city wall is not done in the old way. It is too slow. After all, when the two arrived in the workshop area, Xiaoming took Zhang Xingqing directly to the cement workshop. His Royal Highness, what are these powders? Even if Zhang Xingqing can't enter and leave the workshop area at will, he naturally doesn't know what's inside. This thing is called cement. For a long time, this cement was only used for the construction of the workshop area. Xiaoming glanced around at the workshop area that is now beginning to take shape. With the improvement of the workshop area, the living area and the workshop area have been separated. In the living area, a canteen was also built to provide the slaves with 3 meals a day, and the houses in the living area were brick concrete structures made of cement and blue bricks. The design of these houses naturally came from Xiaoming. Compared with the wooden structure, although it is not beautiful enough, it is very durable and strong. Each house is in the shape of a long strip with a large pavilion inside, and each room accommodates 50 people. Cement? Zhang Xingqing glanced at the things between the green bricks in the cement shop, and asked in confusion, His Royal Highness, is this cement? What Zhang Xingqing is pointing at is between the bricks. For things like cement, Xiaoming has always kept a low profile. Many people don't pay much attention to the role of cement. Now it's finally time for cement to work. Traditional city walls basically mine rocks and transport them back for masonry, which is too inefficient. Cement is different. The firing of green bricks or red bricks can be made locally, and only needs to be transported from Kangzhou. In the process of masonry, the amount of cement is not a lot, and it is estimated that one-time transportation can meet the needs of Kangzhou City. Moreover, the process of masonry is very flexible and fast. If one layer is not enough, you can build another layer to increase the thickness. There are mature masonry techniques for reference in modern times. Generally speaking, 10 craftsmen can build a house of 400 square meters and more than 3 meters high in 3 days. Now Xiaoming has trained some mature bricklayers in the workshop area to prepare for repairing the walls of Kangzhou City. Well, as you can see, if cement is stuck between the 2 bricks, they will be very strong after they dry up. I will now take you to see how the craftsman builds it. Think about how to put it together. The extended walls of Kangzhou City are more suitable for artillery shooting, Xiaoming said to Zhang Xingqing. In response to the barbarians' southward move to achieve the city's strong artillery, this artillery has been put on the agenda, and the repair of Kangzhou City must also be on the agenda. During this period of time, when the artillery was being cast, Xiaoming ordered the cement shop to step up the production of cement, so that he could hand over the cement to Zhang Xingqing today and let him go to Kangzhou City to repair the city wall. Zhang Xingqing nodded, and followed Xiaoming to a building under construction in the workshop area. This building was built near the water and seemed to have just started. This is the textile workshop. The workshop is currently under construction. When the textile machine comes out, The King's army will provide military uniforms and other quilts. Xiaoming said. He is now letting Chen Qi restore the multi-spindle spinning machine with Huang Dopa spinning machine. In Dao, the spinning machine can only spin one yarn, which is inefficient. Such efficiency is far from satisfying the current demand, and once the multi-spinning machine appears, this phenomenon will change. In the modern Yuan dynasty, the emergence of Huang Dopo's spinning machine once increased the production of cloth in Huang Dopo's hometown. There is a saying that Songjun cotton cloth and clothing are all over the world. Now Xiaoming makes Chen Qi's spinning machine more advanced than Huang Dopo's, and this spinning machine is also pedal-powered, and can be promoted among the people. It is enough to mobilize women in the 6 states to spin and promote the development of King's textile industry. At the time of the rise of modern Britain, it was the textile industry as the leading industry that gathered a lot of wealth. So Xiaoming also attached great importance to this matter. While talking, Zhang Xingcheng kept staring at the masons building the wall. Seeing a bricklayer quickly build up a thick wall, Zhang Xingcheng gradually showed excitement. His Royal Highness, this craft of masonry is much faster than mining rocks to build city walls. If I have enough manpower, I promise to build the city of Kangzi into a world-renowned pass in 5 months. Zhang Xingcheng said. The matter of negotiating with other vassal kings for money and food caused Zhang Xingcheng to suffer a big blow. Xiaoming intended to restore some confidence to him, because this matter let him do it, and it may not be able to do well. At least Zhang Xingcheng also let King Yong spit out something. If this is the case, this matter is left to you, but what are your plans? Xiaoming asked. He still wanted to know about the plan of Zhang Xingcheng. After all, the barbarian going south is not a trifling matter. Building a gun tower above the city wall is one of them. Second, I will extend the city wall. I will also build a gun tower and arrow tower on the extended city wall, so that more artillery can fire. After a pause, Zhang Xingcheng suddenly smirked, and seeing the function of the cement and blue bricks of His Highness today, I suddenly thought of a new method, which is to build brick pillars in front of the city wall. It can slow down their attack, and it prevents them from erecting the ladder in time. Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction. This exhibition Xingcheng realized quickly. The stone pillar, he said, is similar to the function of a horse, but at this time the pillar is used by people. The artillery is for long-range shooting. When it reaches the city wall, the effect of the artillery is greatly reduced. At this time, a short-range weapon is needed to fight back, which is naturally a crossbow. The suggestion of Zhang Xingcheng made Xiaoming suddenly consider making an indigenous grenade. This method is to pack the gunpowder in a moderately sized clay pot, with a wooden stopper at the mouth of the pot, and a powder twister placed in the middle. When they got closer, these savages were blocked by stone pillars and threw them inside. When they gathered in a pile, it was probably very sour. With this in mind, Xiaoming has become more confident in dealing with the barbarians going south this time. As long as the barbarians come over, they will be frightened by this new weapon at that time. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 145 Sin General Bull. The gentle breeze was blowing with drizzle. On the official road leading to Kingsu City, businessmen walked hurriedly. Although it is almost May, the coldness in the air seems to have become thicker in this spring rain. Among these crowds of business travelers and common people, an opponent's knives are particularly eye-catching, and pedestrians seem to keep their distance deliberately. But what is strange is that these 2 guards seem to respect the prisoner in front of them very much, and they are not as impatient as escorting other prisoners. General Nu, here is Kingsu City. Seeing the walls of Kingsu City from a distance, an officer said cautiously. The prisoner in front of the officer was wearing a grey prison uniform. His hair was grey and messy. His long beard was covered with straw, and the thick calluses on his palms proved that he had suffered hard labor. Well, thank you both. Nu Ben looked at Kingsu City. He thought he would perform hard labor in the mine for the rest of his life. He didn't expect Xiao Wenxuan to send him to Kingsu half a month ago. And when he got the news, the attitude of the mine guards towards him also changed. In the past, when he was in the mine, These officers would never think of his great military exploits. In their eyes, he was just a man who would serve in the mine to death. But now these officers have suddenly become very diligent, and there is also a lot of care on the road. Thinking about it, even they can see that this veteran will come out again. Don't dare, don't dare, it is also my honor to be able to accompany General Nu to King Zu. The officers laughed with them. When they were in the mine, they could defend this cattle general very seriously. Now that they learned that the hot-tempered cattle general was going out of the mountain, they were so scared that they were afraid of being caught in the future. What surprised them was that the bull on the road had been calm as usual, and treated them respectfully. It seems that the 5 years of hard labor has gradually smoothed the edges and corners of the veteran. In front is General Nu. Suddenly a loud shout rang in front, and then a young man in plate armor strode to Nu Ben. Nu Ben's gaze first fell on the young man's armor, then he looked at the young man, and asked suspiciously, "Dare you?" "General Nu, this is Liu Oxin." Since Xiaoming ordered him to place Nu Ben, Liu Oxin has been waiting at the gate of the city these days. 3 days later, he finally saw Nu Ben, who was escorted by the police. When he was in Chang'an, he saw Nu Ben, but it was only 5 years that made the once glorious General Nu Ben a bit old-fashioned, so I just asked, "Liu Oxin, are you Liu Oquin's second son?" Nu Ben asked. "Exactly. I played at the general's mansion 6 years ago." Liu Oxin smiled. Nu Ben raised his arm and grabbed Liu Oxin's shoulder. "Well, 6 years have passed in a flash, and I don't even know you anymore, but you can still see Liu Oquin's old boy from this look." Liu Oxin grinned, and when he was a general, Liu Oquin and Nu Ben always moved forward and retreated together. He raised his head and glanced at the growing rain. Liu Oxin said, "Uncle Nu, it is not convenient to talk here. King Qi specially ordered me to wait for the general to come to the palace." King Qi? Nu Ben was in a complicated mood. Since Xiao Wenxuan sent him to the mines for hard labor, he has been frustrated. This is 100 officials of the Great Yu Kingdom, and he said to Xiao Wenxuan, "I am a criminal. What is visible? Or send me directly to the place of hard labor." Liu Oxin was stunned. He said, "Why Uncle Nu said this?" This time Your Majesty asked his uncle to come to King Zu to get his uncle out of the mountain again and resist the barbarians. Nu Ben was escorted directly from the mine to King Zu. On the way, he also told some interesting anecdotes about King Zu. It's just that they don't know what the barbarian is about to go south. After all, these things above the court are not yet their turn to know. However, seeing the little yellow gate who came to make an order was very attentive to Nu Ben, and based on their intuition, they believed that Nu Ben would come out again. "Barbarian," Nu Ben said in surprise. Liu Oxin wanted to say it straight, but when he saw the 2 guards behind Nu Ben, he said, "You two go to the King's government office to receive the reward and go back on your own." Yes. The 2 officers were overjoyed and turned and entered King's city. At this time, Liu Oxin said, "Uncle, this time Your Majesty asked her uncle to come to Kangzu to perform hard labor, but now she asked her concubine Zen to secretly give her a secret letter to let her uncle come out of the mountain again. The barbarians will soon go south, and Kangzu City is in danger." Want to see with your own eyes the city of Kangzu, which you once defended in a battle, fall to the enemy again? Is this true? Nu Ben suddenly woke up like a sleeping lion. He said excitedly, "Your Majesty, it's been 6 years, do you finally understand?" Liu O was equally excited and said, "This time I came to Kingzu, Your Majesty secretly supported it. But now the situation is too complicated. Let me go to see Your Majesty. Your Majesty will explain everything to your uncle." Nu Ben's frustration with Xiao Wenxuan lies in his several compromises with the barbarians. He could only watch King Kang's fief trampled by the barbarians when he stayed in Kangzu City, but he could not send a single soldier. Over the years, this has always been an indelible memory in his heart. But now, Xiao Wenxuan finally understood. "Well, in that case, let's go now," Nu Ben said. When the 2 arrived at the Cheap Palace, they learned that Xiaoming had been to the Department of Equipment since the morning and had not returned, so they waited for a while at the palace. At this time, Nu Ben asked, "Why is Your Highness going to the Department of Equipment?" In Nu Ben's cognition, The king would never go to such a lowly place. Liu Oxin said, "This is what makes King Qi different from ordinary people. If you say one thing, I'm afraid Uncle will be even more shocked." "What's up?" The tycoons of King Zhu were killed by the king of Qi in just a few months and were exiled. Now the rest of the tycoons can only hide in the mountains and fall into the grass. You reading www.yuukanzu.com? Are you wondering? Liu Oxin smiled. "There is still this matter. I vaguely remember that King Zhu seemed to have 4 powerful families: king, son, kin, and Y. Now the king and son's furniture have been destroyed, and the family property has been confiscated. Among them, the Qin and Y families took the initiative to disband the tribe. Now they are pure merchants." Nu Ben nodded. "This Xiaoming used to be the most unsavory among the princes when he was in Qing'an. I didn't expect that he is so bold now." "It is really unexpected." Liu Oxin's first impression of Xiaoming was when he was in Qing'an, but the more he stayed in Qingzhou, the more he felt that Xiaoming was different. Just from the prosperity of Qingzhou city, it can be seen that Xiaoming is very popular in the fief. It was precisely because of this that he gradually let go of his prejudice against Xiaoming, not just for the poem. The two were talking, and suddenly they heard a loud laugh from far and near, but it was Xiaoming riding a horse, and under the protection of the guards, to the palace. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 146. Bestow your highness. Xiaoming approached. Liu Oxin bowed his fists. Jumping off from the horse, Xiaoming asked Liu Oxin to exempt him. At the same time, he looked at the old man who was over 50 years old beside him, and said, "If I didn't guess wrong, this is Nu Ben, General Nu." Nu Ben looked up and down King Qi, saw a bit of Xiao Wenxuan's shadow on Xiaoming's body, bowed and saluted, and said, "The criminal Nu Ben has seen His Royal Highness Qi." General Nu exempts the ceremony. "This king can't afford the old general's heavy gift," Xiaoming said with a smile. "Old general, please follow me to the palace and talk more." The 3 of them entered the palace together, and Xiaoming asked Liu to prepare tea for the 3. In the main hall, Xiaoming invited Liu Oxin and Nu Ben to sit down. At this time, he bowed to Nu Ben and said, "The old general has suffered, and my father has been ashamed over the years. He hates that he didn't keep the barbarians out of Shanhai Aiguan. Let me make amends to the old general for him." Nu Ben is no longer the unruly Nu Ben that year. He stood up and said, "How dare a sinner be a gift to your highness? My majesty can think of my old bone, and I am already grateful." "The old general is too modest," Xiaoming said with a smile. "The old general's martial arts is so impressive, and this king also admires it in his heart. This time I hope that the old general can help this king overcome the danger of the barbarian going south." Nu Ben heard the words and said, "Liu Oxin just stopped talking at the gate of the city. His Royal Highness talked about this again. What happened?" Xiaoming and Liu Oxin looked at each other, and then they talked about what happened above the court. "These thieves who eat inside and out, harm the country and the people. If I am running around, I will definitely take their skin off." Although Nu Ben has been somewhat restrained in the past 5 years, this matter still made him very angry. "The old general doesn't need to be angry. This is the fact. I can only do my best to obey the destiny," Xiaoming said. At this time, Zhang Xingqing had already gone to Kangzhou to repair the city wall, and he took almost all the cement produced in Kangzhou city. He only hoped that he could turn this Kangzhou city into an unbreakable fortress. "Hey, your poor majesty is now going to fight the barbarians to destroy the arrogance of the barbarians. These thieves are really a group of killers," Nu Ben said. After a pause, he said, "But if the barbarian can be defeated to go south, it will also be able to let the barbarian know about the greatness of my great U country." "Exactly, so this time I only hope that the old general will help this king," Xiaoming said, taking the opportunity. Nu Ben nodded, and said slowly, "The old official wears the body of sin, and his highness will not give up, go through water and fire, and will not hesitate." Xiaoming felt relieved. He thought that Nu Ben would still hate Xiao Wenxuan's assignment of him to hard labor, but he did not expect Nu Ben's temperament to seem to be less violent than the legend. In this way, he really has reached a commander-level general. For Nu Ben, This fierce man, Xiaoming naturally did not expect him to defend the city. A city of Kangziluf is enough, and his heart is far more than that. The large areas of Guanzhong land outside the city of Kangzi used to be the homeland of the Great Yu Kingdom. If it can be recovered, it may be possible to further expand its fief. The most important thing is that if you can win the Shanhai Aiguan Pass, you will be able to keep the barbarians out of the customs, and you don't have to worry about the threat of the barbarians. General. When the three of them were drinking tea and talking about the barbarians, suddenly Luf's voice came. Then I saw Luf happily walking in, looking at Nu Ben. General, is it really you? Nu Ben was a little surprised when he saw Luf. Luf, General, it's me, Luf said excitedly. Xiaoming and Liu Oxin looked at each other. Xiaoming couldn't help asking, Old General, do you know Luf? When Luf was passing by King's mansion just now, he heard two foreign guards talking about escorting Nu Ben. After asking carefully, he understood the reason, and immediately came to Qi Mansion. Luf said at this time, when the general was in Kangzhou City, I was the general's personal guard. Later, when the general returned to Qing'an, we local soldiers stayed. Hey, these are old things, but looking at you like this, it seems that you are very trustworthy in front of the temple. Yes, I did not misunderstand you back then. Nu Ben said. Luf was a little excited, and said, I dare not forget the general's teachings. Xiaoming's gaze and the three of them patrolled back and forth. In the past, the King's army only had Luf, but now that Liu Oxin came, the two were arguing. Now there is a bull run, which seems to be able to suppress the two. And this Nu Ben has some means to govern the army, and the soldiers under his hands are very disciplined. In this way, he can rest assured that Luf and Liu Oxin will not be quarreling and affect the training of the King's army. Moreover, Nu Ben is a man who has been a great general. He has a good command of 100,000 soldiers under his hand and is very proficient in various affairs in the army. It's not like Luf has not established a management system in the military until now, and he doesn't know how to use the military expenses in his hand. An angry Xiaoming had to take back the silver to Pan Yukun and let him manage it on his behalf. Now that Nu Ben is here, the management system in this army should not be a problem. When the military and administration are separated, it will be easy for oneself to have a complete grasp of the military and administration, avoiding mutual interference between the military and administration, which is unclear. The experience of later generations taught him that the army should not be mixed with administrative officials, otherwise disasters can easily occur. For the military, all it takes is to obey orders and not have its own thoughts. No matter who leads the army, the object of allegiance to this army must be him. And this is one of the reasons why he established a long history team in the army. The long history represents him, and he masters the thinking of the army so that the army will not be in chaos. In this way, whether it is Luf, Liu Oxin, or Nu Ben, the prerequisite for them to command the army is to get their own instruction, and when they want to take them, the Yu reading www.yuukanzu.com army is still as stable as Mount Tai, changed because of the change of coach. This is a qualified army for him. It is precisely because of this that Xiaoming is not worried about Nu Ben, Luf or Liu Oxin, because the army is his, and Luf and others are only responsible for commanding the army and performing their duties. After Luf's emotions eased for a while, Xiaoming said, Old General, since Luf was once your subordinate, it seems that only you can control this thorn. In this way, the captain of the King's army, the position is the Old General. In addition to the title of the prince, Xiaoming had the position of the governor of the 6 states, and the charms of the 6 states army were in his hands. Even if Luf mobilizes the army, he needs to ask for a soldier's charm. This general governor belongs to the military position in Dayu state, and under the general governor is the governor in charge of each state, and now the King's army is the strongest army among the 6 states. After all, with Xiaoming's current financial resources, he can only focus on training an army now. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 147 Xiaoming's careful thinking. Your Highness, this. Nu Ben hesitated. Xiaoming joked, now this king can only give the old general the post of superintendent, and the chief superintendent here is the king. His Royal Highness, I dare not. It's just that the old minister can't wear the body of sin. Suddenly he is serving as the captain in the army. I am afraid that the lieutenant will be dissatisfied. Nu Ben said. Luf can also be described as having accomplished a great battle. Now he is just a captain, and Liu Oxin is the same. That's why Nu Ben is so worried. After all, after 5 years of disappearing in Dayu, many soldiers would never remember who he was. The old generals don't have to worry. If this king lets the old generals be under Luf and Liu Oxin's men, they will be uncomfortable. Xiaoming smiled. Luf and Liu Oxin suddenly laughed. Luf said, that is, if you ask the old general to serve as the captain, you can also take the We Beat the Barbarians with you. Liu Oxin also said, the old general doesn't need to be overly modest. The post of governor has always been vacant. It seems that His Royal Highness really has the foresight and is reserved for the old general. Hearing this, Xiaoming smiled unnaturally. The governor had been vacant all the time. He was just hanging Luf with this position. Otherwise, how could this thornhead be so obedient? Now that Nu Ben is here, he doesn't worry about Luf's rebirth in the army. But Nu Ben never gives face to those powerful children in the army, and he does the same for those who violate the military law. And this Luf seemed to be in awe of this bulrush, and it is estimated that he will be honest in the future, and it will save him from worrying about himself. In this case, the guilty minister is taking his benevolence. Nu Ben hesitated and said, taking over the post of King's governor, Nu Ben basically settled down in King's. Xiao Wenxian sent Nu Ben here, and the implication was to let Nu Ben stay in King's in the future. After all, he once angered the hall and said that he would never hire Nu Ben. Let him run back again. He slapped himself in the face. So letting Nu Ben come to King's to perform hard labor is the most suitable choice. After all, how Xiaoming uses Nu Ben is not something he can manage. When the courtier mentioned it, he was dumbfounded for a while. With this in mind, Xiaoming will take out the post of governor at once, and this veteran will be his person in the future. Given the official position, Nu Ben seemed to be a little worried, and looked hesitant. Xiaoming asked with a smile, is the old general worried about his family? His Royal Highness, how do you know? Nu Ben was surprised. His family is still in Cheyenne, and he has been in hard labor for all these years and I don't know what happened to them. Now serving as the governor of King's, he can say that he is also coming out of the mountain again. He has to let his family come over and not suffer in Cheyenne. As a vassal king, Xiaoming naturally has to consider these. These days he has been learning the knowledge in the science and technology library. The way to use people is to think about what they want to keep people's hearts. He said, it's just human nature. The old general is not worried. I have sent people to Chang'an to take the old general's family to King's, and I have also prepared a house for the old general in King's City. Nu Ben was deeply moved when he heard the words. He didn't expect Xiaoming to think of so much for him. He said, thank you, Your Majesty. The old minister can only repay him with death. This is not necessary. The old general only needs to trim the 2 people in front of him, so that they can no longer be in the army. Xiaoming glanced at Luf and Liu Oxin. Both of them turned pale, and Luf cried out, His Royal Highness, I didn't provoke you, you can't harm me. That's right, Lieutenant Lu and I are just competing in the military, and there is no problem. Liu Oxin explained hurriedly. Xiaoming just smiled and said nothing. After thinking about it, Nu Ben understood the meaning of these words. He said, Luf, Liu Oxin, you will let know how I run the army. Your Royal Highness does not understand the affairs of the army. You can still handle it. No way. When Luf saw Nu Ben, he was like a mouse meeting a cat, and said with a smile, General, dare not. Dare not. Liu O was very helpless in his confidence. He was indeed happy when the bull rushed, but he couldn't help feeling cold behind thinking that he would be under Nu Ben now. There will be no easy days in the future. Xiaoming was satisfied. What he needed now was someone who could command the entire army. After all, he needed to do too many things, and the army was extremely important, and the generals were of great importance. Xiaoming also took a reassurance pill for this military matter. He said to the 3 of them, It's too early. I'll let the subordinates prepare some food. Let's eat here at noon. Luffy and Liu Oxin opened their eyes and smiled when they heard Zai, who knows that there is only one delicacy in Prince Chi's mansion, and they cannot be eaten elsewhere. After a long journey, Nu Ben was also a little hungry. Seeing Luffy and Liu Oxin's expressions of joy and curiosity, they nodded. At this time, Xiaoming called Asta to prepare him to eat, and then asked Luluo to get the wine. The monarchs and ministers of the Dayu Kingdom eat at different tables, but the same food is placed in front of everyone. Now that Xiaoming is now able to get rid of poverty and become rich, the royal mansion has the money and is neatly cleaned up by the Asta. There are now 100 servants in the mansion, and there are more than a dozen maids serving. The dining room in the palace is no worse than the dining rooms in other palaces. Recently, Asta has to buy a class of dancing girls and singers in the palace. It is said that none of the guests will be laughed at by the dignified king's palace. With a pure mind, Xiaoming did not refuse. Because of the lack of entertainment, ancient times are too boring, and if someone dances to show oneself at night, it is also good. At least it can relieve boredom in the palace. Besides, Asta and Luluo seem to have received this training in the palace. They can sing and dance, and they can choreograph dances. Thinking of this, he was a little moved. For men, look at some things that are pleasing to the eye, and work particularly refreshing. However, he still has some principles. He will not be like the big clans of the Wang family, and he has other purposes. The common people also need entertainment, and he knows very well that those who have nothing to do in their free time like to cause trouble. At this time, if there are some entertainment activities, they can divert their attention. His science and technology library not only includes science and technology, but also includes numerous works of art. Art is also a means to enlighten the people. He wants to create a different atmosphere of King Zu. This renaissance is naturally indispensable, and this requires a birthplace of art. Obviously, it also comes from his palace. However, Xiaoming, who was full of brilliance, had to admit that he did carry private goods when he was in business. He just wanted to see two girls dancing. He was thinking that the banquet was set. Luffy was holding a jug of drunk King Zu and ran full of wine for Nu. He said, "General, you have to taste our King Zu liquor. I promise you will pour it in 3 bowls." To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 148. Cast iron, pour 3 bowls. Nu Ben squinted at Luffy, thinking that this kid had never seen his drinking capacity when he was by his side before, so how could he say such a mess today? Luffy didn't notice Nu Ben's look. He said, "General, this is not my bragging. Don't believe you, try it." When the pure liquor entered the bowl, Nu Ben suddenly felt the difference, and a strong smell of liquor hit the tip of his nose. He also tasted the wines of Dau country before, but today he opened his eyes. "The secret recipe of this wine comes from your highness." Liu Oxin naturally also tasted drunken King Zu, and since then he can't drink other wines. It's just that this drunk King Zu is not cheap, and Liu Oxin is very stingy. He would rather go to other houses to give a drink, rather than buy his own money. It is precisely because of this that he often visits Xiaoming, but he eats and drinks. Nu Ben glanced at Xiaoming again. This king of Qi was even more interesting. After 5 years in the mine, he just hoped that he would be satisfied with the Ming master. Even so, 3 bowls would be downed and I would look down on the old man. Nu Ben licked his tongue. For 5 years, he hadn't touched any alcohol. At this time, he was greedy. He picked up a bowl of wine and drank it all at once. Then he drank his own drink, 2 more. It was too late for the 3 of them to speak to stop them. "Ha ha ha, good wine." Nu Ben laughed. "The wine is really delicious." Luffy, "How? 3 bowls can't trouble me." Luffy smiled awkwardly, thinking that when Jujin came up, it would be clear. Xiaoming shook his head helplessly. No one in the army was good at drinking. He set up drinks and dishes to increase the feelings of the generals. This is also convenient for him to manage the army, but it is his intention to make Nu Ben drunk. As the saying goes, seeing the truth after drinking, one's character can also be seen from a person's wine, and he can also have an estimate of this bull run in his heart. After all, this Nu Ben is well known, but he doesn't know the true temperament, so it was time to test it out. The old general has a good drink. Luff, fill the general with more wine. Let the general have a good drink today, Xiaoming said. Liu Oxin kept his head down to eat. He was also drunk by Luff when he first came to King Zhu. Xiaoming saw all the nonsense that day. Nu Ben was like a hungry person who drank water and drank 3 more bowls. At this time, Zhu Jin suddenly came up, and his body was a little shaky. At this time, Xiaoming asked, "Old general, I really feel wronged by coming to King Zhu this time." Nu Ben rubbed his eyes. Only his head felt dizzy, but his courage suddenly opened like a dam bursting a bank, just wanting to vomit all the sulking in his heart. He said vaguely, "Your Royal Highness, the old minister came to King Zhu without being wronged, but the 5 years he was sent to the mine by His Majesty was really wronged. I think I am dedicated to the country and loyal to the liver. The country's prosperity has flourished, but my heartfelt words have been exchanged for these 5 years of hard labor. I. While talking, Nu Ben suddenly cried loudly, very sad. Liu Oxin and Luff looked moved. Now the treacherous ministers of Dau are in power, and the loyal ministers and good generals have repeatedly failed. They are also deeply moved. Therefore, Nu Ben's words also made them feel sad. From these words, Xiaoming heard Nu Ben's dissatisfaction with Xiao Wenxian and his dissatisfaction with the court. He said, "The old general has suffered. In my King Zhu, this king will not let the old general's orb become dusty." The heavier the wine, Nu Ben said, "The monarch treats me as a state soldier, and I shall repay it with a state soldier. The ruler treats me as a passerby, and I repay it as a passerby. The monarch treats me with carelessness, and I shall avenge him. Today, your Royal Highness treats me as a scholar, and I will repay your Royal Highness with a scholar." Good. The general really has a true temperament. Xiaoming toasted and drank. This is the general he wants. After saying this, Nu Ben suddenly lay on the table, drunk and unconscious. Luff and Liu Oxin laughed bitterly. Today, the food and drink are no longer available. They helped Nu Ben up and sent Nu Ben back to King Zuding. Xiaoming watched the 3 people leave, recalling Nu Ben's words. Everyone knew how to repay grievances with virtue, but they didn't know what Confucius really said was to repay grievances with virtue. It is precisely this retribution with virtue that has harmed the ages, which caused the great Yu country to influence the barbarians with virtue in the initial foreign policy. As everyone knows, people who are not our race will have different hearts. They can only treat the barbarians with admiration, not virtue. As soon as the 3 of them left, Asta walked in at this moment and said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, there is news from the Department of Equipment, saying that an iron mold has been made. Would you like to see it?" "Really?" Xiaoming was overjoyed. In the morning, he was busy with this in the Department of Equipment. Late Nu Ben came over and he had to come back. At that time, Chen Qi and the craftsmen were pouring the iron mold. Asking Asta to prepare the horse, Xiaoming went to the equipment department. At this time, Chen Qi and a group of craftsmen were gathering together to assemble the iron mold. "His Royal Highness, you can pour artillery below," Chen Qi said excitedly when Xiaoming came over. In a month, they finally succeeded in producing a qualified iron mold. Now that the craftsmen have experience in making iron molds, the next iron mold is much easier. "Let me see," Xiaoming said excitedly. Since arriving in King Zhu, he has always made economic development his top priority, not because he does not pay attention to the military, but he understands that there is no money and food, no people, no way to organize an army, no steel foundation and training of artisans, there is no way to produce artillery. He invested a lot of money, and extortion has to hire craftsmen, in order to be able to produce artillery as a national weapon today. Xiaoming was so excited, Chen Qi and all the craftsmen were also happy, and the whole month of nights was finally in vain. At this time, the clay gun embryo outside the iron mold has been knocked off, and a black iron mold appears. Like the clay gun embryo, this iron mold is also divided into 7 sections. As long as these 7 segments are combined, able to take a step and produce artillery. Compared with the artillery, the weight of this iron mold is heavier than the artillery itself. After all, This iron mold has to be used repeatedly, and the quality must pass the test. Forge artillery tomorrow, Xiaoming said excitedly, looking at the cannon model on the ground. There is not much time left for him, and the production of this iron mold is only the beginning. The production of artillery also needs to consider the skill of this craftsman. A smile appeared on Chen Qi's face. He said, "His Royal Highness will tell us about the essentials of artillery casting. I only hope that the artillery can be cast at once." "Don't be anxious about this, you have to be steady," Xiaoming said with a smile. Then he summoned the craftsmen of the armament department and once again talked to them about how to produce artillery and the details that need attention in the process of producing artillery. Under the action of the technological spar, the production image of artillery appeared in everyone's mind, which once again deepened their memory of the production process. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 149 Barbarian News. After a few days of rain, the sky suddenly cleared. The sapphire-like dome is high and far away, and a few white clouds float gently, making the soul so beautiful that it is filled with water. Yesterday I was teaching in the equipment department, and today the equipment department will officially try to produce artillery. Seeing that the date when the barbarian goes south is approaching, there is not much time left for him. And Li San and Wang Xuan have been investigating the movement on the grassland these days, and today the two of them went to the palace together to report the information they had obtained to Xiaoming. His Royal Highness, we have received news that the barbarian and Ottoman seem to have reached some kind of reconciliation. 3 months ago, the barbarian returned to Chengdu with the slaves and craftsmen looted from Ottoman. Li San said. In other words, the western expedition of the barbarians is over? Xiaoming asked. I'm afraid that is the case. Wang Xuan looked solemn. This is indeed very bad news for Xiaoming. After conquering the grassland tribes, the barbarians have become the most powerful empire in the northern lands. However, under the premise of the gradual decline of the Great Yu Kingdom and passive defense, the barbarians thought that they had no worries, so they began to conquer the west. After destroying a series of small western countries, the barbarians encountered the Ottoman Empire in its heyday. After 3 years of hostile conquests, the two sides now finally understand that each other is a behemoth, so they stopped and returned to the court. As a result, the pressure on the country will increase sharply. Recalling the western expedition of modern Mongolia, it seems that after the completion of the western expedition, Mongolia easily destroyed the southern Song dynasty. Is there any worse news? Xiaoming smiled bitterly. What do you know about the population, army, weapons and equipment of the barbarians? Wang Xuan said. There is one bad news. The barbarians seem to have come to a siege weapon during the West expedition, called the Huiyue giant cannon, which is said to be able to throw a 300-pound boulder 500 meters away. Return to the gun? Xiaoming asked. Are you sure he was throwing a stone? I'm sure that the merchants on the grassland have described this kind of return artillery as an advanced stone thrower. Wang Xuan said. Xiaoming lightly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the barbarians hadn't acquired artillery technology, but before there were no artillery, if there was such a stone thrower, it would indeed be a huge threat to Kangzhou city. He remembered that in modern times, Mongolia seemed to be using a similar stone thrower, which also came from the western regions. Li San said at this time, His Royal Highness, if the barbarians use this kind of thing to attack Kangzhou city, this wall may not be able to hold it. For Xiaoming, it is fortunate that the barbarians do not have artillery. This kind of giant stone thrower with a range of 500 meters is far inferior to the range of artillery. It can be destroyed in advance within the range of artillery, which is not to be feared. This is not worth worrying about. Is there any other information? Xiaoming asked. Li San rushed to say at this moment, the population of the barbarians cannot be accurately determined, but overall there are still 2 million households. So much? Xiaoming was startled. In recent years, some barbarians have settled down in Qingbai Mountain, and the population has grown a lot. Li San said. Now Xiaoming finally understands what a headache is. The barbarians nowadays are no longer a purely nomadic nation. but a half-farming and half-herded nation. Such a nation is even more deadly to the Great Yu country, because half-farming and half-pastoral means that the logistics of the barbarian will be better protected, making it easier for the barbarian to expand. The following sentence from Wang Xuan made Xiaoming even more troubled. This is just the population of the barbarians. The barbarians have always been accustomed to looting slaves. Now the ratio of the barbarians' regular army to the slave army has reached 1 to 5. Businessmen said that every time the barbarians marched in front of the West, there would be a large number of slave armies. When these slave armies are finished, the enemy is also tired, and then the barbarian cavalry will attack. Li San said, "We are investigating on the grasslands these days and found that the barbarian cavalry is arresting the people north of Kangzhou City. These people were all the people of the Great Yu country before. So it seems that the barbarian wants to deal with the western regions. Way to deal with us." After a pause, Li San clenched his fists and said, "His Royal Highness, the people of Dayu Kingdom will be forced to walk in front of the barbarians to attack the city. What should we do? This barbarian is really shameless and has no humanity at all." Wang Xuan said angrily. The despicable tactics of catching the people as meat shields abound in history, especially the Meng and Qing tribes. It is also the clever use of the puppet army and the common people that a sparsely numbered nation will destroy a country with a population dozens of times larger than its own. And now the population of this barbarian is only 10 to 1 with that of Dayu. What to do? If Kangzhou City is captured, this king will be the next King Kang, Xiaoming said in a deep voice. Li San and Wang Xuan looked at each other, and they seemed to understand Xiaoming's thoughts. The two told Xiaoming something about the barbarians, nothing more than the way the barbarians fight. At present, the barbarians use a compound bow made of animal tendons. This kind of bow and arrow has a long range, and the barbarian cavalry also has a technique of turning around and shooting arrows while running away. It was this method that caused the people of the western regions to be repeatedly defeated by the barbarians. However, the people of Dau have already learned about the characteristics of the barbarians. Because of this, the army of Dau will not go out of the city to fight the barbarians on the grassland, because this is purely looking for death. In addition to the range of bows and arrows, which can reach more than 180 meters, the most deadly aspect of the barbarian army is its strict discipline, which is far more dangerous than bows and arrows. An army that is not afraid of death is truly terrifying. Now Xiaoming can imagine the barbarian infantry still climbing up from the pile of corpses under the fire of artillery. In addition to catching people, merchants on the grassland said that the barbarian army has been training very frequently recently, and they were very vigilant about the barbarians of the people of Dau who commuted to and from the grassland. Many merchants were arrested by the barbarians. Li San said finally. Xiaoming nodded. The many changes of the barbarians were obviously abnormal. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before the attack on the Great Yu Kingdom. He said, "Continue to keep an eye on the developments of the barbarians, especially the developments of the barbarian army, and report to me in time." Li San and Wang Xuan nodded, turned and left. At this time, Xiaoming got up and went to the Department of Weaponry. Fortunately, he let the Department of Weaponry produce all the artillery, otherwise he would not be able to resist this 500-meter-long return artillery catapult. A 300-pound stone hit on the city wall is not much weaker than the bombardment of artillery. After all, the artillery fired solid bullets, and he didn't have the ability to produce such things as flower bullets. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace, and a deep sense of crisis enveloped him. To be continued. Enable new URL. Chapter 150 Artillery Trial Production. Different from the tranquility of the past, the people of Kingzhou City obviously feel a little dignified in the atmosphere of the equipment department these days, because at some point, the soldiers guarding the equipment division suddenly increased several times, and all of them wore silver full-body armors with murderous aura. Anyone who was slightly close to the equipment division would be driven away immediately. Everyone who enters the equipment department needs to show a token and undergo interrogation. Someone once saw a person who didn't have a token trying to get in, and was beaten by soldiers on the spot and taken to prison. Among the various signs, many people are speculating about what happened in this equipment department, and only Xiaoming knew this best. At this moment, he arrived at the door of the equipment department and handed the horse to the guard at the door. He came just at the right time, and Chen Qi from the Department of Machinery was leading the craftsman to pour the produced molten iron into the iron mold. Although King Zhu can produce high-quality steel, not all steel can be used to cast guns. In fact, in modern times, until the emergence of crop gun steel, the cast guns of artillery were nothing more than three materials: copper, bronze, and iron. Among them, copper naturally does not need to be explained. This thing is totally spending money. In the country of Dau where the mining rate is very low, this is almost the same as using gold to produce toilets. Bronze is an alloy and requires different metals, including lead and tin. Similarly, the current lack of these metals in Qingzhou is not easy for Xiaoming to achieve. Therefore, he can only honestly choose cast iron cannons. Although this type of artillery has its drawbacks, the modern 15th century to the end of the 18th century is still the mainstream of artillery. After all, relatively speaking, any product pursues cost performance, and cast iron guns obviously have a great advantage in cost performance. Your Highness, you can pour it out soon. The iron mold of the artillery is erected next to the blast furnace. As long as the door on the blast furnace is opened, the hot red molten iron will be poured into the iron mold. However, there are still many things to prepare before this. The casting of artillery is a delicate task. One failure will cause a lot of losses, and it will also greatly delay the time to cast the next artillery. So before pouring the artillery, Xiaoming instructed the craftsman to strictly follow the procedure of casting the artillery step by step. Under his supervision, a craftsman began to paint a mixture of fine rice husks and fine sand on the inner surface of the iron mold. The preparations for these two things were also very strict. The rice husks were crushed into powder and sieved 3 times with a sieve. It takes more than 10 times to get a uniform powder, and the sediment is basically the same, and the particles inside are basically the same size. This is to avoid holes of different sizes in the gun body, and also to prevent the gun body and the iron mold from sticking together, otherwise the gun and the iron mold will be scrapped together. After the first coat of paint is applied, the craftsman paints the second coat again, which uses fine coal powder ground into powder. The purpose is simple, it is to carburize. As we all know, the higher the carbon content in iron, the greater the hardness of the iron. This layer of coal powder coating will penetrate into the outer layer of the artillery after the molten iron is poured, making the shell of the artillery become hard, thereby reducing the rate of blasting of the artillery. The brushing of these two coatings is also very particular, and must be evenly and carefully. When the craftsman finished painting, Xiaoming checked it again and asked the craftsman to take care of some defects. Then let the craftsman tighten the iron mold with iron hoops. At the same time, some craftsmen began to heat the iron mold to prevent the outer layer of molten iron from cooling too fast when the molten iron touched the iron mold, which would affect the carburizing effect. After these tasks were completed, Xiaoming asked Chen Qi's specially made ceramic core to be inserted into the gun mold. Generally speaking, the production of artillery requires the use of clay cores, but learning from the experience of later generations, in order to maximize the quality of the artillery, he decided to use ceramic cores. In this way, the inner side of the artillery can be rapidly cooled by injecting the ceramic core, thereby increasing the strength of the inner chamber. And this process is also called tight water. Let's start. Xiaoming asked expectantly when the preliminary preparations were completed. Nodded. Chen Qi looked excited, and after busying for a month, the first artillery in Qingzhou was finally born. At this time, Chen Qi suddenly felt anxious and happy that a woman was about to give birth. With trembling lips, Chen Qi shouted, "Pour molten iron." With an order, a craftsman suddenly opened the door of the blast furnace, and the red molten iron with a hot breath flowed from the blast furnace's pipe trough. Even though it was 5 meters away from the blast furnace, Xiaoming still felt a burning sensation on his face. And the craftsmen at close range are sweating, but at this moment, every craftsman has a sense of expectation in his eyes. Chen Qi said to them that if the artillery is successfully cast, His Royal Highness said that everyone will reward 100 taels of silver, which is an incentive for all craftsmen. For these ordinary craftsmen, who is not pursuing a better life, but money is their greatest encouragement. The red molten iron was slowly poured into the iron mold, and when the height of the molten iron was about to be level with the muzzle, a craftsman took a hammer and struck the mold lightly. This is to make the molten iron deposit more uniform. After the molten iron was completely flush with the muzzle, the craftsman responsible for cooling began to pour well water into the ceramic core of the iron mold. At the same time, a craftsman stuffed a section of dried pig intestine into the ceramic core. The water in the ceramic core needs to be replaced continuously until the molten iron on the inner side is completely solidified, and at this time, the cooling water needs to be replaced continuously. In this era, Xiaoming obviously couldn't find anything like rubber tubes, so he could only use dried pig intestines instead. In fact, in ancient times, animal organs did replace the role of rubber tubes. Even in the modern enema, the pig's large intestine is still used. It can be seen that the toughness of the pig's large intestine is still good, which can replace part of the rubber tube. The craftsmen above were busy replacing the cooling water and waited for a while. After seeing that the molten iron in the iron mold had solidified, the other craftsmen immediately began to take off the iron mold under the command of Xiaoming. At this time, the outer layer of the artillery was still red and hot, and a lot of raised burrs could be seen on the outside. The craftsman responsible for cleaning the burrs immediately began to clean it, making the body round and smooth. Xiaoming finally breathed a sigh of relief after the work was over, and the rest only waited for the barrel to completely cool and solidify. Chen Qi said at this time, "His Royal Highness, is this artillery as magical as you said? When will the artillery be pulled out to try its power? How much more powerful than my big Yugo barrel?" "You don't need to try to know the world one by one." Xiaoming believes the fire tube of Dayu State is only shoddy. Although it basically has the prototype of an artillery, it is still not a little bit behind. The effect is really not as powerful as the return cannon that the barbarians snatched back from the western regions.